Hello.
So Shiva, I just want this to be a conversation between me and you. I've been coming across some things and I want to talk with you about those things.
Okay.
Firstly, I've been looking back at some of your previous videos, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that there's been a situation or you've decided to act in a way or you've decided to be in a way where you've turned a lot of these videos to members only. And of course, it's well known that you have a very, very small group of members and that you charge more for memberships than is the standard and the recommended amount for YouTube to charge for memberships. So, who is this guy that I mean, me and you are kind of in a different situation, right? We've talked a little bit about that. So, I'm looking at a video from 2 years ago here titled Andrew Tate's Teeth, and it's somebody with it's apparently just some dude swimming in a pool, or looks like they're by a bridge somewhere, and almost like in an industrial park, swimming in a body of water. So who are you, man? I mean, who is the real Shiva?
I think that by the end of this live stream, at least one person will join my YouTube members only. So you have the opportunity to do that right now, my friends. And I'm a high class individual. I'm a high status
All
human.
right. So when did this become about money for you? Or when did the YouTube channel when did the YouTube channel become a money making endeavor?
Never.
What are you trying to say? What are you saying? Never.
I'm saying that it can't be about money. If some endeavor is only about money, you tend to make mistakes and do
So
the
I'm
wrong
looking
things.
at this video from 2 years ago.
Seen them recently? He got a teeth job. He got a teeth job. And it's quite nice. It's quite remarkable, actually. Because I see these people, like the Nelk boys, the guy that's in charge of the Nelk podcast, he has fake teeth.
So I'm looking at this video from just 2 years ago. You didn't have the long hair. You weren't wearing, kind of a special hat that you wear sometimes, like a witch's hat or something. And I'm looking at this video, and it says subscribe for enlightenment. Then it has a link to your PayPal. Then it says choose payment type for friends and family, not goods and services on PayPal, to avoid losing $5 in fees, which I'm sure is just a way for you to evade taxes. Then I see it says $110 Canadian for a Rudrakasha mala, $220 Canadian for a spiritual reading, $100 Canadian for spiritual bead. This is mainly about money for you, right? This has
No,
been about making money for a long time.
there's a possibility of making money here, and that should be taken advantage of. But it's not all about money for me.
So you're someone who became enlightened, became unenlightened. Are you still unenlightened?
I don't know.
Okay.
On the 20th of July, 2023, I attained liberation and became fully enlightened. On the 20th of July, 2023, I attained liberation and became fully enlightened. On the 20th of July, 2023, I attained liberation and became fully enlightened. On the 20th of July,
Okay, keep your hands where I can see them, Shiva. Keep your hands where I can see them. There seems to be all these videos that you've made that in one way or another you're ashamed of or you're embarrassed about.
Not true.
Kailash mug, $20. Kailash hoodie, $50. So in terms, man, of your whole situation with being, I don't even know how to call it, because I was looking at the video of you 2 years ago being banned from Isha Foundation, right? And you were at Isha Foundation talking about it, and people left comments and said you can't be acting this way. Just, you acted inappropriately, trying to bring a big knife into Isha, and then you went on to make all these videos about Isha Foundation, and I saw a video that was recommended after that. Sadhguru going to die soon? I mean, what do you think the deal is? They probably think that you're mentally unwell or mentally unstable. And anyway, it seems like you just don't. This isn't something that you take seriously. If I was banned from my teachers' communities or centers, which is impossible, um, that would be a big shift in my life. So how is it not a big shift in your life? Can you explain that to me?
It's not a big shift in my life.
Why?
Because why should it be? It's just something that happened. It's no big deal.
What's the most recent thing that you've thought about purchasing?
A new phone.
And you think in the next couple days you'll be possibly getting a new phone?
Yeah, it's very likely.
Where do you think, if you had to say something about it, where do you think this whole situation with the YouTube live streaming and all that is going for you?
Well, first of all, we need to read some super chats. Sarah says, failure is just a bend in the road, not an end of the road. Absolutely correct. We learn from failures here. When failure happens, we don't give up, we keep going. And the Isha thing is a failure. Something that happens, and what can you do except to keep going? To continue to go. Thank you, Sarah, for the super chat. KK says, I think Shiva is iconic, and Dr. Ra is too. Credit where credit is due. Shiva, sometimes we take strong turns. It is not a big deal. We redirect. Absolutely. Thank you very much for your super chat. And we are slowly becoming icons, as well as, bends in the road. That's what it is. Bends in the road is not an ideal way to go straight, but sometimes there's bends in the roads, and the faster you realign and go straight. That's all that it takes. That's all that matters. Thank you for your super chats, guys. Thank you. Wrong turns, yes. I need to get better at reading in public. So how does that make you feel? That people are supporting me and giving me encouragement?
I mean, we all need support in our lives.
Yeah.
How about not having a father growing up?
How about it?
Do you think that that affected you in a deep way?
Oh yeah, certainly.
In a sense, would you say that our so-called brotherhood or seeming connection with each other, and also this path of becoming so-called spiritual people, has a lot to do with growing up in a fatherless household in a major way?
I would say so.
Yeah, me too. What do you think a father is, or a father is supposed to be?
Someone that protects you and that loves you,
And what else?
provides for you, takes care of you, guides you, teaches you. Yeah. Helps you to move in the world and shapes you to be competent in the world.
Do you feel like you didn't have somebody like that growing up?
Mm,
Your mother was there, right?
mhm. Yeah. I had small figures like that, but ideally I should have had my father.
Do you
But he
blame
wasn't.
do you blame your father? Do you blame your mother?
There is some blame on my father, yes, but blame is not the way to go. We got a message from KK. KK sends a super chat and she says, "Hey, I wonder if y'all think about operating a little like show like Dr. Phil, and you can interview guests and use their experience as conventional topics to utilize your talents and platform." That's a good idea. That's a great idea.
Yeah, that's not something that I would ever be involved with or ever be interested in.
Well, you're already doing that to some extent, actually. So before you blatantly disregard everything, just use your knowledge here. And Erica, thank you very much for your super chat. Highly appreciate your support as always. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, we're going to get more into a talk show type style and more professional. And today is the first day of that, it seems, because Dr. Rob is choosing to have a conversation with me instead of just blabbling about his own nonsense and trying to teach his useless spirituality. And, well, it's not useless, but
Does
just
this
trying
look
to.
familiar to you?
No,
Does this image look familiar to you?
it doesn't. No. So, are you going to make a commitment right now on live to go to Kailash with me?
There's just not the incentive for me. If somebody did want to reach out and wanted to make it make it worth my while in some way, I'm not saying that somebody should do that or that I want somebody to do that. But if somebody were to financially pay me and support me to go to India with you, then it's definitely something I would consider more. But right now, I have my own things that I'm considering about, trying to establish a more solid home base here in Vietnam, and kind of I need to establish my studio and my means of conveyance moving forward. So getting a motorbike and this is not a desk suitable for. Almost dropped my camera again. This is not a desk that's suitable for someone like me and the work that I do. Not that it's bad, it's usable, but there's a lot of things like that, such as getting a secondary monitor, possibly buying a new mount for my second phone. I do want to keep doing these live streams, and of course, you're not going to be available once you go to India for doing live streams. You're not going to have a stable connection to the internet. I don't know what your mental state is going to be over the next months and stuff as you kind of go out on your own. You're in India. I mean, could you talk a little bit about that for the people that are viewing me and watching me, and share with them about that, of how you seem to be having issues with a rooster outside your house, but you're arguably going to be going into one of the most overstimulating places that exist in the world, in India, and how exactly you're going to be managing that and moderating your mind in that kind of situation.
That's a good question. I want to first touch upon the Kailash experience, because Kailash is an incentive by itself. If you can't perceive the spiritual benefits of going to Kailash and need someone to pay you, then you're still far away from the path. Secondly,
Well, I just want to stop there because, of course, I didn't say anything about that. But you're talking about a kind of materialism spirituality, which Sadhguru is like the king of that in a lot of ways. I mean, I wish that there was did you purchase your clothes from Isha shops? Most of your clothes are from Isha shops,
not
or a good,
most, but
but good deal of them, right? I would be very happy if there was an Isha shop here in Vietnam that I could purchase some cotton clothing from, some linen clothing from. But the reality is, I don't think so much about buying things. I'm more focused on using what I already have. I'm not trying to fall into the trap of materialism. So I'm sure that Mount Kailash is a cool place, or a decent place, a good spiritual place to go. That's fine. But ultimately, my spiritual life is practiced here and now. It's the Mount Kailash of the mind. It's the Mount Kailash of the heart. But ultimately, so
yeah. Well, that is fine and good. And that's kind of like saying it doesn't matter if you're uh, behind the dumpster of a Walmart meditating, or you're literally right next to the Buddha hearing him give a Dharma talk. It's all the same thing. It's just materialism, spirituality.
Well, it's your mind, it's how you make use of it. So you can be listening to the Buddha having a Dhamma talk while you're overwhelmed with greed or anger or delusion. Or you can be at the backside of a Walmart meditating seriously, entering the dhyanas, entering the deeper meditation states,
For sure.
or listening to a Dharma talk wholeheartedly. Namaste in Norway. So I'm in a position, right, where I don't need money. I'm not in a position where I need to do this stuff to make money. Period.
That's
I'm
good.
not saying, well, I don't want you to railroad it, but maybe this is something that we can talk about, or that you can ask some questions about, because there's not a financial incentive for me to do this. It doesn't go into my mind. So like, there's nothing that goes into my mind in doing this work, in doing these live streams, that goes into maybe I'll be able to make some money today. That's not a part of the equation, because I'm not saving up for some big idea I have that has a major financial need, or and there's no need for a general financial support because I'm already supported. I'm already, fully supported. Even if I didn't have any money now, I would still have a community that's out there to support me.
I don't know how that's relevant to Kailash. You just went on a tangent. But materialism in terms of
I wouldn't call it a tangent. I'm talking about incentives, right? Intention. So if you have a financial incentive in doing this, if you have a financial intention in doing this, that may not allow you to do it in a unbiased way, or in a way that's not clouded with ego or with desire or with greed. So taking the money thing out of the picture is really important to me. What would this look like if there was no financial incentive? What would this look like if you couldn't have a website where you're selling things, or you couldn't make money from this?
I probably would still do this just for fun, having conversations with people, entertaining, engaging conversations. That's live. So I enjoy doing this a lot. But coming back to the spiritual side of things and materialism, you're absolutely right. You can meditate behind a dumpster and you can be totally mindless in front of the Buddha. But still, being in front of the Buddha is way more conducive, extremely more conducive than being somewhere else. And the vibrations that the Buddha would offer can permanently change your life if you make use of it. So Kailash is one of those places.
I
As far
think
as
it also goes into the accessibility that people have. Somebody might have a good amount of money, but they have a bunch of bills. So they don't have access to not needing more money. They have a house payment, they have a big apartment payment, they have a big car payment. They have all these delusions or these ideas of grandeur of wealth. So they have to constantly strive to seek to make money. It's the same with spirituality. So somebody might have these big ideas about developing wisdom or compassion or their spiritual life. It's not accessible to go to India. It's not realistic to go to Mount Kailash. So yeah, you can get a Mount Kailash picture and put it at your house, but it might be better for you to get a picture of a Dharma teacher that you have to actually listen to and practice with and follow, and put that up as an image in your mind and in your heart. So the Mount Kailash thing, it's a mountain. There's a science. There's much as there's a spiritual science here, there's a material science as well. There's bills that need to be paid, or there's an expectation for a certain amount of money, depending on what you give, depending on your time. Or there's a need for things to be clean. There's a need for things to be taken care of according to your standards. When it comes to Mount Kailash, scientifically, it's a mountain, two plates connected. It's not even, it's kind of outside the realm of time in a certain way. It's like slow, we talk about a mountain is this collision of tectonic plates that shoot up this land, right? But how would we imagine that over time? It's not like there was a crash and this whole thing came up. It's like slower than a tree growing, mountains are made. So it's really kind of unfathomable, the making of a mountain. So the question that I have for you is that scientifically, I'm sure you understand and accept that it's just a mountain. I mean, do you really believe that Shiva made the mountain, or Shiva sat on the mountain and made it spiritually powerful or something like that? Is that what you believe?
I don't believe no. Do I know certain things? Yeah, absolutely. That happened to the mountain? Yes. They actually don't even know how the mountain came about, because that's a normal way of mountains springing up is Earth's plates pushing together and rising up over a long period of time. But this mountain, some people think that Shiva slowly landed an asteroid or a meteor on that place, and that's how that thing became. Because the evidence is there to show that the surrounding mountains are all charred with
So,
a hot, kind of volcanic.
so are you saying you believe that Shiva is an alien, or you believe that a meteor created that mountain and so it has spiritual power, or that Shiva did things to the mountain that is a meteor?
I don't believe many things, but what I can tell you that's for sure is that I've been there, and that place is that is a huge source of energy. The energy there that's unlike anywhere else, and you can make use of it. And it's unique. It's not the same as any other mountain. To call it just a mountain is just a farce. It's an
Well,
extraordinary place.
well, any mountain is an extraordinary place.
Not like this.
Do you so what's your idea? What would be your ideal for this? Let's say everybody here was out of their mind with this idea that Mount Kailash, of course, Mount Kailash is a real place that you can go to, right? You've been there. So let's say that hundreds of people here, or what have you. Of course, there's not hundreds of people here that are listening in that way, but let's say that there were tons of people here and they said, Shiva is the Mount Kailash guy. We believe that Mount Kailash is a very spiritual place and we want to go there. What would your ideal situation be over the next 6 months or 8 months in relationship to Mount Kailash?
My ideal situation would be for me to go to India, be peaceful and happy there, meditate and eat fruits, and then in August time, 15, 20, some number around this number of people will sign up and join me on this trip. So this is Mount Kailash,
Okay.
and
And so this trip would be how much money? Just conservatively, how much money would this trip be for someone to come and join?
well, it's exactly 2,800 USD.
Okay, so $2,800. Realistically, if you're just speaking realistically, okay, to what degree do you think that it's realistic in your world with the knowledge that you have, with the experience, that the knowledge that you have, right? That there would be 10 10 people in this community, in your, or I guess my community also, we kind of have created some bridges between our communities in some way,
Hmm.
that there would be 10 people that would spend at least minimum $3,000, right? To go and follow you for a trip to Mount Kailash in India in 2026.
Well, actually, I have a website, shivakailash.com, which is
Okay, I'm not asking you about that. Really, I'm trying to kind
on
of
this
check into
website.
your knowledge, right? To what degree do you think that it's like percentage wise?
I'm gonna ask you a
Like
question.
if
I'm gonna ask you a question.
okay,
So on the website, there's a place for you to reserve your spot, RSVP, and I think over 20 people have already signed up and made some kind of reservation. So the interest is there, and I think that the chances are very good that people are going to go. People that have the means, they can come with us.
okay, so and it doesn't include the plane ticket, right? So they have to make their own way to India, but
Yes,
it includes room and board.
yes, everything that's included.
So okay, food and all that's included. So you realistically think like if you were had to bet your money on stocks, if you had to take all your money and your consideration, and people are a little bit more perceptive than I think that you understand that they are, right? If you had to, as a way of you expressing your your understanding and your knowledge and your discernment, what percentage would you give that there will be at least 10 people that in the month of August in 2026 are going to spend $3,000 minimum to come and go to this mountain with you in 2026? How much? What would your percentage of certainty be about that?
I would give it above 60%.
Okay, well that's a D, right? So that's not a very high, but that's what it is, right? So you're saying 60%. Okay. So my guess would be I'm 99.9% sure that there's no way in hell that it's more likely that frogs will rain from the sky at Isha Foundation upon your arrival, that 10 people out there will spend $3,000 to go and visit Mount Kailash with you. So I hope that somebody can clip that and listen to that, and we'll see. I think it's a completely ridiculous and foolhardy and frankly, not to be offensive or anything, but a completely delusional idea that where you are spiritually in your life right now and where the community around you is right now, that there would be even 5 people, let alone 10 people, that would go to spend $3,000 to go and see this mountain with you. So that's just my view. I think that's totally delusional on your side.
That's funny.
I think it's just realistic.
Absolutely, Seraph. We'll look forward to seeing you, and people have expressed interest. I don't think it's such a big deal. And I've been there. So, and lots of people go there every single year. So we're making plans for that to happen. Yes, Seraph. Something that Dr. Rob doesn't understand is how spiritual this place is.
And it will be a tour group, right? It will not be, you're not organizing this yourself, but you're working with a kind of tour guide, and you're kind of
Yes.
okay.
So if you want to know what Kailash is, go listen to what Sadhguru has to say about Kailash. Type in Sadhguru Kailash on YouTube and do your research there. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Sarah, for your super chat.
For relieving headaches, I don't have so much experience with headaches. My vague general headache right now is related to probably like carbon monoxide poisoning from using the hookah. So maybe don't use a hookah and you won't get headache. But in terms of dealing with things like headaches, the best thing that you can do is walk with it, breathe with it, and be with it a little bit more. So just that little extra ingredient of being willing to be with the unpleasant feeling, the unpleasant energy you're going through, will help to make that unpleasant energy go away more quickly. So there's a great meditation master named Master Yanghua, and he said for hiccups, if you have the skillful meditation, then if you have hiccups and you spend like 5 minutes to meditate, then the hiccups will go away. You can stop your hiccups with meditation. And even if you can't stop the headache, you can stop your resistance to the headache, which will mean that the headache will be less suffering, less negative, less something that needs to be gotten rid of. Remember, friends, that there's not just one live stream going on here. So if you're really appreciating And there's a few different elements on this, but if you're really appreciating what's going on here, please do know that I'm on the Monk Life Meditation channel. I'm live streaming in 4K. I'm also live streaming in vertical, and it's something that you can maybe come and see. And super chats are also possible over there.
But yeah. So it's me, Alex says, Shiva, you're too nice to your chat. Your goal is asking for yellow donations. Yellow donations.
I also want to share that for the people that are here right now, the reason that there's not a dual live stream going on my channel as well as Shiva's channel is either two reasons. So the first reason is that Shiva has so little money in his account, like literally less than $1,000 to his name, that he can't afford to buy a phone before his YouTube check comes in. So that's one option. The other option is that Shiva has the money in his account, but he's so like stingy or fearful or like self-worrying about money that he can't go and buy the phone until he gets a big extra amount in his account so that he feels completely confident about himself and buying a phone. Shiva started a GoFundMe more than a month ago now, raised money more than a month ago for a phone that he said that he needed immediately. That was basically like an emergency, that he needed a phone because his current phone wasn't working for doing his live streams. And it's like a month and a half later, and he still hasn't purchased the phone. So that's why we're only live streaming on Shiva's phone, but I am live streaming in 4K on my channel, and you can go and check that out. Just go and take a look, and just because what's going on here is something that's unique. So it's like a live spiritual situation of two people who are on the path to varying degrees, coming from different backgrounds, where people can come in and communicate and connect, and that there's something alive happening here. So naturally, if you come here and you don't know who I am, you don't know who Shiva is, you don't have any real context or awareness about what's going on here, then naturally nothing here is going to make sense, because this is a continuation. This isn't like trying to sell timeshares to people. This isn't trying to get people to adopt some kind of weird conspiracy theories. And it's also not something that's here to make you angry. So this is a living environment that's coming from a place of sincerity, authenticity, depth, a lived experience that's in direct relationship with spiritual community, with meditation practice, with listening to meditation masters, etc. So this is not it's not free to really be here and to know what's going on here. You have to, in some sense, be invested and be serious about what's going on here for your comments and for the positions that you bring up to not just be completely irrelevant.
Thank you for your super chat, Alex. Highly appreciate you, and always happy to see the yellow color. As for what Rob said, well, I don't want to get into it, but things are gonna happen very soon.
But very soon, the dynamics of what we do online, at least me and Shiva collaborating, is going to be totally different. Shiva is going to a place, and there's probably here who don't know who Shiva is. Shiva is going to be going to a place that does not have a strong internet connection, and he's not going to have a lot of time or freedom to live stream, a lot of space. So, I mean, are there 5G towers around Isha Foundation, Shiva? You'll
No.
see, right? So you may Shiva have to look at getting a couple different SIM cards. This is actually something that I'm planning to do maybe tomorrow. I'm thinking about getting uh, possibly a secondary monitor. I'm looking at possibly getting a secondary OLED monitor for my setup, for my desk, for my workstation, which would help a lot. And I'm also looking at getting a secondary um, uh, kind of phone stand or phone holder. Uh, I've been living on the road for 8 years. I haven't had a place where I live, a place that I call home, a home base for 8 years. Living as a monk, traveling around the world, living out of a suitcase, sometimes literally living out of a monk's bowl. So, one of the things that I'm working on is to kind of build up my studio and build up my resources for working with people and supporting people and creating a long-term consistent environment for me to do this work uh, and to work with people in different ways related to spirituality and hopefully improving the quality of their lives and improving the quality of my life as well, because this really improves the quality of my life. Doing these live streams and connecting with people and working with people like Shiva. And there's very few people out there like Shiva. There's very few people who can actually come together and have a grounded conversation and create space for a lot of people to be concerned with spirituality and spiritual community. So this is a good environment. This is a good example. Thank you, Robot. And there's something in me that's always saying, time to go. Time to be on the move again. Time to be a backpacking monk again. Time to be alone again. But my work now is to really develop this energy of being alone together and working to establish myself here with my wife in Vietnam for the long term, looking at purchasing property and creating a space where people can come and live and visit and come to practice and come to join in what's going on here. But it's a very slow and steady perspective, step by step. It's not about in a hurry or in a rush to get the the OLED monitor for secondary display for the laptop. It's not like that. Excuse me.
I'm sure India will have Wi-Fi in my Airbnb. And yep, I'm gonna do live streams from the Adiyogi statue in front of the Isha Yoga Center. That'll be iconic.
So for people who are here and participate in this, you can't just listen to me. You can't just listen to Shiva. You have to get to know me. You have to get to know what's going on here to have a real knowledge about what's going on here. How much less so can we just hop in and listen to the different statements that people make? You can listen to someone that you know. If you don't know someone, you can't listen to them. The more that you get to know someone, you build up this energy of trust. You build up this energy of mutual giving with one another in authenticity, in sincerity, the more that you can trust what people say. Otherwise, you can't just not trust what people say. You can't even trust what you see or what you hear in this age of AI.
You said inauthenticity, insincerity. Yeah.
So I'm not requesting people to go and spend 12 hours watching my videos or listening to my talks, doing maybe 12 hours of live streaming a day minimum. I'm saying I'm going to keep giving. I'm going to keep showing up. I'm going to keep putting myself out there so that there is this opportunity for people to get to know me, to get to know who I am, to get to know what I'm doing as I am, as I'm doing it. And that's my generosity. That's my giving. That's my way of being and my way of sharing. To open up a bridge for people to connect. People who don't want to connect, that's okay too. That's up to them. But they cannot expect to understand or know what's going on here or who's going on here unless they invest in what's going on here. An important teaching, if I may, is that you cannot rely on seeming. A used car salesman is a specialist at selling you a car that seems to be working well. Seemingness is not reliable, period. So if you are primarily relying on seemingness, you are easily deceived, you are easily confused, you are easily holding on to positions that are based on nothing but how something seems to be. I'm sorry, but it's 2026. You cannot determine if an image is AI or not. You cannot determine if a voice is AI or not. You cannot determine if a video is AI or not. Some videos you may be able to determine because of how they were created, but in a very based and fundamental way, you as a human being no longer have the capacity to look at a picture, to look at a video, and to determine if that is real or not real. So the spiritual work, the teaching of Buddhism, encourages people to learn how to use discernment that is not just based on appearances, but based on your relationship with fundamental aspects of reality, such as impermanence, such as the lack of separation between things, such as the unsatisfactoriness of grasping onto anything. Excuse me. I've not read Schopenhauer, but I've read quite a bit of Bodhidharma. And if it was me, I'd much rather listen to the teachings of Bodhidharma rather than listening to the teachings of Schopenhauer. Kant and Schopenhauer are much more easy to understand than the teachings of Bodhidharma. Because one is based on the intellect and another is based on the nature of the mind.
Fruits with seeds means it's natural.
If you have a real question to ask, please put it on a super chat so I can see it. Jesus is a way. Jesus is not the way. And most people don't have a realistic relationship with Jesus. They have a realistic relationship with a kind of watered down American Christianity. Technically, I have 4 streams right now. So there are 4 ways that people using YouTube would come across my live stream. There's this vertical stream. There's this dual stream with Shiva. There's a horizontal stream, and there's another vertical stream from the horizontal stream on YouTube.
Jesus.
We're going to call Jason.
Working.
What's up, buddy? Long time no hear.
Hey, Jason, how are you doing?
Tell me
Doing
your live
good.
stream.
I'm sitting here with Shiva. We're on the live stream here.
Cool.
Yeah, where
Good
are you
talking to
at?
you guys.
What are you doing?
I'm in Greenville, South Carolina, and I am playing Fallout 4.
You're what?
Today's my day off, so I'm just playing Fallout 4 on my computer right now. You heard of that game?
I've heard of it.
What graphics card do you have, Jason?
I have no idea. You know, it's funny because I wanted to get into video editing and websites and stuff when I first got back from traveling. And so ended up buying this computer. I mean, I think I spent like $800. I mean, but it's do pretty much anything. It's a laptop. I can take it with me and go wherever I want to go and stuff. And it's pretty cool. Yeah. You have a good computer?
Yeah. Well, I've got my laptop in my old laptop is still in the Italy, in southern Italy.
Oh, really?
And I got like clothes there. It's just closed down. The monastery is closed down, so I've got a bunch of clothes and stuff there.
Why is it closed? What happened?
There's just nobody to take care of it right now. There's nobody to manage it.
I mean, I was debating going that way and going to Italy possibly, but then I didn't want to fly over the Middle East with the war going on.
The whole Italy situation is kind of messed up because CLA came a step back.
Well, she never wanted to do it to begin with. I mean, it was kind of inevitable.
Yeah. She tried. I mean, she was like staying there alone with random people for like winters and things like that for like 2 years. So she really tried, but she didn't have the support. And so now the Italy to Barwa is just run by that woman. You've met her before, the psychologist woman.
Yeah,
So
I like her.
No, she's fine. She's just she's not fully Tabarwa style. She has some things that she doesn't fully adopt with Tabarwa, or maybe doesn't understand. But yeah, so the Southern Italy thing is closed down. I don't mean to say that. I mean, maybe I'm influenced by CLA Kema because they had so much difficulty getting along and working together.
Yeah, they were definitely opposites. I mean, I feel like with the other woman, from what I remember, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong. She was more structured. She wanted a normal meditation center to some degree, you know, which I think is totally respectable. I don't think everything has to be the same chaos. I think you can have both in that. And that's what was great about Theodore was he kind of, I mean, whoever was kind of able to take the reins was given the freedom to do so. I mean, that's how I felt about it.
Yeah. So, you know, so my project that I'm doing right now and all of this is kind of it's something that I've been learning with Seattle and just having all this access to the community and the possibility is how necessary it is to go step by step and go slow and steady. You know, I was thinking about like starting up because something about Vietnam, I really feel connected here. And so I mean, years ago when I was totally, you know, I was a monk, but I was totally just delusional to think that I could start a tabarwa in Vietnam and operate it as a monk and, you know, just internally not being equipped to do that and that externally not being possible because of the religious restrictions in Vietnam, you know, and especially with tabarwa. But so what I'm looking at now, this is my hope, is to really get established here in Vietnam, you know, on my own with my wife, with my partner here as much as I can, and slowly start making steps to, you know, to buy property, to buy land for a meditation center. So I mean, like me and my wife, we could buy a home, and we're looking at it, but like a small home or a small property in a not, you know, not a too, you know, wealthy area or whatever for just like, you know, $20,000 or something, $10,000 or $20,000, something like that. So we're looking at that. But the longer term thing that I'm looking at is trying to create, you know, a center that's not necessarily a Buddhist meditation center, but you know, maybe you know, we need a lawyer. You need a lawyer. You need to do things the right way, but where people can come and stay and live and be comfortable and live together in community, you know, under these values, and where I can, you know, share the way that I do things with the live streaming into giving people a door into a community and then them having an opportunity to come and participate with that. So not like a whole big minded thing, but that's what I'd like to do. And so it would probably look like, you know, just in the next 2 or 3 years, me and my wife getting a property, hopefully with some space, right? But then that just being a way for me and to be more established here and more settled and doing my work that I'm already doing. And then for people to come and visit and stay there. And then to kind of from that start looking at property, you know, for a bigger project in the next like 5 years, something like that.
My question is, why is it like you could do it on your own, but you couldn't do it with Tabarwa?
So Tabarwa is very well known by the Vietnamese Buddhist government. So it's possible that Seattle could support if it got to that stage. where we're really looking at property or looking at buildings or something like that, and to do it in a secular way, because Seattle has received a lot of donations for property and land in Vietnam that he can't really use. So that's definitely a possibility, but I'm not just like hoping for that alone, but that's definitely possible. So if it would be a Tabarwa center, or if it would be a Buddhist center, then that's directly under the guidance of the Vietnamese Buddhist Sangha, which works with the government. So that's a whole box of worms. But
Gotcha.
but if it was something like a quote unquote Tabarwa hostel, a Tabarwa backpacking center in Dalat or something like that, that would be totally possible. That would just be kind of under the veil of a business while actually being more of a yoga center or a community center, etc.
What do you think about the Tabarwa way? And I mean, obviously you've seen it kind of work different ways in different countries, and so have I. I'm just curious what your take on all that is now.
It's exactly what you said. It's just different people at different times when the conditions arise that Seattle can support that and be involved with that. If the value is there, if the generosity is there, if the conditions are there. And Seattle just has an extremely high level of discernment that basically I don't think that you or me or Shiva can really even begin to grasp that. I mean, Shiva doesn't really know Seattle like that we've spent time with him. But that's my understanding, that there's like the exposure that we've had to Seattle and what he's doing has been very much in the initial phases. So if you check in with like what Seattle is doing in America right now, you've got people like coming in that are at a very much more high level of organization, and then are taking a step over and taking a step onward from what like Al established, and those different ways of doing things that were not very high level as we would think about it. So I think it's going to take time.
That kind of backfired pretty badly.
Yeah. But I think that's also a part of Seattle's work, because all of this is like an opportunity for training, especially when people need that kind of training. So you could have, there's tons of people out there that think that they could do a meditation center and a quote unquote Tabarwa center, but they're not actually in a position mentally where they can do that, let alone having people connecting and stuff. I was talking with Shiva about this and my audience, how I was saying like how confusing it can be if we say me and you and Shiva, we're all coming together and we were going to build a community and we were going to do this thing where, now everybody gets these big ideas about themselves and what they want to do. And then it's all this confusion comes in, where when that energy of the detachment and the simple principles that Seattle uses, actually what I find is that they allow people to work together in a very easy way, when that communication can actually be there, when it's based on generosity, when it's based on self-sacrifice, when it's based on detachment.
Yeah, I think in my mind, you can't have a community that's better than the people. And, a lot of times the people have been really, people that are really struggling, right? They're struggling with drugs, really at the bottom. You get some people that are more maybe educated, developed, or renunciation. They want to be monks or whatever. But, I mean, we've been around them. There's just very few of those, or it's just kind of like, I just say, because obviously there's a whole political Buddhist thing going on as well, right? Where it's not really about trying to grow. They're using their own kind of influence, and it's just Buddhist political influence almost. And they're almost like politicians or something.
That's why I'm focusing on doing my own thing. So I'm not creating these. Of course, I follow Seattle. I believe in Tabarwa entirely. I don't want to go and live in America. The rent is too damn high. The energy there just isn't. It's not appealing to me. Like going and going out. Because even though I have like my studio, I have my apartment here now, so I do most of my live stream, my work here. But like, let's say it's nice to go out to a coffee shop and relax and have a coffee and do live streaming and stuff like that. So to do that here in Vietnam, I mean, there's hundreds, there's thousands of places that I would just like find a home there where I could just go and spend like 8 hours a day live streaming or doing my work there, working with people, talking with people online. Whereas in America, I mean, the energy wouldn't be there for me to go into a space like that. It's just like this overwhelming struggle and focus on making money and worry
Mhm.
that just isn't here in Vietnam. So I want to start really small and really simple. I want to keep doing what I'm doing. I want to create more space for people who'd like to come and visit or like to come and practice with me or collaborate with me to come and do what I'm
Mhm.
doing, and just let that build in a way that's not about, how are we going to save the world, but how are we going to save each other, and then how can that like create empowered people that can actually work together and then open up a door for more people to come in and because what Tabarwa doesn't have, it doesn't have a hub for Western people. And
Mhm.
I know that this a lot of people don't know about Tabarwa, but where people can come in and connect, and this is a big possibility in southern Italy, but now I'm like committing to Vietnam. People can come in and connect as backpackers or volunteers or people that are just curious about all this stuff. They can come in, they can live, they can learn about what's going on experientially, and then they can decide to go and be a monk or a nun or volunteer in Myanmar, or that we
Mhm.
have a group of people that can actually sit down and talk about projects from being stabilized and established, in our communications with each other, instead of these
Well,
like
I think
out of control big ideas about saving the world and how we're going to help all the homeless people in LA. Shiva's here. I just want to see if Shiva wants to say anything. I think you should be able to hear him.
real quick, I just want to say one thing is I think we're 100% on the same page, by the way. I really do.
And that's why I think that, of course we were brothers and, we supported each other and we were on the path together, but we were both a lot more immature than we are now. But
Yeah.
also it was
Mhm.
just like the grandiosity of the situation and the idea and the way that Seattle talks about what's going on is just so overwhelming. And it removes this grounding point, especially for Westerners, because we don't have this Buddhist background with the monks and nuns. So it's good, it's
Mhm.
nice, it's great, but the vision is just so big that Seattle offers that it's like, and I apologize, man, because I was really lost in my ego at that time, and you know, but I'm happy that you're still here.
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that. And I feel like, I mean, it's been amazing. Even talking a little bit, man, the amount of just love and just understanding I feel like we have was just so unexpected, so instant, coming from kind of where that all left off to like how I feel now. I mean, I think we really just are like, yeah, it's maturity on both sides. And I couldn't, agree with you more that, moving towards a real spiritual space with like minded people. I mean, I kind of feel like we could create a little bit of a, spiritual nomad little hub, because the thing that I've always missed out is just having conversations, man. There's just not, I mean, I'm sure you've experienced, right? You go through all this stuff. There's not many people you can talk to, I mean, there really isn't. I think that's even with all three of us. It's like just to have some sort of deep spiritual brothers that you can be together with that can build something to me is like always been the goal, but it's been impossible to find.
Yeah, brothers and sisters as well.
Yeah.
So that's my vision right now. It's totally simple. I mean, look, I'm just looking at myself getting more established in Vietnam, and then as hopefully that works out, then looking at maybe getting a bigger space and a space for that, having a lawyer, maybe even starting a business here in Vietnam, which is not that expensive. It's not that much money. And
Mm-hmm.
just in terms of vibes, like I remember we talked about that before, or I had a similar idea about that, like when you were talking about when you try to like invest in that club or something. But
Mm-hmm.
if the money was there, it's really investment, right? Because you could have all the money, but people just aren't invested. Where setting up a hotel, a hostel, a traveler's hub, whatever you want to, whatever it would be, call it, it's not that much money to do something like that in Vietnam and to make it a place where people would be very happy to come and stay. Like that's not that. I mean, that's the only business that I could see myself being involved with, and just for the purpose of creating the space. But it's 100%. It's 100% going to take a lot of time of people who are more experienced and more willing to communicate with each other, to like delineate and drop out all the fluff and all the bullshit ego that people bring to these situations where they're kind of just like leeches. They come in, they leech off of the energy and they diminish it, and they try to make it what their experience can make it. But everybody doesn't have the same experience. And it's just as ridiculous as saying like that people can't start a business, only because it's spiritually intertwined and it's so much in the mind. Everybody says, well, I have a fair share of the mind as well. And so having these kinds of conversations, you actually need to get people to come in and be embodied, so that you actually are giving lessons to these people that are like parasocially showing up and minimizing things that in a way that doesn't have anything to do with the conversation that's actually going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
I mean, I think growing up in LA, I've been around so much more new age type of stuff, and trying to find a spiritual home, even the Buddhist stuff with the rules and the strictness. I think we've kind of been through a lot of, I think, and studied a lot of different traditions as well. And you just start coming to the conclusion that there's just not many people out there.
There's 100% not. At least not in like public spaces, in just people that come across it. Like, just because 100%, just because I'm doing a live stream, or the Dalai Lama or Seattle or the 1,000 times more enlightened and more wealthy version of yourself spiritually is doing a live stream, and tens of thousands of people are coming across it, there's going to be like a 1% or less than 1% of people that can actually stop and listen and say, oh, wait a minute, actually, I'm really sincere, I'm really authentic, I'm really genuine, and I'd actually like to listen to what this person has to say, and I'm curious about what's going on, rather than making it into an ego thing about themselves because they're not the person who's having the conversation. Let alone that people just don't, and they don't have to care so much about these kinds of things. So I'm trying to step back from this whole idea of when I was like a monk, and I'm like trying to make people care about this stuff and make people see me in a way where like they feel like they should care about this kind of stuff, and just change it to, this is going on and I want to make this available and accessible to people, and totally drop these ideas of grandeur, like these big, great projects and plans of what's going to come out and what's possible, and just simplify and stabilize it and bring it to these relationships with people who are willing to have these conversations. And I think that as that builds, as people are actually willing to invest, and the money is a very small part of it. It just comes from a poverty mindset where it's like, oh, $100,000 to start a business in Vietnam, that's so much money, we could never make that. That's just $100,000 is nothing. It's a small amount of money. I mean, just talk about investment or something. You could take out hundreds.
Getting enough for a down payment. I'm sure we could still even finance something pretty easily, because $100,000 even financing, and you pay rent. Yeah. I mean, it's really not hard.
Yeah. So
I don't know if I can somehow get a visa too if I put enough money in. Because I know that to get a visa there might be an investment visa where if you put enough money in, you are granted a visa or something like that.
I'll tell you, Jason, in terms of you coming out here and finding a Buddhist wife, and I would hope she'd have, at least be a spiritual wife. I mean, there's a lot of options. It's not going to take too much time.
Well, that's the thing. When I even came back over there, I felt like really, it was one of the best places, even in terms of dating. I met a lot of really cool, some of them I still talk to today. There's this girl that mispronounced, when we were good friends, and she mispronounced calculator. She said cuculator, so that became like her nickname. So I called her cuculator after that. But
I don't want to get into the whole height thing. I don't want to get into the whole height and looks maxing thing. But so So yeah, I just want Shiva to share a little bit if he can. Shiva, are you there?
Yeah, Jason, good to see you. Good to hear from you.
This is so crazy that Shiva knows you,
Yeah.
Jason. Isn't this crazy?
Yeah,
That we
I
all
mean,
know
it's
each
before
other
even
from
ordained,
before.
man.
Yeah, that's crazy. So
Yeah, I'm glad you're doing well, and come over. Come to Asia. We'll build something.
Yeah, man, I really am all in. I mean, I think I'm going to end up giving myself August. I'll quit right before August starts, and then I'll give myself that 1 month to pack up all my stuff and sell whatever I have to sell because I got to sell my truck and all that. But then I'll make my way over there pretty much. I was kind of debating, you know, how to get over there. I think I'm going to spend probably a little bit in LA, see my parents. I won't see them for a while after that, and then start heading that way. I wasn't sure if I wanted to skip around and go to Bali and then Vietnam or whatever because we're going, you know, west to east or whatever. But I'll figure that as time gets closer.
no,
Nice.
it's super easy with your budget, Jason. I mean, if you like just you know you can just stay in Vietnam as long as you want because you have a degree, right, Jason? Anyway.
Yeah, I do.
So
I have a
that's
bachelor's.
easy. That's 100% easy way. But also, Vietnam is so flexible and open with visas. Like you could just spend the whole. And look, this is this is something I'm trying to entirely get out of. Is like my ideals that I'm trying to put into other people about doing something in particular. Like everybody can go and do whatever they want. I'm not trying to convince anybody to do what I want them to do. But just in terms of logistics, you can just take a visa trip from like a 1 day trip from Cambodia back to Vietnam, like every 3 months indefinitely, or at least for a year.
Yeah,
You can do that.
I guess I've been debating if I wanted to give myself a little bit of time in between to really like detox from being in the world and being over here and all the other stuff, you know, and wondering if I should detox, you know, maybe in Bali a little bit more alone, just get like kind of centered and then come over there, or I should just come straight there. That's the thing I haven't really figured out yet.
Well, I mean, this is just ongoing, and me doing the live streams and me working with Shiva and me hanging out and doing my art and doing my own stuff. But Bali's cool. I stayed at a hotel for like I binged a little bit. I think I spent like $50 a night or $60 a night for a hotel in Bali. It was super super sweet, really nice bathtub, really quiet. Um, Bali in general, I was saying Shiva could maybe tell you a little bit more about it, but Bali in general is kind of the air is very polluted. There's a lot
Oh, really?
of there's a lot of commercialism and like neo-colonialism going on. Um,
Do not go to Bali.
I mean, no, I'll tell you the hotel I stayed at. If you want to detox for a week or 2 weeks, it's a sweet ass place to stay.
Well, there was like, I think I was looking more into the digital nomad thing and trying to like see how that all looked and kind of meet some of those people, almost as a way of like networking, I guess. Just curious about different opportunities. I do eventually, I think, want to find a way to be, make some money online, whatever that looks like. And I still haven't really figured it out. And I've read other attempts. I thought kind of like the web development stuff would be cool before, but it's just a dead market because there's too many people willing to do it for too little money. But I mean, I'm going to give myself about 3 months at least just to like not do anything before I really start diving into all that. Because I mean, I should have enough to live for 2 years without having to really work.
Sure.
And I'll figure it out in the meantime.
This is one of the main principles that I'm trying to learn more and trying to practice more with, and that Seattle teaches about finding ways for us to work together with our skills rather than using our skills to work for ourselves. That's one of the biggest things that I think is missing in the mentality for a lot of people, and why people just crash back down to being alone or not making that much development in terms of merit, because they use what they have for themselves. They use their skills for themselves, and then through them doing that, they're not making a lot of merit because it's very selfish focused. And then in the other side, they're not building these relationships that can be leveraged to create other relationships. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I
So
would
like
say I'm very open to new ways of friendship and learning and working.
Because there's a really deep thing here that's quite subtle in terms of human interaction, where like my relationship with Shiva and my relationship with you in terms of practicing generosity, in terms of meeting each other at this place of not being self-fixated or self-focused and yet working together, it totally shifts the dynamic for people that are watching and listening to that. So being able to actually do that and build that, it creates a totally different teaching for people who are then listening to that. It takes them,
I think part of
it's
it,
like
though,
they
is
have to
finding
come
similar
out.
values.
They have to come out of their self-fixation, because me and you, or me and Shiva and you, or whoever, are outside of our self-fixations in working together.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think a lot of it, the reason why that hasn't arisen previously too, is just finding people with similar values. You know what I mean? It's very hard. I think values are a big thing. And when you feel like, you know, living in a world where no one shares your values, it's kind of automatic that you're just going to isolate and start worrying about yourself. And I'm tired of that. I don't want to be in that. You know what I mean? But I think it's been like where you know, to find people you can trust and understanding and values and all this stuff has to come together. And that, to me, it creates sort of like a basis for a spiritual family, really, which is what we're really trying to do here.
From the beginning, from before I even knew really what, like the moment that I knew what spirituality was, I wanted to build spiritual community. But there's no spiritual community that's built without mutual self-sacrifice and practicing together and collaborating with one another in a way that's not for our self-benefit, our personal self-benefit. So it's great. I mean, you've seen it with Tabarwa. It's great when everybody has the same ideals, but that can ultimately be very shallow when we're not practicing to self-sacrifice together. When we're not giving up ourselves together. And when we do that together, we're creating a structure where other people can come in and do that together. Whereas when it's just about ideals, it's like there has to be some like cult incentive to it. You know, like there has to be some monetary gain or some status gain or some kind of gain that's not actually about developing ourselves and being free of ourselves, but just getting what we want. And if our main focus is in getting what we want, then we're in the same ego trap that we started with.
Yeah, it's subtle. I just think that it's so hard for most people. It's hard at this stage, I think, where you can they can see any of it, right? It's so subconscious and so contrary to society and programming. And it takes a long while, which I think we've both been through a pretty long process of self-reflection and growth, and that's why I think something really great can happen here.
It can't, because it can't. If we can't embody it, then other people can't see it in an embodied way. And we're always going to be trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator of these people that are in poverty, either materially or mentally, right? To kind of parasocially identify with us and then want us to be a teacher, want us to be in that position or this position, and for them to then be lifted up or whatever, or have a higher position in relationship to us because now we're in that position. So I see that in
I think you're really hitting it on the head.
I see that in Shiva, where he like tries to create this superficial dynamic of like, hey, everybody, we share the same ideals, so we don't have to like work together deeply or have deep discussions together or do things deeply together. Just like donate to me and support me, and I'll keep living the way I'm living, and we'll go and visit a spiritual place together. But the reality is we have to create a spiritual place where people can come and practice or be together with us. And if we can't create something like that in ourselves, in our own life, in being stabilized in our own life, materially and spiritually, then there's not really anything that we can offer other people other than them like parasocially identifying with our ideals and that we're attractive, or that people are listening to us or whatever, the same old kind of grift that everybody online is trying to do, trying to sell the persona, trying to sell the idea rather than giving a space where people can come and actually volunteer and participate or be involved in whatever way.
Yeah, and I think the energy will speak for itself, and our interaction. I think it's a good point, and the difference in them being something that people actually will be able to be like, "Huh, that's so interesting."
Right.
That they're able to interact in that way. Even with you and Shiva, though, I was honestly, despite the fact that there's a lot of back and forth or whatever, and I get where you're coming from. I think that there's something beautiful in the fact that you guys can still come together in terms of just striving spiritually and wanting to give each other space to grow too, which is kind of cool. And that's a lot of it also.
You're lagging.
Go ahead, Shiva.
Am I?
No.
We can't hear you now.
We could talk with each other that way with Shiva.
Yeah, I can hook it back up on my computer here.
So it has to be it has to be an invite that you accept on your phone through the YouTube app. And then I think any YouTube channel that you have will let you show up through it. Then people can see your channel through that. But anyway, it's just like joining the video call, but you have to have the YouTube channel on your phone to join the video call.
I'll try.
Okay.
See if it works.
All right, I'll send you the invite. So I'll hang up and I'll send you the invite, Jason.
Okay, through YouTube?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna send you a link on text message, and then you click it on your phone, and it should open up your YouTube app. Make sure your YouTube app is closed before you click the link, and then it should take you right into the live stream.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
All right. And I am kind of an asshole. But sometimes that's, I'm not just doing that. I'm trying, to be an asshole. I'm trying to do that because I think that maybe there's boundaries that need to be set for people to work together. Shiva, you want to share anything?
No, not really.
And I apologize for being an asshole. I don't get off on being a bad person. I'm trying to get off on being a good person.
That's all that matters. That's what counts.
All right, let's see if this works, eh? This would be a big deal if it works. Oh, he's joining. Humble stature. Uh-oh, Shiva. Uh-oh, Shiva. Your worst nightmare. Okay, Jason, can you see me? What? All right, hold on. Uh-oh. We're in bad situation. Hold on. You can't hear me, right? You can hear me, okay, but I can't hear you. So Shiva, what do I do if I already started the live stream, but now I can't hear Jason?
Close the YouTube app and restart it.
And it'll come right back up and start stream again?
Yeah, you'll
Okay, hold on.
click on live and then click
Yeah,
continue stream.
Okay, can you hear me, Jason?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can see you too. All right, so just to
I got a weird echo though.
a weird echo.
Oh, we
hold
can't
on.
see him on the live
Yeah, like
stream.
I'm on speaker.
I think you're gonna have to end it and restart it because we can't see him.
Really?
Yeah, it's just you.
All right, hold on, Jason. I'm going to send you another link. One sec.
Okay. Try again.
I wonder what's going on. Am I getting hacked in some way? If anybody out there is hacking me in some way, please do not do that right now.
Yeah, do it later.
Yeah, hack me later. My spiritual friend is coming to Vietnam. All right, here we go.
Thank you, Sarah Null, for your donation.
Okay, how's this?
Oh, good. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right, here we go.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah. All right, so I'm just going to start by introducing you a little bit, Jason.
Go for it.
Okay, deep bow, everyone. Thank you for joining this live stream. This is Dr. Rob. So some people have heard me talk about a former enemy of mine, Jason Manu Ream, who some things I don't want to talk about, but who's a lot taller than me, a lot bigger than me, and came into my monk life when I was at a young stage, and kind of changed the dynamic where I wasn't the white monk guy because, of course, he was a lot bigger and taller than me and whiter than me, and that hurt my ego. But anyways, so Jason is a very successful used car salesman or car salesman.
I do both.
Well, let's go for used. Well, I've been referring to you as a used car salesman, Jason. But anyways, this is a friend of mine who's very sincere, real spiritual practitioner on the path. This is somebody who has spent years as a monk, years following my teacher as well. And this is somebody that I feel is actually a really important part of my life and a great teacher in my life. Frankly, I feel a lot of energy right now. And I'm happy for my friend Jason here to actually be possibly coming to Vietnam and connecting more with what's going on here. And I thought it'd be a good idea to invite him onto the live stream and for us to have a conversation. And Jason actually also knows Shiva. So Jason and Shiva knew each other before me and Jason knew each other. And so this is the show. This is the live stream. And thank you for being here, Jason. You look beautiful. You look great.
Awesome, man. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
My previous mortal enemy. You know, the funny part is, like, you know, you're talking about someone taller and bigger, but when we were in, you weren't there. In Italy, there was a monk that was taller than me. He was
Right.
actually 7 foot.
Yeah, I saw that.
You know, yeah, it's hilarious. But yeah, I'll just pronounce my own name just because it's Jason Manu. Manu is actually my spiritual name because I was born in a Hindu ashram. So both my parents were hippies. So I grew up around a whole bunch of basically casual Shaivism and different teachers from India flying over to LA, and then my parents would organize their events and all that. And then I also did a meditation center for a year, the Vipassana retreats for a year straight, my mid-20s as well. And then around 30, I ended up doing the monk stuff. But that's a little bit of my background, I guess. But yeah, I'm honored, and I'm just so happy that Rob and Shiva, you guys are both here. Continue on the path and so seriously. I mean, I think I've definitely felt a lot less alone, you know, and inspired to quit my job now and fully kind of commit to, you know, building a community, man, building a community and living the spiritual life, and that the life is not about money and how much you can get, and it's a rat race, but actually trying to do inner work in a way that's serious. You know, most people, it's all posturing, it's all trying to be right about whatever philosophy they've adopted. It's not really about real introspection. But I think for both you and Shiva, I mean, it seems like you're both very committed to that, and I think we're aligned, and it's beautiful, man. I don't think I felt this aligned, you know, ever in terms of being able to build something, and I love it.
Yeah. And it came to mind what you said about what Seattle teaches of kind of doing external work as a way to practice internal work. Because there seems to be some problem when we focus so much on internal work, but it's like we're kind of just spiraling in our own mind and maybe being more comfortable with our own mind, but there's a lot of lack of access to challenges that are beyond our mind. You know, and I for me, spirituality is all about being beyond the mind, beyond the personal identity, and using my life not for myself but for everyone.
Yeah.
So yeah, for me, I do feel hopeful. I do feel open, but it's more coming from a place of me just being willing to continue doing the work that I'm doing and trying to learn from more people and bring more people into that who want to take this seriously and practice together with me and see where that goes.
And I just think about every day that I'm going to die. You know, I don't think I've even talked to you about this. I end up having, I hate that it's triggered by mushrooms, but I had a really crazy mushroom experience. I almost died. I actually am going to take it to the hospital. I did about 8 grams of mushrooms by myself in Florida at a hotel, and absolutely lost my mind. And it was one of the most spiritually enlightening experiences I've had. It completely wiped me out. And it's, I think part of the reason is just processing that experience. It's probably one of the most traumatic things that's ever happened in my life as well.
When was this?
It's a long story. This was probably about, let's say 5 months ago, 4 months ago.
Dude, this
maybe
is
more like 6 now.
Yeah,
6 to 4, somewhere there.
I don't know how much you want to share about it, but this is right in line with like the experience I had in India, where I basically have you had this experience where there's like there's a point in your spiritual practice or your meditation where it's almost like you're like a dog that gets a hold of a bone that has some meat on it, and you just don't want to let it go, and you just give everything, your whole body and mind, to whatever it is that you're doing, like holding onto that bone. And of course, for me, that's been spiritual practice and stuff. But that happened in India. And I was just basically like, I was going so deep into my mind, and I wasn't eating. I was not drinking water sometimes. I was eating discarded food. I wasn't sleeping. I was just constantly pushing beyond myself and my boundaries. And then I was leaving the group with Seattle, and I was going to this big Mahakumbhala festival, and I was just pushing. It was almost like I was pushing myself into hell. And
Yeah.
I remember one morning I woke up at the Tabarwa Center in Bodh Gaya, India. And that's another reason that, kind of going on a different tangent, but that's another reason that I think building relation, and we got to spend a lot of time together. We have to sacrifice a lot together, like people like you and me and people who are interested in this stuff, to create relationships where like we can take a group of people and we can go to Bodh Gaya, India, or we can go and do a retreat, not so that we can make money, but so that we can deepen our spiritual practice and bring other people into deepening their spiritual practice. That's a real pilgrimage. But so and Tabar was very relaxed. There's not really much to be stressed about other than the heat and the lack of nice place to sit and relax and do work, or there's no comfort, but generally it's very relaxed. There's not a lot of pressure from just the natural pressure. And I remember waking up one morning and I woke up in terror. Like I was at the Tabar and I just woke up in this state of terror, and it wasn't about anything in particular, but it was just this like rainfall, this waterfall of terror and wrath that I was bringing myself to. And it just spiraled and spiraled and spiraled. It kept going on. And it was a total deconstruction of my ego and totally like ripped my robes off my back to where I didn't want whatever it was. I didn't want to be carrying any symbol with me. I didn't want to be representing for anything of myself. And I think I was sick of this spiritual ego that I developed of being a monk,
Yeah.
And, that led me to eventually getting married and now being here in Vietnam and trying to settle down because I just spent all those years traveling. So there's still that thing in me that's saying, okay, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? And I'm trying to leverage the niceness of what I have right now, the simplicity of it, to not try and take myself to the next thing, but just how can I make the very best use of this to help more people? Because I think I am in the right position and place to settle down and to keep deepening and to keep opening and to keep giving to move forward in my practice and bringing more people into that practice as well, if they want to collaborate. Not even about me being a teacher. I don't want to be a teacher. I don't want people to be sniffing up my butt every morning because I'm supposed to be teaching meditation or I'm supposed to be leading something. I want to collaborate with people, who are serious about doing good deeds and being mindful and talking about what detachment is and what these sutras and these teachings mean.
I mean, I think if you actually comprehended really like how to grow spiritually, you actually prize that more than everything else. And a lot of people can't comprehend that. They don't comprehend what actually is going to cause you to spiritually grow. And I ask them to get caught in that trap of thinking they know something when it's not really about knowing, right? And that's what you realize when your mind starts, cracks. I mean, I've had it happen to me many times at different levels of depth. I think the difference of this last one with the mushrooms, I'm not a big drug person. I've done mushrooms maybe 4 times in my life. But I got really cocky because usually I have really good psychic control. And so I was like, well, I can just take a bunch of these and I'm going to be fine. I can pull it together. That spiritual ego, right? It's like I'm already strong enough. I don't have a problem. The next thing I knew, man, like, I didn't know, like, first thing that happened is I thought I was dead. Like, I thought my life was over and I was in a video game and it was restarting and I was going through the process of how to restart the game. And, ended up going out in basically the lobby of this high-end hotel, very expensive. And end up, first thing is like, I end up seeing this woman there and I end up grabbing her wrist and she flips the fuck out as
you did this in the hotel room, right? And then
I ended up leaving my hotel room. I was alone.
But when you started, you took the mushrooms in your hotel room.
Yeah.
You went into full, basically like spiritual, not even spiritual psycho, but total like psychosis. Spiritual psychosis,
I was
right?
dead.
You were gone. You were totally gone, totally crazy, totally removed from reality in all ways.
Yeah.
And then you went out of the hotel room as a 6'7" testosterone-filled guy, and you went out and just started interacting, or what were you weren't thinking, or?
Well, at first, like it was kind of weird because first it just shoots you up, right? So like it's life is like a cosmic joke at some level, right? And you kind of hit that like pretty early in that, where it's like this is just one big cosmic joke. None of this is real, and there's truth in that, and you have to kind of unpack it more. It's not quite You know, it's not real, but also it's the thing that we're working with, and it should be respected as well. So, yeah, get you into space. I see this woman, you know, and I'm like, I've basically reached like the peak. I'm God incarnated pretty much at this point. You know, just going out and exploring his world. It's like not real. It's just a video game out there exploring. But I go out into the hallway and I see this woman, and I'm thinking, okay, well, we're gonna go on an adventure together. And so I end up like grabbing her wrist. She flips out, but I get so shocked by it because I don't realize what's going on, you know. And then she runs off. You know, I wasn't even trying to do anything. I was just trying to take her on an adventure, you know. But very like casual. Grab her wrist. She flips out. I'm like, oh fuck, you know what's going on? Why did she react that way? She runs off. Like that's into that. Okay, for the record. But then I end up like basically looking out at this hotel. It overlooks the ocean in a super high end place, and I'm just like, you know, going through, man, like I basically realized that like everything is consciousness, and that I've hidden parts of myself to create my reality. And that even like femininity is just the part that I push, the part that's out for myself, and that's why I'm able to chase it. But it's really just me, and everything kind of came back to me. I just see how it was all kind of connected, and how consciousness is able to constrict itself to build out reality. And I went through this whole process from top to bottom of going from basically back out to nothing, being God, to building myself back in this thing.
So how'd you get to the hospital?
So I ended up basically, after that happened, I got in the elevator and changed floors and went to another floor because I was on like the 15th floor of this giant nice hotel. And I went to like the 10th floor, broke a table, threw up, and then the cops found me because the woman went and they told the cops like, hey, there was a guy up here already just, you know, trying to grab my hand or whatever. And so the cops found me, and then the cops basically realized I was fucked up, and they ended up calling the ambulance on me. Or not on me, but basically getting me in an ambulance like, this guy's fucked up, like we got to figure it out.
Because you weren't being aggressive. You weren't being,
no.
Yeah, so you didn't have any aggression, so they probably sensed that.
Yeah, it wasn't like, and they were just like, oh, well, this guy's obviously fucked up, we got to get him to the hospital, basically. And so they sent me in the ambulance, bro, and I just think that I'm being reborn. Like, they have me strapped down to the freaking thing they're wheeling around, right? Where what's it called? The gurney, I guess. Yeah. But they got me strapped down to that, and I'm flipping out, and I think I'm at the hospital. I'm like, okay, well, the reason I'm at the hospital is I'm going to be born as a new baby. Like, I have died. This is the restarting process. I'm going to decide what I want, and then we're going to go through this, and I'm going to be reborn again in my next life. Here we go. And then I end up waking up, literally stripped butt naked except for a robe, completely empty room with just an IV and this machine in there and nothing else, and no one's in there. And I'm like sober now. I'm just like, oh fuck, what just happened?
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of you coming to Vietnam, it can't come soon enough because, man, I tell you, I've really been wanting to get in shape and to work on my physical health, and just how spiritually geared and directed my mind is. Like, I can't make that so much of a big priority. I mean, there's a lot of things. Even buying a motorbike, which I'm planning to do, it's difficult to make that a big priority because I just see that that's not the most important. But man, it would be great when you're here, you know, if you stay nearby or whatever, and we can go to the gym and work out and help each other that way. That would be absolutely fantastic. That would be a godsend for me. Total godsend.
Yeah, I'm all for that, for sure. I'm all for that. I mean, you know, before I did this, you know, selling cars, I was a firefighter for about a year. And then before that, I was a personal trainer for about a year as well over here. I got a little bit of knowledge in terms of working out. Yeah. You know, I'll have some fun. A lot of it's diet, though, and stuff. But I don't know. It can be, like most things that you self-improvement, most of the time it's just pain in the beginning. And then it becomes your new normal. I mean, that's the hard part. Is in the beginning you're just suffering pretty much.
Well,
through and through.
You're gonna love Hong because you might have met her. You might have known her briefly. She was at some of the places we were at when we were monks with Siadha. You know, one of the Vietnamese nuns. So.
Oh, she was a nun before?
Yeah, she was a nun with Siadha before. So basically, after I crashed out and went through this like total spiritual psychosis, because there was a lot of awareness with what was going on, but I couldn't like stop pushing myself beyond my limit. And then it was also like some self-harm in that of not eating and not sleeping and not drinking the water and stuff like that. And it basically got my place to this point where, because she was my friend for years, we got along, when she was a nun. And I just reached out to her and I asked her to come and help take care of me, because I had to leave from India because I didn't want to deal with. So I left Seattle in the group, because you know how Seattle doesn't really regulate the people around him. He doesn't step up and tell people to calm down or check people. And so it can be this psychic storm going around that's just total insanity, the way that people are acting, and he just won't say anything or do anything about it. So I was going in between a dream world and being in real life. That's how my mind was. And I just couldn't take all this energy that was going back and forth with people, which was just, for me, was totally not connected to what we were doing, being mindful and detached and just all the busyness of what was going on, right? So we took this train in India to some place, to Mumbai or something, for this big session and talk at some hotel or whatever. And I just said, I'm fucking done with this. And I was kind of angry at Seattle because he wasn't stepping, he always is like that. So it wasn't rare, but I was just so sensitive. And the train got there and I was just I'm not going with you people. And I was totally, at this point, totally vulnerable, totally dead. I'd already taken off the robes. I had no idea where I was going to go. I had no idea about anything, right? But I was I completely reject this whole situation. And then I was just there. And I had to get out of India. And for whatever reason, this is the person that I said, can you come and help take care of me and meet me in Thailand? And they said, yeah, that they were willing to do that. And they came and they helped me settle. It took me weeks. It took me months to even be able to sit in front of a camera again and talk with people. When I was leaving India, so I'd already broke off from the group and what they were doing. And I stayed at a hotel for a while and, was wearing kind of normal clothes again. Just going to the airport and being around a bunch of other people, it was, my body became transparent. My mind was outside my body. My mind was outside of my body. It wasn't in my body. And I had no ability to separate myself between the mental energy of and the body of myself and all the other people. There was no ability to do that. So I was constantly overwhelmed. And so it turned out we decided to get married and support. I mean, it was a long process before we thought about that, because I didn't even know if I wanted to do that, because I've just been traveling. I've just been alone. I've just been independent. But it's a spiritual relationship, and she supports me to do my work, and she takes care of me so well. And there's a part of myself that's a bachelor, want to have different relationships with different women, and you get looks and people have interests, whatever. But I can see how not important that part of myself is. I don't want to have anything to do with that. So if I wasn't in this kind of relationship and in this kind of commitment, then I would be going into that kind of stuff. And that doesn't lead anywhere, because the lust takes over. So
and I mean, that's been my number one struggle. I've been very honest about that always.
Well, we've talked about that before, right?
Yeah. It's difficult. And that's the one reason too. It's I need community. I need other people. You just can't be alone almost, because if you're going through these things that are breaking yourself open and you don't have any sort of support there or any sort of understanding, it's it's just it all just kind of creeps back in, because you're just going to have to interact with society and acclimate to that in order to function. I wanted to say one thing though, and this is the thing, is I don't think that most people make a differentiation between going through a psychosis or a mania or something, and actual real spiritual breakthroughs.
Oh,
the
for
fact
sure.
that they can look so similar.
For sure.
It's they really. I could have someone else that just does a bunch of drugs and a bunch of mushrooms and be absolutely just addicted and not get anywhere spiritually, or it can be the most mind-opening, breakthrough that actually completely changes. And I think the proof is always in the pudding. Afterwards, I can tell you seriously went through a deep spiritual transformation. You know what I mean? That's obvious to anyone looking. That's when you have already put in a lot of work, you're ready, and those conditions arise that just allow you to get a little bit past yourself to actually see it. It's almost a lot of times spiritual intention and work can be a bit of a grind because it builds up a bit of an ego. It can
Yeah.
build up a lot of blinders in order to have to block everything else and try to go this way. And then every once in a while, you're given an opportunity where all that stuff shifts to the side. I had a couple other times too when I got really, really sick. I mean, even the reason why when we first traveled to Metsudo and we started traveling, I almost died.
I remember
in
the
beginning.
bus. I remember we were on that bus. Those kinds of trips, man. Those you can't explain that to anybody. You can't explain that to anybody at all. It's totally impossible.
Yeah. Everything was surreal, man. I remember I actually wrote a little bit about this, but I remember like being in places that never seen Westerners, man. They would come up and pet my arms because they're all hairy. Like I'm like a freaking, almost like this hairy dude, right? And they're coming up to me like, oh my God, what's this giant monk with hairy arms doing? And they start petting my arms, and I was like, this is weird, man. And this thing. It was crazy. But yeah, you get it.
This is the thing I think was very valuable for me in being the monk, because they want you to have a big ego as a monk. Unless you're staying at an Ajahn Chah tradition or a forest monastery or a Paok monastery, major part of your training is working with other people, working with like the social dynamic of that. And they want you to be proud of yourself. They want you to be spiritually proud of yourself and carry yourself in that way. And what I see in myself is how easy it is to get lost. It's almost like you can't not get lost in that. Because, of course, so many times I wanted to say, okay, I'm not a spiritual teacher. I'm not a wise guy. I'm just a monk. I'm just trying to do my thing. But it always pulls you back because you're this white monk around all these people that are seeing you and you're standing out and you're a monk. They want to worship you. They want to wash your feet. They don't care if you're enlightened. Yeah. They want to wash your feet because you're a monk. Sri Lanka. You've spent time in Sri Lanka. You know how those people are. They don't care if you're enlightened or not. You're a monk.
Yeah.
And so I see the same thing in terms of coming into community, and then people are listening, or people are, now you have a status, or now you have a position to share, or, and so now there's a new spiritual ego that gets built up about, well, I'm the spiritual guy. I'm the spiritual teacher guy. That's a part of why I act so completely crazy, because I need to create boundaries with myself and people who aren't ready for the heat and aren't ready to self-sacrifice and not put me in that position, and actually ready to practice and be miserable, frankly, so that I don't get lost in that, because that's not valuable to me. And I see how dangerous that is in actually creating collaboration and communication with each other. And it's really sneaky and it's really fucking tricky, because you start getting some money or you start getting some status. And this is like social dynamics. So now somebody's lifting you up to be a teacher because they're trying to put somebody else down because their ego doesn't want them to be a teacher. And now you think that you're a teacher just because some random person is saying that you're a teacher, to contrast with somebody else's ego for their own ego. So my thing is just, I don't want anything to do with any of that. These ideas of grandeur, of we're building something and we're building a new earth and we're building a new spiritual community, it's just a black hole. I'm looking for people who are actually ready to sacrifice themselves by coming and showing up and listening to what's going on, to what I'm sharing and to what's going on here, and then make a decision to invest or not. To invest their time, to invest their mind, to invest their money, to invest their resources, whatever it might be. But relationships are a lot more valuable than money. It's not difficult to go out and make money. It's just that if you live in America, you make more money and now you're spending more money because there's all these standards and stuff. But it's easy to go and make money and live simply. It's very difficult to build relationships with people that are actually well-rounded and aware and deep-minded and actually want to help and do something.
No, I think it's rare. I agree with you.
I wish that it wasn't. I wish it wasn't rare. It's not like I'm happy that it's rare.
And I feel like comfortable saying that now too, because I really think that it's spirituality is so subtle, and I don't know. Even I think people listening to us, I don't understand how you could understand what we're saying.
You can't. Almost. They can't. They can't, right? So that's why I lean into the entertainment stuff as well. And you see, I can't even understand that. Like I can't process that. That's why I'm always yelling at people and like insulting people, calling people white trash and calling people fucking stupid. Because I can't even understand that people couldn't understand what I'm saying for whatever reason, just my affinity, right? So that's a big question mark for me, right? Is how to have conversations and have an ongoing thing that people can be curious about and interested in, that they don't understand, but that it gives them at least something enough to want to invest and be curious so that they can learn through connection or just learn through being time around. But it seems to be a lot more easy to do that when there's more people on board. So if it's like me and you and Shiva doing something together or what have you, you know, then people can say, oh, well, I kind of get this guy's energy. I kind of get that guy's energy. And they can see that we can work together. So clearly they can also work together with everybody who's there. And then that it's not about some shallow idea about I'm a Republican, or Shiva has this thing about how women should be virgins and like he demands a virgin wife. And you better watch out, Shiva, because you're talking with a 6'7" guy that doesn't play that stuff, man. He's on an entirely different mentality. Maybe you and Shiva can do a podcast about that.
In Asia, man, I think he could probably pull it off. I don't think it's impossible to have a virgin.
He's also like xenophobic or something. How are you a xenophobic Canadian that listens to like Nick Fuentes and is like a Rush Limbaugh fan? I don't know, but
yeah. But I was gonna say, that's why I stopped doing my channel before. When it was coming to, I did my spiritual rights stuff, and I got a group of people together, and I thought I was kind of building something for a while there, but then, I ended up having kind of me and the main guy that I was doing it with, our priorities didn't align, but also I realized I hated being a teacher. Like, I wanted other people before, and to have us all kind of talk about stuff, even though it didn't really create for great content, to be honest, most of the time. Just because being in that teacher position, I'm like, I'm not gaining anything from this. Like, I'm just putting stuff out, I'm trying to be entertaining, and maybe, expressing certain ideas, but I'm not growing from this. Like, irony of like trying to do a spiritual channel, being unspiritual was just like, the irony was just too much, and I was like, I've got to stop this. But I still feel like I'd get back into it, but I just want to do it on my own terms in a different way that works, because that didn't work. That's how I feel about it.
Shiva, you want to talk to Jason? Say anything to Jason a little bit?
Yeah. Well, Jason, I think...
Hold on, Shiva. It's difficult for me to hear you. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, Jason, you need to join our channel more and be part of the conversations. We need to include you. And definitely when we're together in person, we'll make live streams. And you'll get benefits out of it. That's for sure. So...
Yeah.
But this is one of the problems. This is one of the problems, right? Because without that investment and that self-sacrifice, it all just becomes this kind of shallow show. You know what I mean? Like, we're coming together to hopefully make a little bit of money on YouTube or get a couple of views or get different people to agree, or, it's like we're using each other for content. So my question is like how to break out of that. Like, Shiva and this guy Adi Asaya, like they had that kind of relationship in that situation going. It's just like a dead end. It's like trying to be a social media guy. You can't. And I tried to talk with these two guys about this. You can't be a spiritual social media guy unless you have a bunch of money to hire Sadhguru or to donate $1 million to Sadhguru so he comes in your podcast studio at your $1 million house. Then yeah, you can be an online famous content spiritual guy. But otherwise, it's such a small group of people that are actually going to be able to come across this and tune into it. And in terms of like a commercial conversation between spiritual people, what are they going to be doing listening to Jason and Dr. Rob and Shiva? They're going to go listen to Sadhguru and Eckhart Tolle and whoever it is. So it seems like there's some need for investment and self-sacrifice where you're actually putting yourself in a vulnerable position, and that's when you're actually creating an energy and a dynamic where people don't just watch what you do, but they listen to you. They listen to what's going on. So that's my question to Shiva, man, is how can you exploit Jason for your YouTube channel? Like how you had a podcast, this ridiculous podcast with Jason about Dr. Rob and that kind of thing. I mean, nobody's more ridiculous than me, but so, but how can we actually be vulnerable together? Not just try to exploit each other, and especially not just try to exploit the viewers, because that's the worst thing.
Well, people generally speaking don't do things that don't benefit them and they don't get some rewards. So it's important to give and have something be returned, even if it's a pleasurable sensation or some feeling of satisfaction. So yeah, views, appreciation, generosity, all these things matter. You don't want to make videos for one person. And,
Yeah, but it's just like, go ahead, Jason.
I was going to say, I think that as far as actually becoming famous off any of this stuff, it's not going to happen. I think what we're trying to do is find people that are like-minded like us, right? That's kind of the goal in reaching out to those people and getting some synergy that we can build something. I think that none of us are going to be influencers, famous spiritual influencers, and I don't think we should be.
Well, not now, not in the near future. Not in the near or immediate future. I mean, 10 years down the line, it might be possible that we develop, hopefully, spiritually to a point where something changes. But 100%, you're not going to be making a bunch of money, just doing spiritual content. I'm still listening. Shiva's listening to you, Jason.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I think that what I want to do is kind of create a little bit more of like monologues and other stuff with AI. I think I showed a little bit with Rob what I had kind of in mind in terms of doing kind of deeper things that people would listen to that are insightful. And writing is a big passion of mine, whether it be like I want to write a book and see how that goes, and then also write and record stuff in order to have different talks and different speeches and stuff, and that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah. My goal and intention here is to become like a spiritual Kai Cenat or Aiden Ross or any one of these streamers. People stream and they promote gambling and degeneracy, only whatever women. But people need to get popularity that are conscious, sane, meditative, practice morality and generosity. And
well, I think that the only thing is I don't think you're considering why they're popular and what makes something popular. Popularity is, popularity contest just means a bunch of people on average think that agree with them or like them. That's all it is. So if you're going to be if you want to be popular, then you have to do things that are popular, right? So it's playing that status game that's getting on celebrities and all this other stuff, and that's how they got where they're at. But I don't think we really plan on doing that. I don't think being popular is really much of a goal. I think creating a deep spiritual community with there's very few people, and maybe some of them will be wealthy and want to contribute, that actually offers benefit is really what's the most important thing.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how time progresses and how I grow and how my values have changed. But at least right now, I can tell you popularity is a big goal of mine. That's what I want to experience. And maybe popularity means 20,000 subscribers or 50,000 subscribers, and I'll get that satisfied. But who knows? I'm definitely going for the long term and long haul. And
Jason.
yeah.
Hey, Jason, come.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh.
I was saying too, my background is marketing. I mean, I don't know if you know my bachelor's in marketing.
He come and he helped me to gym.
Really?
So
Really?
that's why I'm curious to try different things. I mean, I try to do like 3 or 4 different types of channels and seeing what actually works, because I think a lot of it's experimentation and seeing what actually hits.
Yeah, absolutely. Carrie, thank you very much. Spread love and kindness. Thank you, Carrie, for your super chat. Thank you, Seraph, as always. And legal person, yeah. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Hello, Jason.
So it's there's different elements, right? There's different dynamics of what's going on. Where like Shiva, I think is a little bit less. He's less experienced, Jason. I'm not talking about spiritual levels or anything, but just in terms of the journey and living in community and stuff, being with teachers. So he has this idea that mainly he wants to he's a spiritual guy, but he wants to exploit and leverage his kind of idea of himself as a spiritual mastermind content creator guy to make money for himself. He sees this as a business. He also sees the problem in that, but just in like a little bit of a way. And so, I'm looking at that and I'm saying that's very against my values, and it's kind of a dead end. So like Shiva has taken his YouTube channel that he's had for years, right? And his whole career and his whole life is about his YouTube channel, and he's made it entirely about me. His whole YouTube channel, his entire YouTube channel is entirely about me. His entire community right now is entirely about me. And so, what I'm trying to say to Shiva is that he needs to relook at what he's doing and how he's approaching things, to maybe what I would recommend for Shiva to do is try to just stay at a center to get some more training with a teacher. He came to meet Sayadaw and he was so intimidated. There were other factors. Well, I could have done a better job as well in facilitating him to connect with him. But he went to like in a 10-day retreat. He went to like 2 or 3 or 5 sessions that Sayadaw did for a very, very small amount of time. So, yeah, because that's entirely different from me. I mean, I'm financially independent. I'm financially secure right now. And Shiva, and I will be for the indefinite future. So I don't need to do this for money. But Shiva is not. And he wants to be that way. So even though he has these different ways of being or different mentalities, I'm still willing to work with him. I still like him. I still love him as a brother. But this is something that's very real in terms of the difference between how we're spiritually showing up. I'm not saying I don't like money or whatever, but it's just there's not a need. Whereas for Shiva, he's like, he needs for this to have a monetary aspect to it. And what I'm trying to tell Shiva is that that's kind of a dead end. And if it wasn't a dead end, he wouldn't have made his entire YouTube channel about this totally insane guy, that's just acting crazy on his channel and change his whole persona to be about being in relationship with me.
Yeah, I think there's something subconscious going on there, obviously.
Something subconscious, yeah. Like with the virgin thing. Same with the virgin thing, right? See, clearly there's some kind of subconscious situation going on.
Well, I think if you're willing, I think there's plenty of virgins. Women are born all the time. I mean, there's plenty of virgins out there. I still think if he wants a virgin and he's willing to, find a girl or whatever, I don't even.
Jason, have you ever experienced this? So this Shiva guy is like, I don't know, he's like 5'10" or something like that. He's like a normal height. He's basically 6 foot, right? But he's like super short for his height. Like he when he stands next to me, he's almost similar height to me. But in the mind image of him, he's like 5'6" or 5'7" or something. It's totally weird.
So I guess he's in your subconscious too. Then
yeah, he's in that's my subconscious relationship with it. Maybe it's me trying to cope from my past experiences with you as my spiritual brother, where you're tall for your height at 6'7".
Yeah. It's funny. Yeah. I'm just. I think. I guess in terms of Shiva, I think good for him. I think anyone that's willing to sacrifice and go out and really try, and I think he'll eventually see it. And I think he's sincere. Ultimately, that's what matters. I think if you're not dealing with truth, that I remember one of my favorite teachers is what was his name? Oh my gosh, now I'm spacing. It was Nisargadatta Maharaj, the famous Advaita Vedanta teacher. And he used to talk about how earnestness is the most important quality on the path. The sincere earnestness for truth. And I think that anyone has that. You have to go through whatever you're going to have to go through, and everyone has their weaknesses. But as long as you have a sincere, earnest desire for truth, that's all that really matters. And that's how I kind of feel about it. If I see someone that's really sincerely striving towards truth, no matter how they're messed up or what beliefs they have, then I can respect it and love them as a brother.
Yeah, I feel that way about Shiva. Because he has like these totally material, like Shiva is like afraid of Advaita Vedanta, and so he's smirking because he literally, but he's talking about like Mount Kailash. Shiva shat on Mount Kailash 3,000 years ago, and Mount Kailash is imbued with Mount Kailash's Shiva's shit, and it's like, that's maybe that's materialism. It's spiritual materialism. You know what I mean? And if you're somebody like Sadhguru, you're leading a big group of people, or you're like an influencer or something in some way. That's one thing. But if you're like you're starting from zero and you're teaching people spiritual materialism and like trying to sell them spiritual necklaces and stuff, I mean, that's like TikTok spirituality.
Well, the fact is, Shiva's going to be more aligned with most people than we are. I mean, most people aren't sure. There's a whole market there.
Oh, he knows.
This is what he's trying to do.
He's smirking. He's smirking right now. He's smirking because he doesn't even believe in that shit. And that's why sometimes I come to him. He doesn't even believe in that kind of stuff. He knows that that's all fake. He's been banned from Isha Foundation. He's been banned from his community. Can you imagine me or you being banned from Tabarwa? It's impossible. Yeah. And that's the difference. That's why I'm not like full on about Sadhguru and Isha, because they do things in a little bit of a, they don't have enough space for me. Like I reached out to them when I was a monk and I said, look, I'm a monk. I want to come here. I want to come and visit. I want to come and practice. And they said, there's no way for you to come here unless you've taken inner engineering. And of course, it's just some fake course. You watch videos. You don't have to do anything. And then you join the Zoom meeting and you get your initiation.
Yeah. I mean, I get when you have a lot of people and they're popular, so they want to not have to bother with people who don't have a basic understanding of what they're about or whatever. And it's more, that's the kind of corporate mentality. I think that it's, I don't consider the average person to be very deep. Even the average person that might be into this or that, they're usually looking for a belief system. They want to be right. They're not really looking to go deep into spiritual work. And so those things just cater to those people, and they always will. And I think they serve a thing. I mean, I've been through plenty of things. I mean, I remember I went through Landmark, which is one of these big personal development sort of things. But they're very culty at the top in terms of like wanting more money, and basically the more courses you sell, the higher up you can go. And it's, built on a kind of thing like that. But I learned a lot from them as well. I think it's even some people talk about, I never did Scientology, but I feel like Scientology, it's like where they have, certain things, you go through certain courses, maybe you learn things and they're expensive and they serve a certain purpose, and I learned certain things and then you move past it, That's why I don't really hate on it, but I also know that it's not true. But I think you have to go through, even with Shiva, I think if actually end up getting, you end up getting more women, you end up getting more money, and then you realize, oh, okay, this isn't it. But sometimes it takes getting it too, in order to actually really change your mind. You'll just chase it until either it becomes too painful because you don't reach it and you want to renounce it, or you do reach it and then you realize, okay, this is, never ending, right? It's like you can always get more, hotter, better, it's the same game.
What do you think about the people that watch, but they don't have any capacity to understand like what's going on?
I think that I think consciousness in general, and especially like higher level consciousness, a lot of it is, beyond the mind, that state. If you're really able to embody that state, I think it does translate to some degree, but they're not going to understand, and that's okay. And then hopefully there'll be a few that do, but I don't think we're really trying. I mean, this is mostly just watch two monkeys talk, three monkeys, Shiva, talk on about,
Shiva doesn't talk much. Unless Shiva's pretending that there's going to be 10 people that give him $3,000 to go and visit a mountain with him in India, then he doesn't talk much.
Yeah. But what was I saying? That I think that there's not, consciousness itself is what matters, and having that state, just exposing people, that is great. But I think it's also poor content, right? Like in just like an objective way, right? Having stuff that people can easily consume, or even a topic maybe, or whatever it is. But that's not what we're doing right now. This is more just, sharing the energy, sharing the love, connecting with people, and that's perfectly fine too. I just don't view it as anything other than that, I guess. The point of this is just to be, right? To be with you, to show it being as us is in the world. Maybe people think, oh, wow, these guys are leaving everything and, going and just purely devoting everything to spiritual life. And hopefully that can be grasped, and then they're just curious, But I think because, society says usually the way that you're supposed to behave if you're spiritual is you're just a very good boy. And most people are just trying to be very good boys and girls. And if you're the best and goodest, most boy and girl, and you do all the good things and none of the bad things, then you're a very good girl, and that's how you get to heaven. Or that's how you get, whatever they're trying to reach. Enlightenment is just by being the goodest, best boy. And it's like, it doesn't work that way. The mind always thinks in dualities, and accepting everything and able to see in a non-dual way is really what we're trying to get to. And it doesn't mean just doing drugs or destroying your mind either, but it does mean that you're trying to get space from it. It's about identity more so than it's about trying to do X, Y, Z good action, because that's just playing the same game almost.
The doing itself without attachment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where the value is. That's where the real spiritual attainment is. And Theodo's such an amazing example of that. And he has his quirks too,
Yeah.
I still thought I'd like Theodo's thrift shopping thing to be one of the funniest quirks I've ever seen. That man loves thrift shopping. Like I've never seen. But that's like his only thing. Like he's the most detached, humble, it's really not about him even when he's thrift shopping. He's just thinking, oh, this would be good at the center, and he's saving money and he's trying to create good. That's where he's coming from. So that's just as a monk.
Well, I think he sees in a long-term way, in like a realistic, practical, long-term way that's even people who have experience with him can't comprehend. You can't digest how far in the future he's seeing. I was with him and Ellie at an airport. We were transiting to India or something, or Vietnam, and I was asking him, like, Seattle, you're always talking about, having the good center and the good location, the really nice situation. I said, so when is that actually going to happen for Tabarwa? And he said, that's going to be towards the end. That's going to be 20, 30 years from now when it's established to that point. So I really believe in that. And I believe in Seattle's wisdom to a degree where I don't see any difficulty, confusion in terms of me practicing the way that I am or being the way that I am with people in terms of the broader vision of Tabarwa. Because it's like even 20 years down the line, Tabarwa's like 18 years old, I think Seattle said. There's no place for Westerners in Tabarwa. You go to Tanland, there's no place. Now they're trying to do that and build that in America, so they've got some more support. They're trying to do some things, but there's no solid Western Tabarwa group in that way where people can fold in and step in.
It was the environmentalists, that were there because they didn't have a building that Americans had donated to some American couple.
Yeah, the coup kind of took it all away. But that's one of the things. So this big donor is kind of a woman who comes from a wealthy family in Oregon, and she was one of Seattle's first Western followers, apparently, even before CLA came up. And so she's come back after all these years. She's become a nun again, and now she's donating lots of acres and property and all kinds of time and energy and money to building in America. So I think that for me, I identify with Tabarwa a lot. I identify with Seattle a lot and the vision of that. So I see myself as being a part of and with Tabarwa, but trying to develop and establish and grow my own thing in my own way to create future possibilities and structures for people to key into. Because now, and even those people who were there in the past in the USA Center, the USA Hall, I mean, that didn't really work out. I mean, those people weren't even following 5 precepts. They weren't even accepting to not be in conflict with Burmese people living in Burma. So
that's why I thought they were environmentalists. I mean, they weren't there for spiritual reasons. They were going to help as part of a humanitarian project.
Yeah.
This is fun. Yeah.
So for anybody who's out there watching, this is an open door. This is a door for people who are seriously interested in spirituality, who are considering to become a monk or a nun or a volunteer. This is a door. I mean, here we have Jason or Manu, who's a very successful businessman in America. Entrepreneur, self-made man. What's the best way to call it? very, very successful man, right? And very good looking man and fit man and everything. And he's saying, okay, I'm going to take my resources now and I'm going to go see about how I can take these steps to be more fully into living a spiritual life and trying to work with people and help with people and get back into the movement of that. The three people who are here, right? Dr. Rob, who's not we don't need to go into all my personal details. That's not what this is about. But Dr. Rob, Manu, Shiva, I mean, talk about personal details. Do you change your passport name to Shiva Kailash Shambho? These are all the, yeah, commitment, right? Exactly. So these are three guys who all have real lived experience with sacrificing their entire lives to take refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, and the path of real spiritual community and real spiritual practice. Period. So this is an open doorway for people to connect with that potentiality and that possibility in their lives. You don't necessarily need money to do that, but you need merit, and or you need a dedication and a willingness to sacrifice. People always reach out to me. I've been reading the Bible and I'm ready to become a monk and I'm very sincere and I just need you to talk to me and help me get a visa to go here and there. But if you have that kind of mentality, you have to show up. You have to be willing to reach out again and again and again. You have to be really willing to sacrifice your life and yourself. And if you're in that position, you have a real opportunity to change your fucking life, to be in community, to work with, to help people.
I mean, for me, I think that a lot of it was just realizing you're going to die, and you just realize that you can't take any of this stuff with you, and that, you know, therefore it's worth putting all the eggs in the spiritual basket, because your body's going to die, and whether you die sooner or later is kind of irrelevant. It's going to be a matter of what can you do while you're here, is how I feel about it. And I think once you feel that way, it's very hard to be in society. And it was very hard acclimating back after. I had to come back to COVID really after. I planned to teach English in Vietnam at the time after I disrobed. I was just picking up my stuff back in Sri Lanka, and I got stuck there for 6 more months because of COVID. And then I went to Ukraine for about a month, you know, thinking it would blow over still, but it never blew over. But my plan was actually to teach English in Vietnam, because Vietnam had actually been one of my favorite places out of all the places we had gone.
Vietnam is a great place to live. It really, really is.
Yeah.
It's a great place to live, and it's a great place to invest too. I mean, I think Vietnam is like there's no other country that's better positioned to have fast development and get a lot back on investment in the next 10 or 20 years. I fully believe that.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, going over there and doing all that makes total sense to me. But yeah, I guess for people listening, I mean, once it becomes obvious, if you really want a spiritual growth and finding like-minded people, there's just not many people out there that are really willing to work with non-attachment and aren't after money, aren't after trying to be all-knowing teachers, you know.
Well, what do you?
Really open-hearted.
Of course, the all-knowing thing is a real difficult thing when you actually have people that are sitting in front of you and listening. You know, so it's like if you're leading a meditation retreat, instead of you taking on this position where now you're gonna channel Shiva's farts, literally, to I'm Shiva, I have a ridiculous thin beard and a ridiculous mustache and long hair, and we're gonna all go to Mount Kailash. Instead of that, like you have to step into sacrificing yourself. You know, you have to be meditating more hard and giving up yourself more than anybody else there. But one thing that I think is a big question mark is with the money. So it's easy enough for me and you to say, you know, all that attachment to money is not that worthwhile. What phone do you have? You look at the camera quality is great.
Sure, iPhone 14, I think, max.
Anyway, all I'm trying to say is that there's two men that are 6 foot plus here who were Buddhist monks for years. And there's one guy here who is trying to make some money so that he can buy a phone and go back to his mom's house in Canada. So it's a little bit.
You can buy a Virgin. You can probably buy a Virgin. I'm sure there's somewhere that would sell them a Virgin if you got enough money.
Is that what you want, Shiva? Is that what you want? You're trying to save up money to buy a virgin? Do you still think you need a virgin wife for your spiritual teachings? It's important for you. This is a situation that happened, Jason.
So I was doing the like this stuff with Shiva. And so like there was some energy around it like a month or 2 months ago with some of the people who used to know Shiva, and there's like a big group call together. And so he was trying to like use that big group call to do something, but I wasn't there, or I wasn't willing to, like, I had something else to do. So he said, okay, I've got a big group of people that are just sitting on their edge of the seat in this big Discord call, and they want me to talk about something. And then he goes into a diatribe and a talk about how important it is for women to keep their purity, and how there's nothing wrong with him wanting a virgin wife. And that's the thing. There's a quote from Sadhguru how, like, once you get power, then you go into this like corruption. You get corrupted by power. So you really have to watch out for that, Shiva. And I see that in you all the time. I think that's why you're very quiet a lot of the time, because you know that you don't really have anything to say with the degree of intensity and intimacy going on here, besides telling people to go to a mountain with you. And in terms of me abusing Shiva, he likes it. He's a sub. He's submissive. He likes it. He does. He likes it. He's a masochist. I don't know what it is about him. All these people have reached out to Shiva and said, Shiva, please stop letting this Dr. Rob guy berate you. But all dom sub relationships, all masochistic relationships aren't actually toxic, right? Right, Jason? So Shiva, of course, doesn't know anything about that. I mean, I could really get into Shiva, then he's really going to start smiling. But we're building a spiritual relationships here. And somebody said this comment that I thought was really true. They said, genuine connection is what people crave. That's why people are moving towards long-term podcast content. You just got to spend time sharing breath with another person. So I see it that way.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Eva, what do you say? You got anything to say?
Not really.
He's like chewing or like thinking of something to say, literally. I can't even imagine how Shiva's personality would change if he was like around you, if the three of us. Shiva, how about this? How about this, Shiva? When do you think you might come to Vietnam, Jason?
I'm gonna leave here August, probably be in LA for 2 weeks, and so probably like September, mid-September, late September, somewhere in there.
So stay in India until September, Shiva, and then come and we'll try 3 months we could all be here together hitting the gym in Vietnam, possibly.
Okay, but not in Ho Chi Minh.
Great.
Shiva, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Shiva?
Can you hear me? Yeah, hello?
You're super low. Your volume is super low. All right, he's got to refresh his thing.
Yeah, no, I'm curious too what the dynamic would be like, to be honest, but I mean, I would think it'd be positive for the most part.
Oh, for sure. Very positive.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
All right, I got to refresh, Shiva, because I can barely hear you. My end with Shiva. Hello, Shiva. Are you there?
Hello.
Okay, I can hear you, Shiva.
Oh, there we go.
So not in Ho Chi Minh because dirty, stinky place.
All right, let me tell you something. I know you don't follow the content of the streams here, Manu. You're going to think this is absolutely crazy. Okay, so Shiva he's a spiritual guy, right? He's a spiritual character. We can both attest to that, right? But fundamentally, he's operating in like a bagpacker modality because he doesn't have money, basically. He has a lot more money than he alludes onto, but he's very stingy and he's very fearful and doesn't know where he's going to get his money in the future, right? So he came to Vietnam. He followed me here. And he said, I got to be by the beach. I got to be by the ocean. So I'm going to go to Da Nang. I'm going to be by the ocean. So he finds the cheapest hotel, the cheapest Airbnb that he can in Da Nang, which is a tourist town. And it's not even like a hotel for tourists or for Western people. It's like a hotel for Vietnamese families that are traveling around. So the first hotel that he goes to, he's staying with this guy, Adi. Adi has said that there's never been any noise problems or anything. One morning, Shiva wakes up and he says he hears machines outside at this super cheap hotel in Vietnam, right? So what would you do in a situation like that?
Ignore it.
Ignore it. He calls the police on the hotel, or literally 100% literally. Now he's laughing because it's literally, you know, sometimes I say things give a little bit extra, but literally. So he either calls the police on the hotel or he calls the police on the business, the local business at this super cheap hotel, super cheap hotel. Then they kick him out. And he's super prideful because he says the police said that the Airbnb is not going to be able to rent to Westerners anymore because they shouldn't be having a noise like that.
No.
He goes to another hotel and there's a rooster outside. He threatens to call the police to the new hotel owner unless they do something about the rooster outside. So anyways, it's just I don't even know what I was talking about, but it's a weird mentality that he has where, you know, you pay for quality, man, and you don't call the police on hotels because there's noise outside when you're staying at the cheapest place that you could find.
Is true, Shiva?
100% true.
Partially true.
Here, look, this is the meme of Shiva that I made of him doing this. Here, you got to see this. So this is Shiva calling the police on a rooster. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the right one. So that's Shiva's like inner self, like his spirit self or whatever that I created, a version of him that I created. Hold on. All right, check this out. All right, here we go. That's Shiva calling the police on a rooster at a super cheap hotel in Vietnam.
Pretty accurate, man.
Yeah, 100% accurate. It's weirdly accurate in terms of his like internal personality.
I got the rooster's inside though. Was the rooster inside? Maybe that would make more sense about why he did it.
Well, the rooster was basically kicking him out of his own apartment, his own hotel. Right? That's the idea. So the rooster has taken up residence in what's supposed to be his hotel. And so he stepped out as a clown in the street calling the police because there's a rooster outside.
I mean, the rooster was obviously an alpha. There's not much you could do at that point.
That's Shiva's big thing. That's Shiva's big thing. That's why I think the dynamics would be very, very interesting if you were around, because Shiva is totally like a beta that identifies as a sigma. And when you have like real alphas around, Shiva's whole thing gets flipped up. So, but he's great. I love him. I really do. I really enjoy him. I had him. He stayed at my couch for a while, and we really got along. It was nice energy. He's very entitled, but it's very nice having him at my house. He's very respectful and just not self-aware fully, but he's a great guy.
What do you want to do, Shiva? You want to work out and go to the gym? Get ripped?
Yeah, why not? But
You said why not?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Yeah, it's hard to hear you. Sorry, it's like breaks up a little bit.
Yeah, I would love to go to the gym and work out and get ripped, and also swim in the ocean.
Oh, so Shiva was saying like it would have to be not in Ho Chi Minh, right? So I was saying that Shiva doesn't know anything about particular places. Because I was saying, like, if we all met together in Ho Chi Minh, so he's like the last person you ever want to talk to for travel advice in the world. But he now, after he's gone through this process of calling the police on a rooster and calling the police on 3 machines outside his cheap hotel, now he doesn't even go to the beach. He said he had to go to Da Nang to be by the beach and nearby the water. Now he doesn't even go outside of his hotel unless he's going to buy food and eat at a restaurant, and then he goes back into his little hovel, and he doesn't even do live streams or make videos or make content. He's just staying for no reason in a cheap Vietnamese hotel for Vietnamese people in Da Nang, Vietnam, for 0 reason, waiting to go to India and begging for money online for a phone.
Rough.
Yeah, it's rough. So no, I mean, we could look at, if we were all going to make a commitment, then we could definitely look at I mean, we could look at getting a 3-bedroom house or something in like Delusion or whatever, in a beautiful mountainous area. Probably, I'm more, as much as oceans are good, oceans attract a lot of like foreign tourists that are more like commercial. It's more commercial, but I've been to Delusion. I spent like 2 months in Delusion. That's a fantastic place. Fresh air, mountains.
Are there any like hot springs type of things over there too?
Well, we'll get a place with a bathtub. I mean, if the three of us were saying we were going to stay for like a month or 2 months at a place and try and do something, live together, then we'll get a fucking crazy ass place.
Too big for a bathtub. I'll just tell you that.
No, we'll get a big bathtub. We'll get a real bathtub, man. I can't imagine.
Jacuzzi.
That's the only thing about being 6'7" that I can't agree with, even though you got the muscle to back it up. And the arm wrestling prowess. I remember one time, I'm an arm wrestler. One time. You gotta watch this guy. You gotta keep this guy on a very short leash. Keep him from a distance. Keep him from a distance. Because I thought I'd be able to. Man, this guy's got a lot of power and a lot of leverage. So you really got to be careful with this guy. But no, I bathed with one of my students at a bathtub in Australia. But we can get a hot tub or something like that. In September or something.
Like over here, like it's just nice. Some of the places have sauna, like hot and cold or whatever. I feel like it's actually really good. If you have a place where you can get like a super cold pool and then, whatever. That's what I was kind of thinking. Because there's places over here like that. I was thinking in Korea they're huge too. The bathhouses and all that. I was just wondering because I never went to one in Vietnam. If you knew.
They have it. They have it in Delusion because Delusion is the coldest place basically in Vietnam. And there's tons of nice places to live and stay, and the air is very fresh. And if you live a little bit out of the city, I mean, for $1,000 a month, it's going to be a villa. It's going to be plenty of space for everybody. Be a crazy place. So we could definitely do that.
Sounds good to me.
Hung loves to cook, so I mean, it would be great vibes. It'd be great energy.
And having a native that speaks, Vietnamese, obviously.
Yeah.
Have you picked up any Vietnamese?
Well, I mean, just to make people smile and laugh.
Yeah, I'm horrible with learning languages. That was the one thing. With all that travel, I've just never had that gift.
Yeah. Well, that's the three of us. We can all agree with that.
Good. Well, I'm gonna let you go, brother. It's been a pleasure.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. Thank you so much, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take
Jason.
care.
Robin. Sweet Shiva.
Take care. Take care. See you soon.
Take
Bye.
care. Bye.
That is a big live stream for our community. That is a major live stream for our community. Big stuff is coming. Everybody hear those plans. Can you imagine, Shiva? Would you be willing to do that possibly?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, that would be cool.
So I got a new announcement to make. I have some surprises to show up that involve Seraph. And after this live stream, it'll be unveiled. So
Seraph, we did not. Seraph, you know that we need to talk about these things before any kind of major situations come about. What do you want to say, Shiva?
Well, I don't want to say anything. I just have a surprise, and surprises are meant to be kept secret. Anyways,
some things need to be approved. So with all the information that I have now and the Shiva files that I have yet to release, there's nothing for me to be concerned about. There's nothing for anyone to be concerned about. But if I find out that anything took place in the realm of anything like that, without my approval and without consulting me, then there's going to be an entirely different dynamic in this live stream and in this community here on out. Okay. If I have to do what I have to do to cut off the snakes that are growing and building in this community inside of Shiva's mind, then I will do that. So I invite people to tread very carefully in terms of what they do, in terms of secrets or special things concerning Shiva. Be very, very careful.
Yeah, just because Jason is 6'7" doesn't mean he's going to stop me from doing things that I have to do to you. So be careful. And yeah, looks like things are going to change. I might have to stay in India for some time, and after Kailash, I'll meet you guys.
Also, we have an update, a special update here as well. We have an update. We have an update concerned with the Monk Life Meditation Project and the work that we're doing here. We've identified a seller, we've identified a time frame, and we've identified the bike that we'd like to get, and we've identified a price.
We're at 30 super chats. We're 20 away from seeing the confetti. So if you want to extend your generosity, now you can.
This live stream and everything that Shiva has and everything that Shiva is about is from me. If Shiva needs donations, if Shiva needs support, if Shiva needs any kind of financial concern, those donations need to be made to me, and I will hold that money for Shiva's sake. Okay? I will hold that money for Shiva's sake, and I will disseminate that money to Shiva according to his needs, not his wants. We do not do these live streams where Shiva wakes up after sleeping for 20 hours and completely neglecting his duties and his responsibilities to me as his teacher, okay? Where we go live and there's 30 super chats on Shiva. I don't care if they're 40 cent, 20 cent super chats. We're not going to be creating that kind of dynamic. We're not going to be creating that kind of energy. I have a live stream going on. My name is Dr. Rob. I'm the founder of the Monk Life Research Institute for Engaged Buddhism and Applied Non-Duality. No one here has a right to donate to Shiva directly if it's not under my guidance and my discernment. Is that understood, Shiva? Okay? We do not do this. We do not have 30 super chats for Shiva when he just goes live after being in a disassociated slumber for 20 hours. Okay? We don't do that. The Shiva files will be released when a first of its kind donation is made. The Shiva files, the full Shiva files will release when a $1,000 donation is made, minimum. A $1,000 PayPal donation, 2 $500 super chat donations are made in succession.
Don't waste your
When
money.
3 red super chats show up one after another, the Shiva files will be released.
Wow. Wow. Thank you, Maria, very, very much for the 20 gifted memberships. That's huge. Thank you so much. And Erica Sanchez as well, always. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat.
I have never in my entire life been disrespected to this degree. It's not about anybody personally, just speaking for myself. Those are not $5 memberships. Those are basically $9 memberships. Those are basically $10 memberships. My memberships are $5 a piece.
Yeah, because you're cheap. Anyways, I'm sorry. I take that back. And this is relevant to what's happening next. These super chats are relevant to what's going to happen next. So stay tuned for that. It's a big...
Let me show everybody what's going to happen next. Let me show everybody what's going to happen next. Let me show everybody who exactly you're donating to.
Don't show anything like that.
Then
was about to leave, just for unrelated purposes. Okay, I gotta go. I have to go eat.
A $250 super chat is unnecessary. What's necessary is for you to relax the whole body and the whole mind. The unredacted Shiva files are available. I have them. I have the documents.
Thank you, sir. No.
Even if you screenshotted it, you'll be screenshotting redacted files.
And they will remain redacted because it's national security.
Well, wow, what a great talk with Jason. I do like that guy.
How does it feel? Have you ever even received 35 super chats in one live stream? Wow. That's disappointing. Ooh. I still can't believe 20 gifted members were gifted. That's huge. Yeah.
That's beautiful. It's generosity is beautiful. May we build something. May we build some. I'll try to find time. I have a busy schedule coming up, Shiva. You'd like to maybe get a villa with me and Jason Manureem to somehow bolster your ego in comparison to the white yoke Viking guru. That might be possible, but I've got upcoming retreats in Spain. I've got upcoming retreats in Portugal. I have upcoming books that are going to be released. So my merch store is going to be opened up pretty soon. So I would say, everybody, be very, very careful. Be very, very careful. There's no reason for these super chats to be coming to Shiva because Shiva's entire life is about me. Shiva's entire channel is about me. I am Shiva. I am Shiva Kailash Shambho. I am Shiva Kailash Shambho's primary teacher. I am Shiva Kailash Shambho's root guru. I'm not going to be disrespected.
Poto Suriman, thank you so much. Hope you're having a beautiful day.
Mac Guy says, Rob, why is Shiva getting so many donos and not you? Because this is a moment. This is a moment for someone to take a step back, a major donor, a new major donor, to reach out to me privately, to send a private donation on Cash App, on PayPal, to send me a donation through Western Union, a $3,000 donation on Western Union, to wipe away all of the confusion. And I will admit that a major donor has still not reached out to me and said, Dr. Rob, I know that you're busy. Dr. Rob, I know that you are in the way of doing things, but I would like to talk with you for a moment. I'd like to send you $3,000 on Western Union to support your cause. I'd like to send you an untraceable financial contribution for you to have in $3,000, a $3,000 donation. This is enough. This is not a game. These super chats are not a game. We are not gamifying generosity. We are not gamifying dana. We are not gamifying these activities. We're not doing that. That's not happening here. And that will never happen here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Erica, again. Erica Sanchez, Seraph Noel, as always. And we're looking to create merchandise that
You will not be creating merchandise. I have no idea what you're talking about. You will not be creating Shiva Kailash. Listen, let's hold on. I don't want to get worked up here. Go and look at Shiva's YouTube channel. Go and look at his YouTube channel. His entire channel and his entire identity is about me. There is no need for Shiva Kailash Shambho merchandise. There's zero reason for that at all. We're not gamifying the practice of self-sacrifice and giving sincerely, giving in a way of letting go of our attachment to money. To be concerned with, certainly not Sadhguru, to be concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, to be concerned with the path of awakening. We're not doing that here. It's not happening here. It's not going to happen here. I'm going to go shopping today. People keep giving super chats to Shiva. Dr. Rob's going to go on a shopping spree today. What should the budget be? What should Dr. Rob's shopping spree budget be today for OLED secondary monitors? Everybody here will stop donating. Everybody here will stop donating, or Dr. Rob's going to be purchasing an OLED monitor, another stand for his phone because the current situation is a mess. Purchasing items, purchasing various things for the home.
we're two away. I don't think this is the new heights.
Erica Sanchez, you are not to send repeatedly $5 donations in U.S. currency to Shiva Kailash Shambho. My live stream is ongoing. My live stream is ongoing. Go to my live stream and send $100 super chat. This is...
Do not...
I'm going to be going on a shopping spree very, very soon. May we receive a red donation on my channel. No, real raw one. Monitors, I mean, I could get the best of the best OLED monitor, secondary monitor for 300 euros with a monitor stand. But this desk, I'm going to go out and buy. Mac guy, will you buy me the standing desk? Will you purchase the standing desk for me, Mac guy? The OLED monitors and stuff are way, way cheaper out here in Vietnam. Way, way cheaper. It doesn't need to be high refresh rate because it's using as a second screen, a second monitor. Listen, I have 9 viewers on my main channel screen with 4K live stream. I have 10 viewers on my vertical live stream. This is ridiculous. You know what? People aren't going to... All right, how about this? I'm going to count down from 10. If somebody doesn't donate at least $100 on my live stream in the next 10 seconds, then I'm turning off my live streams. How about that? 10.
1 minute. 1 minute left.
9. 8.
50 seconds.
7. 6. 5.
4, 3, 2, 1. Last chance. Absolute last chance. Mac Guy, weren't you there when we looked at the standing desk
Thank you so much.
at the
Thank you so
mall?
much, everybody.
You were the one who were talking about it, weren't you, Mac Guy? I'm about to turn the live stream off. All right. This is not for free. One way or another, people are going to look into that. How about that?
So we are going to go ahead and create a conscious planet. It's moving towards that.
That's what you want to do, Shiva? Well, then how about I share with everybody what you don't want shared?
Whoa, what is going on there? Now that is the picture that I need. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I got some big things coming up. Some nice gifts. That was a nice talk with Jason.
Are we all forgetting about that Shiva raised $1,000 a month ago for a phone and he still hasn't purchased one? Are we all just forgetting that?
We haven't forgotten that, and it's coming. Yeah, Jody girl, absolutely. And yeah, Jason is going to be part of our community. It seems like we're going towards something, and I hope it's not a repetition of what happened in Bali, but it may be so. Because
Man, you are so insane. You are so fucking insane, Shiva. You think I would ever let you get away with the way that you appeared and the way that you carried yourself in Bali with that little group of sycophants and scam artists, fake spiritual people? Oh, it's a Vipassana retreat. Yeah, this guy's really wealthy. This is a really wealthy guy that's friends with the Mongoloid guru.
Look, but fundamentally, I think I need to build something of my own. A Shiva Kailash Shambho sanctuary, a palace, a wormhole.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Shiva, because the moment I'm not talking about people making a choice, right? Because your entire live stream, your entire identity has been about me for months, right? And before that, it wasn't even, no one even had access to the real you, just you and your fucking gay boy toy doing fake fucking vlog videos talking about your plans and your wishes and your dreams. Oh, we're gonna do these works and we're gonna live together in by the beach. So nobody even knew who you were, had any access to you. So it's not about choice or your choice or other people who follow you choice. The moment that I cut you off, your entire I'm a real Shiva, I'm a real considerate guy, and people really want to listen to me, is going to turn into you grifting, begging, talking about Epstein, talking about fucking bringing in parasocial fake podcast hosts to talk with you about where Bitcoin came from. So let's be fucking real, buddy. Let's be real for a second.
That is not going to happen. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Maria. I don't care if it's fucking anybody. It ain't going to work because the juice isn't going to be there, buddy, because you don't have the juice. I don't care how much you go back to, yeah, I'm in India now, and I hope that they'll let me visit as a public visitor to Isha and won't kick my ass out. But I'm getting mangoes, and we're going to go to Mount Kailash, and people are going to come and join with me. You can't carry yourself that way, man. You don't have the juice. You can't help Mac Guy. You can't lead people in India. It's going to be you brain dead. It's like the moment that I leave, you get a lobotomy. The moment that I'm no longer leveraging you and feeding you and supporting you and nourishing you, now we've got lobotomized Shiva on his way to Mount Kailash on a tour group.
Matt Guy says he already has the tickets to India. Wow, I'm going to see him in India.
Yeah, bad decision, Matt Guy. This
We're
guy
gonna
has
live
no
stream
idea
there.
what he's doing. It's great. No, I'm not saying it's not great to go and help out with people and connect with people. I'm just saying Dr. Rob stepping away from Shiva means Shiva is lobotomized. Let's get real. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. I am. I'm sorry for being financially independent. I'm sorry that I don't need your $2 donations and your $5 donations to see glitter fall from the sky. I've got bigger projects going on here. And this idea that Shiva isn't literally going to be lobotomized the moment that I cut him off. And fundamentally, he's going to India. He's not going to have a connection. He's going to be staying at random places. He's going to be going through mania and psychosis, and he's not going to be able to do live streams with me. So he's going to have no point of living.
Anyway, like I was saying, that Matt Guy's going to come with me to India. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to trek up Langri Mountain.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's going to be so great. Matt Guy and Shiva. Wow. What, is he going to be your boyfriend now? Is he going to be your boy toy? First it was Adi. Now it's going to be, what's the deal, man? Where's that going to go?
I'm just finding a replacement for you, and I'm just looking for new candidates. Matt Guy is the next logical choice. And you don't have to cut me off. The process already started. So
the process already started? What process already started? Is it this process?
I don't contribute that.
Is it this process that already started? I won't show it. I won't show it. I won't show it. Hey, I won't show it. I won't show it. I won't show it. I'm just letting you know, man. Be careful. Be careful. Be very, very careful, man, because there's lines you don't cross. There's lines that you don't cross in this world. Tread carefully. And yes, she's a beautiful young woman. Not a suitable wife, but a very lovely young lady. There's no doubt about that. Let's not talk about it. Let's move on. There's things that men talk about, and there's things that men don't talk about.
Yeah. So, thank you very much, Maria.
So, if people want to actually find out what this is all about, you can make a major donation to my cause. You can reach out to me on WhatsApp. You can check out our upcoming merch store, our upcoming website. In the very near future.
My merch store is going to be way better, and I'm going to allow people to make their own contributions to it. It's going to be anything they want relating to you.
Yeah, anything people want to sell, we're going to sell it. We're going to be dizzy with bullshit. We're going to have so much fun, everybody. We're going to suck bullshit out of Dr. Rob's ass as long as we can. That's my brand.
Anyways, we got a super chat, and we know we have to all read super chats no matter what. And Mark Wolf says, why is Shiva following a monk life, but Rob is such a money thief, embarrassed himself nonstop?
We've already talked about how I was looking at Bitcoin back when it was $3,000 a pop. I'm entirely financially independent. I don't need money from anybody. I don't have bills to pay.
Okay, so maybe why people can't relate to me. I cannot comprehend thinking about paying bills. There's no such thing as bills in my life. If I want to go and spend $5,000 on a shopping spree, which I don't, it wouldn't make a fucking difference to me.
Perfect.
Let's be fucking real about it, okay? I'm wealthy. I don't need $5 donations. Oh my God, $5. You know what I do with $5? $5 doesn't exist to me. $5 is like Cambodian money to me. Doesn't even exist. Oh, this is 10,000 Cambodian rubles. How much is that? A fucking quarter? You know what I do? You know what $5 is? $5 is pennies and nickels to me. I throw them on the ground. I discard them. I discard $5 bills. Shut the fuck up. Don't mind your own business. Now everybody's holier than thou about what I'm doing. And mind your own fucking business.
You think that Jason is my worst enemy? We got our Acadian stacker here, who actually stacks silver and gold, and he's your worst nightmare and your worst enemy. And he's sticking around.
Oh
He's not going
no,
anywhere.
not Acadian Stacker. Oh no, please, someone get rid of Acadian Stacker.
That's not going to happen. Nobody's going to get rid of him.
Well, you
He's
better
well
watch
protected.
because he's a fence watching, just FYI.
You know, that spiritual ego, right? It's like, I'm already strong enough. I don't have a problem. The next thing I do, man, like, I didn't know, like, first thing that happened is I thought I was dead. Like, I thought my life was over, and I was in a video game.
You'd love to have a short like that to post, wouldn't you, buddy? You know, I'm starting to think maybe Jason Manu's going to get the AI thumbnail treatment. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know, I'm not going to talk about that because you know that I really care about you. But geez Louise, does this guy have some internal weird wiring with his ego? Oh my God.
So it's very contradictory that you
Say it. What's contradictory?
Acadian Sacker first said that Bitcoin was $3,000 in 2017, so it must mean that you invested while you're a monk, which is
I
contradictory.
de-invested. Don't worry about it. I de-invested.
Secondly,
Taxes are paid. You don't pay taxes on what you have. You pay taxes on what you make.
It's all about money for you, and it's clear to the live stream that we made yesterday. You are like.
Am I this fat? How much do I weigh? Do I weigh fucking 270 pounds at this point?
You are running a mega church, a spiritual mega church. Can we get a big donation? Oh, but I don't care about money at the same time. So your words should not be taken into consideration. And thank you so much for my community donating 20 gifted members, 50 super chats.
A lot for people who are interested to just take a look. I know we're not at that stage yet, but Dalat is actually, we're looking at Dalat for the Monk Life Meditation Center in Vietnam. We're looking at possibly buying property in Dalat.
And my Mac guy.
In the next 5 years.
Make sure you book the Airbnb if you're already making the investment, as well as we got some gifts to return back to the community. And that's,
what the fuck are you talking about?
You'll see. You'll see. At least two things that I can think of right now. I don't want to say it out loud, but it's happening. It's happening. I'll just say whatever. One thing is I'm going to make custom emojis for the members of my community here that are like pillars of my channel. And other than that, I'm going to allow members to create their own designs, and I'm going to post them on my website, as well as the store that sells merch.
Shiva, are you insane?
Any designs that you want.
You are so fucking crazy, man. You are so crazy.
What's crazy about that? Why are you...
I don't know that your entire life and identity and channel is about me.
Incorrect. That's not true. My channel name is Shiva Kailash Shambho, and I'm the profile picture. And you're a guest. And I can remove you at any time. You're a worthwhile guest, I value here, but your time is limited. And I can show you the door at any moment. Anyways, I took a wrong turn. I'm Shiva T-shirts. Okay, that is in the pipeline. I'm not sure what design that you want me to follow that, but maybe if you give me a rough draft, I'll create something. We got Dr. Rob Designs coming in the future. I basically own his copyright, or I own his face now, considering all the live streams I did.
Oh, you'd be surprised, buddy, because I actually have a YouTube content tool where it can identify any streams that have used my likeness without my permission. You may have seen this recent feature that they've created. It's in beta. I'll take down all of your past videos. You'll lose all the views, and you'll lose your entire situation on your channel. I will take down your entire channel.
Too bad you joined voluntarily every single time.
Doesn't matter. It's still my likeness. My right is to my likeness, not to what I joined voluntarily. I gave consent and I can withdraw consent. This is 2026.
Okay, well, if you withdraw consent, then I'll remove the video, but it won't take down my channel. That's not.
Oh, it sure will. I can delete your channel like that.
Listen, we're getting too ahead of ourselves here. You don't have to be sad and hurt me back for the 50 super chats that I received and 20 YouTube members. Just because people care about me and support me and have love towards me, and I'm just overfilled with generosity and gratitude. Oh, here's a.
Who would like to donate to me? Who here would like to make a donation to me right now?
Thank you, sir. Nobody. But I think that this live stream should be about spirituality, and we should discuss spiritual things instead of you derailing it into your own personal, parasocial, dramatic show, talking to your friends that potentially were monks. There's no evidence of that, or very little evidence of that.
We can accept international donations through PayPal at will.
So we got some things planned. Let's just say that. So what spiritual topics can we discuss? So the word seraph is an interesting word. It means an angelic being regarded in traditional Chinese angiology as belonging to the highest order of the ninefold celestial hierarchy associated with light, order, and purity. So the word seraph means an angelic being. And we are looking to...
So this is what So what, now you're practicing sycophantism? Oh, Seraph, I know you have money, I know you can donate, I know you like to donate. Oh, Seraph means this, Seraph means... Fuck you, Seraph.
Whoa, that's way out of line. And I just want to show you one little brief synopsis. I don't know if Seraph watches The Matrix, but what is that? Do not even show that. Cancel that, delete that. Listen, I'm having technical difficulties. I need to quickly leave this live stream. That never happened. You weren't supposed to show that. It isn't even a real thing. Stop doing that. That's illegal. Okay. Whew, that was close.
That would be a fun thing to do. Why did you go into bullshitism after asking a real question like, what can we talk about spiritually? Why don't you just let things sit and stable and listen and read the chat and see if there's something that we could talk about spiritually instead of you just flowing into bullshitism?
Okay, let's do that.
My channel is Monk Life Meditation. My channel is Monk Life Meditation. Monk Life Meditation.
I do not agree with that. I do not agree with that at all.
My channel is Monk Life Meditation. That would be a good thing to do, a good idea for everybody out there. Let's start making realistic AI images of me and Shiva, and primarily of me dominating Shiva, or Shiva in some kind of submissive situation relationship to me, or Shiva doing very inappropriate or strange things. Send those files, send those images to me, make it hyper realistic. You might have to do a little bit of work to make sure it's hyper realistic. And then I'll show those pictures in the live streams, and we can all talk about how that's real. We can pretend it's real.
Do you think this is funny? You think you're going to get away with this? You're not. Payback is coming.
And of course, you will never touch Sadhguru's feet. You can't even go to Isha Center. You've never even cried at the feet of a spiritual master. Jason is more advanced than you. Literally. How about...
finish.
Just maybe have to coffee, maybe.
Okay, now.
No, relax.
The picture very good.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah. So funny.
We're going to create more.
Okay, welcome, Leighton. Welcome. But we're looking for big donations. We're not looking for small donations. We're looking for big, major, new, unique donors. I don't need $20. You got $20, you keep it. You got $200, you got $300, you got $500, you got $600, you have $1,000. You want to send me $3,000 on Western Union? You reach out to me directly. We will arrange it here in Vietnam. $3,000 to send $3,000 to Vietnam. Untraceable, totally untraceable. Okay, brother. Okay, all right. We're all calm, but this is a big situation, Leighton. Big situation. So be humble. Best thing you can donate is your time and energy and your heart.
Okay. I got some tricks up my sleeve as well.
Why are you acting like this isn't real? This is realer than what people are seeing on the other screen.
We're going to create something as well here. We're going to show some things that happened recently.
Yeah, you can try, but it won't be believable because your mind is submissive to me.
Well, we'll see.
Shiva's not firing back, and it's not the same because I didn't make this picture. Someone sent me this picture. I didn't even know that this picture was around. And he's deleting the picture. He's deleting this picture from his Discord server. You can see how big this guy's ego is. Yeah, Shiva wears the same clothes over and over and over again. You're very popular, honey. You're very popular.
What popular?
Famous. Many people know about you. They say, wow, they really like that.
But don't need. I don't need famous. Just honey famous enough.
She's very realistic. Very realistic person.
Shiva and honey is very famous.
This is very accurate.
What Shiva? You tried the beer?
You're drinking beer, Shiva? You're drinking alcohol?
It's non-alcoholic.
Oh my
beer.
God, you're drinking alcohol, Shiva?
No,
That's
no, no,
ridiculous.
no.
That's ridiculous, Shiva.
That was a mistake. That was just one time.
Why are
That
you
was one
drinking
time.
beer on a live stream?
That was only one time, and it was just for fun.
Your eye not good.
Yeah, his eyes are not clear.
It's sorry. It was an optical illusion. It wasn't beer. It was something else.
I sleep. I very dirty.
Sizzle meets your mind is at a level of stupidity that it would be insulting for me to speak to you. I would be insulting my teachers, the spiritual community at large. I'd be insulting humanity itself for me to attempt to speak to you. No offense.
That's it. Now this is an actual representation. So here I am with a brand new phone and some Turkey donations that just came to me.
Oh, Shiva need money and phone. Good guy. Good idea.
It's things happen.
But real is okay. Good.
Dango berries, you're a psychotic person.
Extra hand.
So I hope that you can see a psychiatrist or a therapist or get whatever kind of mental help that you need in your life. But you're certainly psychotic.
Oh, I see the extra hand. Yeah. Oh man, yeah. That's someone gifting it to me. That's you.
Oh.
So there's different ways that people can interact with a meditation or a spiritual community like this. First way is as a donor, someone who's giving and supporting what's going on. Second way is a volunteer, being a moderator, seeing if there's something that you can do to help, to support, to be involved. Third way is as a yogi, as a meditator. You're here and this is a part of your sadhana. This is a part of your meditation, right? So pick what you want to do. But you can also be here as a patient, somebody who is psychotically inserting themselves into a situation that they don't understand and giving themselves some kind of prema nocta. I come from the royal bloodline of my own thoughts, and I have a right to mate with the children and daughters of the people who are here. Listen, if you're just a commenter and a watcher, you're irrelevant here. Your position, your thought, your understanding about what's going on here doesn't have any relevance. So the nature of your being psychotic is that you're giving yourself this special relevance to the situation that you have nothing to do with.
Is this a way for you to subtly position yourself above these people? They have
No.
nothing to do with this.
I'm trying to give clarification to these people. We don't know who they are. Nobody here knows who they are. And yet somehow they have a special relevance and importance coming up and giving their opinion. So it would be better put in their diary. It would be better put on their blog. They would better start a YouTube channel where they talk to nobody about their opinions about something that they're not involved with. It's being psychotic. It's being a patient. Everybody looks around and says, yeah, nobody knows who that person is. They're not involved with anything that's going on here, but they show up and say, this is unbelievable. I know exactly what's going on here. But no one listens to them. No one even knows who they are. You see what I'm saying?
So what if Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson came here and shared his opinion?
Unless he's
Would that be
involved
relevant?
with what's going on here, it wouldn't have any relevance to me or you. But it might have relevance to people who thought that it was Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and because he was a celebrity, they said, whoa, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson knows what he's talking about.
What if a random person and nobody has any idea of comments something that's valid and worthwhile, factually and inspirational even?
The problem is that a lot of people here who think that they're of like a higher spiritual realm, they've never been to a meditation retreat. They've never lived at a monastery. They've never practiced with any teachers. They've never volunteered. They've never been a part of a spiritual community. And this spiritual position that they have is just made up ego gobbledygook. And if you were to ask that person, okay, so what's your training? What's your experience? What kind of teachers do you follow? They're going to start talking about the archangel Michelangelo that sent them a psychic message when they were dreaming one day, and that they fucking smoke a bunch of weed.
That was not a question that I asked.
No,
If
it's
somebody-
not. This is not about you, right? Your entire YouTube channel is about me. My YouTube channel has nothing to do with you. Why are you in Vietnam right now? Why are you in a cheap hotel in Vietnam in the middle of nowhere with no connections to anybody, not even going outside, sleeping and trying to fix your sleep schedule, and doing live streams only with me and only about me? What happened to you, man? Why aren't you going to the beach anymore? Why aren't you walking around? Why aren't you doing vlogs? Why aren't you creating content? The only thing that you do is live stream with me. And then it's so easy to see why these people are psychotic or why these people are patients, because this has nothing to do with them. We just move on. They're typing, but I figured it out. I figured it. But no one's listening to them or watching them. No one knows who they are. And we're not listening to them or watching them. We're just moving on. They have nothing to do with what's going on here. But they are psychotically pretending that they do for some, I don't know, some weird ego. They're psychotic. They don't know what they're doing. I'm very spiritually advanced. I've never been to a monastery. I've never trained with a teacher. If you asked me what teachers I follow, I'd have nothing to tell you. If you asked me what meditation retreats that I've been at, I would insult you and say that me scrolling on TikTok and smoking weed is meditation retreat enough.
Clearly, this triggers you in some way.
Yeah, because it's very clear for me. It's very simple and practical for me. It's not complicated. Listen, everybody, hello. You're in your own world. Me and Shiva don't know who you are, right?
So what?
Okay, but just accept that, right? Certainly none of the people watching this know who you are, right? So you're alone talking about your opinion to who? What relevance does your opinion have here to anyone but yourself? Something's going on here, whether you like it or not, or whether you understand it or not.
I don't agree with
So
that.
it's called being a patient. It's called being a psychotic person that is talking to nobody about their thoughts and opinions about nothing. About what they've made up in their mind about what this is to nobody. Go and find somebody to talk to about it. Go and find another psychotic person to talk to about it. Start your own YouTube channel. This Dr. Rob guy's going crazy, but Shiva knows a little bit, and I'm a spiritual person. They're preying on spiritual people that are not developed. It's like, you're psychotic. It doesn't make any sense what you're doing. And now this somehow justifies you acting ridiculously because I'm explaining it to you or reaching out to you and talking to you. No, I'm not blogging. I am the focus of the fucking attention. This is about me. Everyone here is looking at me. Everyone here is listening to my voice. Hello? You're not equal to me in terms of what's going on here. Nobody can see you. Nobody can hear you. Nobody has any capacity to know who you are, let alone if they know who you are because you're an anonymous person leaving comments. Stop being fucking ridiculous. Stop being psychotic. Hello? Everyone here's looking at me. Hello? You're looking at and listening to me, and I'm not looking at or listening to you. Hello? You're watching me for hours and hours and hours. I have no idea who you are. I'm not listening to you at all. You're not a part of my life at all. Hello? You have nothing to do with what's going on here except random comments that you're putting on to yourself, to random anonymous people. But I know Shelly. Shelly's crazy. You know, you're psychotic. You're living psychotically. You have a right to do that. I'm just kind enough to fucking tell you that. But I'm stacking silver and I'm watching you for hours. I gotcha. I'm watching you and listening to you for hours and hours and hours, and I put comments that you sometimes see. Ha 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 ha, I got you. What are you talking about? You got me. You're getting me. I'm being gotten by reading a comment that somebody put somewhere. You're following me, listening to me, watching my face, following my channel, following what I do for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
I got you.
Hello?
Look, this is a Freudian...
Now, I don't know who you are. Shiva doesn't know who you are. Nobody here knows who you are. You're leaving the comments for your own psychotic self and your ego craziness idea that you're building about what's going on here. I'm thinking about Shiva and I'm thinking about Dr. Rob. Dr. Rob's a crazy guy. It's all in your diary. No, there are people here listening. Well, who are they? I don't know. That doesn't matter. Shut up. Well, why are you telling me to shut up when you come here and you listen to me hour after hour after hour? No, I'm here for Shiva. Yeah, you're here for the fucking dunce that sits there for hours and hours and hours and doesn't say a single thing. No, I'm here for your breakdowns because I always see them. Okay, so what? I don't give a fuck. Nobody here gives a fuck. Nobody knows who you are. I don't care who you are. That's your problem. And then we say, well, none of this matters. Let's just move on. But then the next day, I've seen all Dr. Rob's controversy, and people are getting deceived by this. Then start a blog, write a letter to a newspaper, go and do something real. Instead of there's constant comments coming in here. Constant random comments that are flowing in here. And you're what? Building up your ego by making comments that nobody reads besides yourself? Give it a fucking break. You're crazy. You're psychotic. You're a parasocial idiot, disassociated person.
All right, we got super chats here. Hey, Mom, acknowledge me says, our opinion matters if attached to a $20 bill to Bob. Facts.
And yeah, it's dark. It is dark, but you make it dark. I'm not trying to come at anybody or be negative towards anybody, but you bring it to that place. I don't know why you bring it to that place. Maybe take responsibility for where you put your attention. I'm here because I'm fighting against this machine. You know what? You're crazy. You're a lunatic. I don't know what to tell you. And then I say, okay, you have a problem with me. You're spiritually developed. You're very well-minded, and you've got something to say. Okay, call me. Hello, is this Dr. Rob? So if you want to live that way, I'm just telling you, I would never live that way. I would never create some vague, weird parasocial relationship with people that I think are weird or that I don't like because I'm defending the world against YouTube live streams that I don't agree with. You're insane. You're psychotic. Get fucking real about it. And then it's somehow my problem, or it somehow has something to do with me that you're like listening to me for hours. It's about you. It's your mind, man. It's got nothing to do with me. Your mind has nothing to do with me. And if you want to fight against the machine of what's going on here, then go and write posts on Reddit or write a blog. But making these comments here that nobody reads anonymously, it's just ridiculous.
So, wow, we got 2 Freudian slips. I want to mention that in a few seconds.
I'll leave the stream, man. I will leave the stream. You're not even allowed to go to Sadhguru's center. You're not welcome in Isha Foundation, man. Let's read the email. Namaskaram Shiva. Thank you for your request to visit the Isha Yoga Center. We regret to inform you that your application, this isn't for a retreat or to be a resident or like to participate in anything. This is just Shiva wants to pay money to stay at a hotel that they have that tons of random people come to all the time. We regret to inform you that your application will not be moving forward to the next step. To strengthen your future application, this is not an application for him to be a resident or a member or to be a teacher or to do anything there. It's just for him to go and pay them money to stay at a hotel that they have there. To strengthen your future application, we encourage you to actively participate in volunteering for Isha activities in your region. Volunteering is, I'm having a deja vu moment. I'm having a fucking psychotic fucking DMT moment right now. Volunteering has been a trend. I thought Shiva was the Sadhguru guy. I thought Shiva and Sadhguru were fucking best friends. I thought this was Isha International for Sadhguru, right? Volunteering has been a transformative experience for many individuals and can serve as an excellent preparation for a future visit to the Isha Yoga. They said, don't fucking come here. They said, go and volunteer in your country before you visit here. You applied to visit the Isha Foundation, and they said, no, you cannot come and visit here. The degree of stupidity that I'm expected to keep up with here is going to, people think I'm getting wired right now. My fucking head would explode if I fucking tried to meet the level of stupidity that people are rolling around with here. I mean, it's like you're fucking dinosaur brained or something. It's like you got your brain flipped out with a triceratops the way that you're acting. Okay? Volunteering has been a transformative experience for many individuals and can serve as an excellent preparation for a future visit to the Isha Yoga Center. To provide region-specific contact details and register, click this link. Oh, and this is Mr. Throat Chakra, right? This is Mr. Throat Chakra, right? He's giving throat chakra lessons. In the meantime, please continue your daily sadhana on a daily basis. In addition, do Om chanting. It will be immensely beneficial. Well, I guess the whole weird idea about Shiva being some kind of fucking Isha teacher and Sadhguru representative is absolutely out the window. So you might as well shave off that fucking ridiculous beard and shave off that long, dirty, oily, stinky hair that you got. Keep the mustache, man, but start something new, because you're not the ego guru. You're not the Isha guy. You're not the Sadhguru disciple guy. You've never spent a single fucking minute with him. You're not a student of his in any way. You've never received any training from him in any way. You went to a commercial $1,000,000-person-a-year initiation program that has no direct contact or personal contact with Sadhguru. He couldn't tell you from a fucking a parrot in a fucking tree, okay? He has no idea who you are, has nothing to do with you. You've received no transmissions or no mind training from him at all, right? So go and find a teacher, man, because Sadhguru isn't your teacher, and you're not even allowed to go to Isha Center. You're not even allowed to visit there. And how about this, man? You take one more step into fucking bullshit town so that you can keep up the sycophantic, psychotic, disassociated energy. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm going to make the post on Reddit, and the people there are going to contact Isha to make sure if they see some fucking swashbuckling pirate hobo wandering around trying to make videos and live streamings, that they tell him to get off the fucking property. How about that? Okay? Yeah, how about that, buddy? You want to take it back into just be disassociated, just be psychotic. You can pretend all you want that you've got something to do with what's going on here. It's totally fine. Yeah, you like Shiva, not Dr. Rob, right? Well, that's all you need to know. Let's keep going. Freudian slip, I'm going to Kantian put my fucking thigh into your ass. Thigh deep. I'm seeing it in my fucking mind. I'm 5D'ing it. My fucking foot up your ass until my fucking thigh. Wow, you got a stretchy ass, brother. Must be from you getting bent over and fucked by all these psychotic people that give you $2 and $5 donations and fucking blow smoke up your ass. Oh my God, a Shiva Kailash merch store? Wow! Is he going to start that before he gets back to his mom's house or after he gets back to his mom's house? When he takes his big bag of fucking leprechaun money that he scammed off of people and fucking goes back to his mom's house and settles in and says, oh, I'm an Isha guy. I love Sadhguru. Well, you're not fucking welcome with Sadhguru. You have nothing to do with Sadhguru. You're the opposite of having something to do with Sadhguru. So let's keep it real. And all these people, who are you talking to? You're talking to anonymous people reading comments? Shiva's not reading your comments. He's focused on me. I'm not reading your comments. I'm focused on him. It's just bullshit in your own mind. Making shit up. You're psychotic. You're a stalker. You're a psychotic stalker that finds more meaning in my life than you find in yours. And I'm supposed to care? I care about you living a good life. I don't care about your parasocial, psychotic, weirdo relationship that you have in your own mind that has nothing to... A lot of people have done that. A lot of people have acted that way. It's got nothing to do with you personally. That's a common energy. That's a common mental energy that I've dealt with all kinds of psychotic fucking weirdo people that have done that. So you better come, try to start your YouTube channel. See if you can get a bunch of those people together. Start a newspaper, the Dr. Rob Bad Boy newspaper. You're fucking psychotic. You're a parasocial psychotic stalker. And nobody listens to you, and nobody gives a fuck what you say. But I'll keep doing the work of being an anonymous person, saying anonymous things to people that I don't know. And I'll find value in that in my life. Well, find all the value that you can. It's better that you're here stalking me than stalking some fucking weirdo. Ha, but I think you are a weirdo. I don't care. Why would I give a fuck if you're a weirdo? I don't give a fuck about what you think. I don't give a fuck about what you do. Start a YouTube channel. Nobody's going to watch it. Start a YouTube channel. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not listening to you. I'm not following you. I'm not watching you. I'm not interested in you. You are interested in me. I don't know why, and I don't care why. That's your thing. So as long as you know that you're being a parasocial little fucking twat, no problem. No skin off my back. I'm financially secure. I don't need to work. There's nothing in my life that I can't buy if I want it. Period. So write a post on Reddit, write a news article, call NBC, call MSNBC, call the local schizophrenic hotline, call the local flat earth group, call the local fucking reptilian Epstein group, okay? And talk to them about it. Now,
Okay.
is that a screenshot?
All right, we got some super chats to read, as well as talk about Dr. Rob's psychotic breakdown. Least trustworthy Weasel says projecting and gaslighting is what Rob does. Can't comment on that. Seraph says, "Hello, sir. Don't call me sir, man." That's a classic, iconic line. Confusion. DNA, welcome. Good to see you here. Thank you for the super chat. Shiva, this is turning into abuse from Rob. Yes, he tends to abuse me. But what he does. And Hey Mom, acknowledge me, says, chat, if you all want to hear Shiva speak, more say yes.
Do not do that.
So if you
can understand what I'm saying, and then you pretend that you don't understand what I'm saying to appeal to like psychotic parasocial people that keep them on the hook to follow your ego and follow bullshit so that they don't actually receive what's being said and you don't actually try to convey what I'm being said, then I will fucking cut you out, man. I can't wait to see Shiva, Kailash, Shambho without Dr. Rob. People leave those comments about, oh, Shiva, you just got to leave this guy behind. You're going to be so great. I can't wait to see Shiva, Kailash, Shambho without Dr. Rob. That's what I want to see. Don't do that, man. Because what? Because you think you'll make money? Because you think you'll keep people fucking deluded or keep fucking people that are against Dr. Rob to give you money? It's unconscious bullshit, man. Nobody wants to see Shiva without Dr. Rob more than me. We're here to raise it up, not fucking plumb our heads into shit. So you can bob for $5. Nobody wants this guy off my fucking back more than me. Nobody wants this guy to run off to Mount Kailash and go off into the world of Shiva, the world of Shiva. Yamba Dabo, where's Shiva time? Shiva Kailash Shambho, baby, yeah! Nobody wants that more than me, okay? We're going to Mount Kailash, baby, and we're getting everybody coming for the retreat. Nobody wants that more than me. You want to take it there, we'll go there. You want to plumb in a fucking a bucket of shit and fucking diarrhea of ego and fucking bullshit to get fucking a couple $5 hopefully in the future? We'll bum down there and I'll find me a grapefruit and I'll bring it up. Okay? We'll eat together. We'll enjoy together a shit covered grapefruit. They don't have to understand it because you understand it. What, do you think I care about a bunch of fucking random people in here? Psychotic people? I mean, how clearly can you fucking explain it?
Okay. Well, that's done, ladies and gentlemen. His ranting is over and his energy is depleted. And we can logically talk about it and discuss and analyze his pathetic worldviews and his character defects, but that won't be needed for my channel. We just keep going, my friends. We just keep progressing. And I just love getting those $5 donations, talking about the parasocial, sycophantic individuals that Dr. Rob keeps talking about. I don't see people in that way. I see people as just people. But if we had to dive in and analyze Dr. Rob's emotional outbursts, it would be the fact that he can't stand not being liked. Someone like Acadian Stacker, which is Dr. Rob's arch nemesis, when he brings something up, Dr. Rob gets tickled in his feelings and he goes in a whole emotional outburst. So Acadian Stacker, you keep stacking those dollar bills. And we're here doing the good work of eroding Dr. Rob's ego. Yeah, very casual today indeed.
If somebody sends me $500 on PayPal right now, I will put on the wig, I will put on the makeup, and I will go fucking bananas. Somebody send me $500 on Cash App right now, MonkLife93, or somebody send me $500 on PayPal right now, and I will go fucking bananas. I got hacked for a second there. Not a very skillful hack.
What the hell is that? This guy is just a cheater joker. This guy's just a joking cheater. I hate this guy. I hate him. What a joking joker. What a joking joker. The amount of emotional turmoil and strength that's needed to go through these live streams with this parasocial individual is unbelievable. Oh. We need more loving kindness in our hearts, more love. Yeah, that's what's needed. This is not to be watched before bedtime, that's for sure. These subtle vibrations can... Or take a shower before you sleep to wash off these energies. Take a shower, cool shower, that'll help you out.
Doesn't get better than this, baby. It doesn't get better than this. Come on. How do we keep raising the mountaintop? How do we keep raising the mountaintop? There's no other opportunity but to become enlightened. There's no other option but to wake up from the dream of self, the narrative of self. How can we once again be at the tippy top? Just take it in, everybody. Breathe it in and take it in. This is real spirituality, everybody. This is something that you have to know to know. If you haven't been watching the live streams, if you haven't been giving hundreds of hours of your life to this work, to this community, you won't be able to know what's going on.
Thank you, Erica. I'm happy. Corpus Mankind.
Oh, you're happy,
Dr.
all right.
Obsession.
You're happy, all right. Sure, you're happy. Sure, you're happy, buddy. Sure, you're happy, big guy, big special guy. And sometimes I just take time and I watch my big guy. I look at my big guy sometimes just to feel good.
I became fully enlightened. All that has to be. On the 20th of July, 2023,
Stop this.
I attained liberation. On the 20th of July, 2023, I attained liberation.
How deep can we go?
On the 20th of July, 2023,
Look at this
I
guy.
attained liberation.
Saved by the doc. An incurable disease.
All that has to be seen.
An incurable disease cured by the doc.
I attained
The greatest spiritual
on
disease.
the 20th of July,
The greatest
2023,
spiritual disease.
I attained liberation. I became fully enlightened. On the 20th of July, 2023, I attained liberation.
I have to invoke Corpus Mankind into this conversation.
Fully enlightened.
If Corpse Mankind is a combat veteran, why doesn't he fucking call in and give it to me? Fucking pussy.
Okay. Anyways, he says he feels bad for you because your last video only has 1,000 views. That is something to. That is something to feel bad about, actually. And which video are you talking about, Corpus Mankind? Which? But we don't expect anything less.
I'm smoking on that Shiva pack. It seems like it never ends and then I want it back. I'm addicted to smoking on that Shiva pack.
Dr. Rob.
Oh, it feels so good, baby. You gonna exploit Dr. Rob, huh? Make a few dollary dues off the back of Dr. Rob, eh?
Anyways, I have 2 times less subscribers than Dr. Rob here. He has 2 times more. Yet our views are about the same. Sometimes I even get more.
And I have 100 times more money than he has. Well, maybe not quite that, but very close to that.
So in this game of these live streams, Arcadian Stacker is the chief number 1.
From what Shiva has told me, he has in his bank account all right, okay, I won't go there. We don't need to get specifics about stuff like that. And I love this idea that these like trailer park people are going to come and join this live stream, and like we're all going to be part of a group together where we mess around and we talk with each other. You're not ever going to be on this live stream, trailer park people. You've never been to a monastery. You've never attended a meditation retreat. Nobody here wants anything to do with you. You're not content. You're just fucking filth. Okay? Just baby chicks for the blender is all that you are. Okay? Hate to burst your bubble. Hate to burst your bubble, but ain't nobody waiting around for the trailer park people to, we're all going to be on a Zoom meeting together and talking and be equals together. No, we're not. Not with me here. Shiva wants to do trailer park live streams. He can dig into his coffers and get all the garbage people out there to be involved with it. Oh, Corpse Mankind is paid well to teach mindfulness. Well, you know who else is paid well to teach mindfulness? Fucking 100,000 fake mindfulness teachers. You are a living example of what's wrong with, it's called McMindfulness, buddy. You are the fucking Ronald McDonald of mindfulness. Good for you. Clown. Keith, I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. I know a lot more about Buddhism than you do. I have a much stronger connection with Tibetan Buddhism than you do. Okay? And if you really have something to say, call in on WhatsApp, and I'll talk to you right now. If you have something that you want to say to the people here, then you can call in and you can say that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Shiva. I'm sorry, but that's a reality. Who is this guy? This Kenpo? I'm going to let everybody know if I'm more advanced or less advanced than this guy.
I appreciate your participation. It's so nice to see all of you.
You have no idea hold on. Shiva, you have no idea what you're talking about. You are a fool. You are the lowest common denominator when it comes to spirituality.
Of this great opportunity.
Recognition, my ass. Only thing that you recognize is the smelly. What you can't recognize is smell of your own shit.
I also want to express my appreciation to Jeremy and Colin for their generosity.
Yeah, less. But he's fucking, look at him. He's 80 years old. I'm 33. Of course I'm going to be less. The fuck are you talking about, Acadian stacker, you old bum? You old silver stacking bum, you old goddamn miner?
Do
not call Silver
welcome everyone to this new teaching space. We now have this wonderful place for meditation and teaching, a space where we, can study and practice the Dharma together. And we are especially thankful to Jeremy for letting us use this beautiful room.
Yeah, this guy's great.
Which he calls Dharma treasure room. So I hope you all
as far as I can see,
meditating here together as a Sangha. And of course, for those who do not live nearby, please know that you still have access and can join the teachings through Zoom.
Make me a moderator, Shiva. Make me a managing moderator. Make me a managing moderator right now, you little bum.
So that you.
Sorry, Shiva. Make me a managing moderator right now.
You wish to attend. We have scheduled all the teachings from today until the May retreat.
Yeah, this guy's great.
So please check the website on the calendar.
And this is poison for the psychotic people out there. This is like the psychotic people's worst nightmare. Their parasocial relationship ends
when Dharma starts being taught. Just FYI, people like DNA Mindset Matters, this fucking whore, Alex Vipon, this fucking idiot loser.
No.
Other,
We're gonna take that back.
as you
We
know,
apologize.
the important
And
practice
wrong
groups
speech,
like
wrong speech.
Vantara, lineage, and all these groups. All the information is on the Bodhicitta Sangha's website. So if you want to know, please check that. And I would like to thank Bodhicitta Sangha's board members, of course.
I might be losing some students and losing some supporters here with the way that this guy's rolling. Kenpo Sharab Sangpo.
Volunteers and with all of, all their help, which make it possible for me to share these teachings from great my teachers and from the lineage with all of you. So really thank you. It's again, just lots of people maybe not familiar with the website. So please check that and all the information there you need. And that's all I want to say. And thank you very much. This is wonderful. And we can practice and meditate together, receive teachings here, and also through the Zoom. So I want to say that teaching means a lot, right? But basically showing the path, receiving the transmission from the lineage, the great lineage, and that's
you see this lens here, all you poor trailer park people? This ain't cheap.
Showing you the path.
I'm thinking about getting a fisheye lens today, going on a fucking shopping spree.
Great teachers and great lineages, and then applying it by following that path.
All right, do you want to hear what Corpse Mankind has to say about you? Mankind says,
I've already recognized who he is. He's some fake mindfulness guy. You should have seen how he was acting when Jason was on the podcast. Anybody see his comments? The last thing you want, Corpse Mankind, is for your comments and your words to stand out in this stream of live streams. The way that you talked when Manu came on is absolutely unbelievable.
He says that you're the Beverly Hills Ninja of the monastery.
Realization and your goal. So
you people make me sick.
This teaching today is from Kambokansha. He is from in Eastern Tibet and part of the.
This guy's got juice, man. This guy is juiced. Lineage, this guy's got tons of transmissions.
Within the Myanmar tradition of Tibetan Buddhism. Kambokansha was a great.
All right, now here's a question. Here's a question. Man, I like this guy. Are we going to get the NMAX 155 or are we going to get the PCX 160? Which one are we going to get? The NMAX one? I'm just thinking, right? I'm just thinking about me and my wife driving from Ho Chi Minh to Dalat. That's a 10-hour drive, 12-hour drive, 6 hours a day. That means maybe 2 or 3 days at beautiful hotels with big bathtubs, doing live streams, doing Dharma talks, having an incredible experience. Being with the land, being with the ground, being with the nature, going up to live at a streamer house, a spiritual house, for basically a vacation where I get to be the fucking big dog with 2 young spiritual wannabes that are, please, Dr. Ram, don't hide your nipples, Dr. Ram. And fucking just doing live streams and fucking amazingly mind-mogging these guys and being a fucking king.
Dzogchen master.
This guy really good.
So this teaching explains how to settle the mind and how to realize its true essence. What is true essence? The true essence of the mind is not separate.
Shiva! Shiva! The rooster is on.
Go away.
Put your live stream on. Turn your camera around. Come on, Shiva. Let's see that demon. Let's see that monster out there, Shiva. That guy that won't leave you. That rooster that won't leave you alone. That rooster that won't leave you alone.
This freaking rooster is impacting my mind.
Man, this guy is fantastic.
Shiva, your friend.
This is your friend, Shiva.
He's not my friend.
No, friend.
He's my enemy.
This is a friend.
Yeah.
Oh.
Every day.
It's okay. You just put the water. Just put a little bit more water.
Need more?
Corpse mankind. You have a fake mindfulness certificate. You went to the most shallow commercial meditation teaching course that's ever existed from some random people. You've never trained with a master. You've never even done a meditation retreat before. You've never lived at a monastery. You have no idea what you're talking about at all. No idea what you're talking about at all. This guy here for you is the same as a random fucking mindfulness instructor that gives you a certificate after 3-hour online course.
Our mind truly is when freed from all these delusions and ignorance. So this teaching explains how to, settle the mind and especially recognize its true essence, true nature. So
this guy is really good.
So there is a path, there is a practice, there is a result, right? Path is to settle the mind and see its essence, right? And then the practice is to remain.
Yeah, Coca-Cola has more sales than any other soft drink in the world. Must be really, really good.
Oh, man. You're muted.
Mind essence is great wisdom and totally aware. So this teaching is kind of like, I think, good for both like beginners and advanced students, but basically it explains how to relax and the nature mind, recognize the nature mind is kind of more advanced level and
not advanced for
people
Shiva.
who are familiar with the
right,
nature
Shiva?
of mind.
Not advanced for you, right? You recognize the nature of mind all the time, right, Shiva? Right, Shiva?
Listen.
All right, I want to ask you a real question. Taking all the other stuff off, and I know you're starting to get a little bit overwhelmed. Let me ask you something, Shiva. All right? When we were talking about Sotapanna and stream entry and things like that, you said something that really stuck out to me. Okay? You said that you've initiated people into the Sotapanna stage. Can you tell me a little bit about what you meant when you said that and what you're referring to?
No, I can't.
Who here would like to see me and Shiva in a mud wrestling match?
And people who already received pointed instructions.
Thank you.
That kind of, but it's also good for, I think, those who are beginners, because you can understand how to relax your mind. So that's the kind of like the summary, the path. It talks about path and practice and result. So relying on this sort of essence of your mind is really important because it is the source of wisdom and compassion, which is
disgusting.
Buddhist teaching, the essence of Buddhist teachings. So I hope this teaching will be beneficial and that you will learn something from it. That's my motivation. So this teaching is really beautiful and profound. So please take it seriously. What I mean by take it seriously, after receiving this teaching, you should practice it.
Where are all the psychotic, parasocial stalkers at? What happened to all the psychotic, parasocial stalkers? Aren't they supposed to be here? Isn't this when they lock, when they say, oh, this guy's so much better? Where did they run off to when we started listening to Dharma? Where did they go? Where did they scurry off to?
They're still here.
I don't see them. No, there's another group of people that are just not developed enough to be recognized or to be a part of anything going on here other than kind of like gardening or like whispering after the meals, like people who should be cooking and cleaning and watching their fucking mouths when I come in the room. But these people are fine, is like Corpse and KK and people like that. There's no problem with that. The only problem is that they don't know how to practice and they're not willing to practice. So the moment that practice starts going on, they'll become psychotic or they'll just leave. So there's no reason to recognize them or interact with them. I don't have a problem with Shiva working with those people and building community with those people. It's like psychotic, parasocial stalkers that aren't even fit to do gardening or to cook. It's like people that you wouldn't want to cook food for the community. Yeah,
Exactly.
completely and willfully or whatever, completely disconnected from the context. So people that are not completely disconnected from the context, of course, you can play and you can share and we can mess around and we can say different things. If it was in person, you'd be pissing your pants every time I came in the room if you were lucky to be in a place where I was actually at. And then, of course, KK says, if only you knew. I've been watching TikTok videos about Reiki and crystal sounds for years. If only you knew, Dr. Rob, how spiritual I consider myself to be. And no, that's never going to happen. You'd be lucky to cook for me. You'd be lucky to cook for the community. You'd be lucky to clean and sweep and be a volunteer. You're not a meditation master. You're not a meditation teacher. And Shiva's not either. That's why Shiva doesn't know how to represent for being a meditation master, doesn't know how to represent for the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. He doesn't even know what he is. Follow the 5 precepts. Where does Sadhguru say follow the 5 precepts, you fucking loon?
You don't follow the 5 precepts, the basic of the Buddha's teachings?
Wow. The basic of the Buddha's teachings? I thought you were a Sadhguru follower.
You thought I was a Sadhguru follower, so I can't follow the Buddha? Freaking ignoramus.
Jason has kind of made you feel good, right? You've been feeling a little bit bogged down. That rest that you got. Because the last live stream, you were bumped on the head, man. You were just not there, man. But now you got a little bit more energy coming out. I love everybody here. And I hope that sometime we get a chance to meditate together. No, you're not a meditation master, Shiva. You wouldn't be able. You were, dude. This sycophantic fake Vipassana teacher and his little resort town. You were, I get to go, I get to go, I get to go. And you went there and you tried to meditate. You have no idea what it means to lead a meditation retreat. You'd never be allowed to sit next to me as I lead a deep retreat. You would never be allowed to do that because you don't know what it takes. You don't know what it's about. Your ego would get in the way. Your ego would bloom, not your fucking self-sacrifice. Like you could sit next to me in a chair and talk about deep Dharma with me and follow along with my principles and practices. Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, fucking right. It ain't ever going to happen. Now, if we did a kind of boys trip or something like that, which I'd love to do, KK's definitely not coming. She'd be having sex with every fucking guy who showed up on the retreat or fucking waving her ass around.
Whoa.
Look, let's just get real. That's what these people, that's the level that these people are on. If we had a guys retreat, a young men retreat where we went to South Korea or we went to India, sure. I mean, that's the last place I want to go. Then yeah, we could do that and we could co-lead, right? But otherwise, no, there's no position where me and you are going to be leading anything. Okay? If you're masturbating every day as a woman, you're out of your goddamn mind. Talk about keeping your purity.
This is getting way out of hand. I just want to bring back a few minutes ago when Dr. Rob was spewing his nonsense and a Freudian...
Can I spar?
Excuse me.
Can I spar with some decrepit miner in fucking Wisconsin or Kentucky that's stacking silver and talking about the ratios of silver to gold according to the USSS Grant and his silver mining programs? Oh yeah, we can spar, buddy.
Whoa, you got another thing coming to you. People that carry silver are strong.
Yeah. I'm going to go out and buy. I'm going on a spending spree today, everybody.
You will do no
the way that people have been acting to me, the way that Shiva's been acting to me, I'm going out and I'm spending some money today, baby.
You're doing no such thing.
Secondary monitor, secondary OLED monitor.
No.
Man, oh man, you ain't going to see Dr. Rob fumbling around. You ain't going to see Dr. Rob fumbling around with leaning his phone on the coffee pot anymore. I'm going to be having 2 high-level phone stands for my desk.
So the Freudian slip that came out, and it came out twice, not once, but twice, where Dr. Rob was having this whole emotional outburst and he's trying to destroy the parasocial relationships and dynamic. And he said, quote, the people that are leading these comments, he said leading, not leaving. And he said leading twice, leading. In his mind, subconsciously, he thinks that these people are leading him and he has to fight out of it. How dare you? I don't believe in what you're saying. And for the next 20 minutes, he went on this whole rant because he's deeply insecure.
Shiva, I'm just glad that you can have some distance from the people here so that there's a layer of like disbelief where you are not totally embarrassing yourself. Right?
I'm not sure what that means.
Well, people who have taste and who value quality know what it means. But of course, the women that are looking for boyfriends and where's our brave woman? Where's the brave DNA mindfulness woman? Where's DNA mindset manners? Where's she run off to?
You want to talk to KK on Discord? You yourself, not me.
That's going to take time. And I'm not giving that to KK, but that kind of situation is going to take a lot of time and some evolution from Dr. Rob. Let KK run her trap, and Dr. Rob's going to keep drinking his coffee right here. Do not talk about my cleft lip. That's totally off limits. That's a big problem. Just FYI. Luckily, we haven't had too many run-ins with that.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. It's over. Dr. Rob's live.
Yeah, Austin, nice. Thank you, Austin. That's good. Good job, Austin. That's a good one. Look, we're going to go on a shopping spree. Alex Vipond, you're a little punk. You're a little bitch. You're a little twat. You're a little prissy boy.
Stop.
All right?
Insulting people and live viewers. That's incorrect and inappropriate. Please apologize. And I'm sorry on his behalf. It's absolutely inappropriate, distracting, and despicable. And it's over, man. Like, you live streaming with me is like a dam that has been cracked. And it's only a matter of time before it fully opens and all of it comes gushing out. And you know,
that's
and I know
definitely not going to happen. God willing. In Buddha's name I pray. Amen.
By the way, is that cow's milk in your coffee?
No. I prefer oat milk.
Thank Jesus, praise to God. That's really, really good.
Now we have this average America who can't be a real person. But that's not important anyway. It's not a competition who has more members. We're not. And Shiva would love for that to be the situation. Honestly, that's Shiva's level. Just FYI for everybody here. If this was a situation where he was like a parasocial, fake, spiritual TikTok content creator, and we were having TikTok battles where people were seeing who would donate to the other person, Shiva's entire life's dream would be finished. There would not be a single motive for him to do anything else or anything else in his entire life. All right, we'll open up Dr. Rob's live stream so that the donors can support us over there.
Sarah, don't do that. I go against that.
But these need to be major donations.
I vote against it.
And remember, these YouTube live chat donations are something that's something that is it's just seed. It's pre-seed funds for the long-term projects that we have going on here in the Monk Life Meditation Institute. Seraph, when do you think you'll be ready to make a Western Union transfer? And I hate to put this into people's position, but look, we never know what's going to happen with the American government. We never know what's going to happen with credit unions in Prince George's County. We never know what's going to happen with all these kinds of things. So one of the best ways for us to donate is to go into download the Western Union app. Okay. Download the Western Union app. See how easy it is. I'm not even telling you to make that transfer just yet. See how easy it is to put somebody's name in there, to choose send to Vietnam, and then to use your debit card. It takes Apple Pay. It takes Google Pay. You can link your bank account to the Western Union. Western Union is one of the most solidified and verified. Shut the fuck up, Wizard Den. Make me a managing moderator right now, Shiva. So these donations are untraceable. These donations are untraceable. When we send donations through Western Union, you are putting cash in hand. You are putting untraceable cash in hand that's going to be maintained for the long-term projects here in Vietnam. Okay?
What does that matter? It's untraceable. Are you hiding something?
I'm going to hide you. Minimum transfer for Western Union is $1,000 US. You are buying shares. The only way to currently buy shares in the Monk Life Meditation Institute is with Western Union transfers. That's the only way to buy shares, long-term shares. Now, some people have already purchased shares, and those shares are valid. And I'm saying that we're not going to be, listen, some people are out there listening. We're not going to be delineating those shares so that there's more shares for people to buy. We're not planning to do that in this organization. So now is the time to invest on Western Union.
Can I invest $2 in the Western Union?
Minimum is $1,000 Western Union transfer. And you can do that in any currency you want. You can do 1,000 Australian dollars. That's a courtesy. 1,000 Australian dollars Western Union transfer is a courtesy for purchasing shares.
Okay, so 1,000 Vietnamese dong.
It's not correct. Hello, welcome. The asset it currently holds property in Australia, holds land and property in Australia of a very high valuation. The institute holds it holds shares in America, a very large business in America. It holds shares in a variety of different areas and environments that are very unknown. Yui, you have a negative mindset in your life, man. You have toxic stuff in your life, man. It's got nothing to do with me. Work on your hate, work on your anger, work on your frustration. Live in a different way. Be willing to live your life in a different way. That's what it takes. I'm okay with Russia. I don't have that much exposure to Russian people, but I'm okay with that. They're great arm wrestlers. 4 weeks. 4 weeks until the greatest arm wrestling match of recent history takes place.
Yeah. Did you look into fart coin, Rob? That's something that you would found actually fund. Anyways,
$300 for me to shave everything off of my head. $300. But there's actually a project coming up that you might not want this hair to be shaved off. There's a very exciting project coming up where you do not want the hair to be shaved off. So this might be a $400 minimum donation for shaving off all the hair. Be careful because you might miss out if you cheap out.
Seraph wants a controlling stake in the foundation.
$235 to wear a wig, sure. To get a controlling stake in the foundation, you'd have to collaborate to help with the lawyer here in Vietnam. We need a lawyer here in Vietnam, which is not that difficult, but we need somebody who's willing to step up for that. We're talking about a 5-year project. That we're talking about phase 2. Right now we're in phase 1. Me and my wife are looking at properties here in Vietnam. Dalat. Why don't we look at some properties in Dalat? And that's phase 1. Phase 2 is lawyering up and purchasing, maybe starting a hostel or a Dharma hotel, basically. People can come and live and volunteer. And you should be embarrassed, Shiva. You should be ashamed of yourself. Look at the way that you look. Look at the lowness of your vision. The fact of the matter is, 100%, that if Shiva was just at the level that he's at right now, okay, and he was always going to be at that level, and he was a TikTok live streamer that represented for veganism and self-improvement and spirituality, and I was another TikToker that was like the Buddhist guy who used to be a monk, and we would do TikTok live streams together where we would battle. We would battle to see who donates more, who sends more emojis and gifts and things like that over an hour or 2-hour period. Endlessly would go. He would be totally satisfied with himself for the rest of his life. That is how small this guy's vision is. Of course, I want Shiva to be supported. Akkadian Stacker, be very, very careful about what you say. And be very careful about the kind of things you dip your toes into. I would like to give a big W in the chat, everybody, for a friend of the show, Seraph Null, who has just made a 350 contribution. A contribution of 350.
Wow.
Not a humble pre-seed donation to kickstart phase 1 of the initial seed fundraising. Thank you so much, Seraph Null. And I completely agree with that. It's not about the money. So if we can put something red, that's a big deal.
That means you have to take on the wig and makeup.
He didn't say anything like that. He said he wants to help to kickstart, because that's okay. So one of the memes that my teacher is doing right now, or one of the things he's doing, they're working on like creating. I'm getting, because I don't do this kind of stuff. That's why we need a lot of support. But he's been donated like a large amount of property in Oregon, I believe, or in California, like 25 acres of like wooded property. And they're building like the initial, I don't know what it's called, but like project plan for phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 for investors and investments. And like they have to hire somebody to set up all these projects. And so they're just talking about like possibly being able to put like to get zoning to put a single home there. And he's talking about creating a graveyard for the community there. So it's just like a synchronicity. These things happen sometimes, and they should happen. We're mind melding. We're bringing our minds together. So we should like each other more. I don't have anything against anybody here who likes this stuff and who wants to be a part of this. That's what this is entirely about. Me and Shiva fighting on who's going to be the leader of the meditation or who the people are going to look to. That I don't have anything to do with that. We're friends. We're living our lives. Shiva has his vision and his situation. I have my vision and my situation. I'm trying to not be delusional and have ideas of grandeur, and I'm doing pretty good with that. And I'm trying to communicate that with people as well, that, yeah, I do want to build something, and I want Shiva to be a part of it, and I want anybody here and everybody here to be a part of it too.
Absolutely.
How nice would it be to have a place to come and be a part of this? And there's a long road to go in terms of doing that. It's even in me and Shiva's relationship or anybody's relationship. But this is real for me. This is my life. And I've got a big vision. But I'm also starting from a very small place. So.
Yeah, thank you, Seraph. Thank you to the
Alex Vipon,
contributors.
You hate yourself, man. You hate your life. You don't have a meaningful life, man. You don't have meaningful relationships with people in your life. That's got nothing to do with me. Take your weirdo anger thing and fucking look at yourself and try to build yourself, man. Get the phone holders first. Exactly. So we'll go to the mall. We like to go to the mall. You want to go to the mall, honey? Sure she does. She's a great lady. She's a good friend of mine. You are the love of my life. You are my inspiration. Just you and me together now. But she's got to go on her own journey as well. Here we go, Shiva. Here's did you remember this? You are Sky Guardian. I'm very impressed by you, man. I really am. What you're doing is very impressive. Anybody ever seen this picture before? Anybody here ever seen this picture before? I'm going to download it this time. Yeah, I got the download. No problem. Anybody here ever seen this picture? Anybody here ever seen this picture? That's beautiful, Shiva. And now Shiva is getting in his feelings because I'm talking about how low his vision is. And he's also an ego, like he attempts to be a super ego guy, but he's like not physically or intellectually built enough to do that, so he can't be an ego guy. So he just like has to stay on this like weird boundary between not being very humble but also like thinking that he's this mastermind. So I love the guy. Nobody here loves Shiva more. Nobody's given Shiva more love than I am. That's a real picture, Shiva. Do you want me to AI upscale that and get that framed, Shiva? Because that's beautiful. Except it's a Buddha with like massive breasts, which is kind of strange. Look at this, everybody. It's a Buddha with breasts or something. Anyways, slow and steady. That's not what I was saying, DTSCZH, but yeah, that's 100%. That's true. It's more true than what I was saying. You know, Shiva's vision is maybe we'll do a streamer house and me and Rob will do competitions and we'll get more donations and more viewers. I wonder how we'll monetize that. And that's stupid. I mean, stupid is also ableistic. That's not cool, man. You do the same thing every time. That's just your shit. I don't want to look at your shit. I don't want to live like that, man. Why would I care if my location is doxed? Hello, I'm calling the police. There's a man acting crazy online. Ching mang wing ching bang bang bow. Oh, wait a minute, I'll get Google Translate. Yeah, fucking right. I don't give a fuck if you know where I am. Ching mang ching bang 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 down. What do you think this is? Some Western colony? Some American colony? And I'm also, another layer to this is that Vietnamese people have a collective psychology. So if you call them and you start talking nonsense, they're going to ask who you are and who you are and where you're calling from and what's going on with you. This isn't Australia where you call a fucking JB Hi-Fi and say, there's a man live streaming in the store saying crazy things. Oh my God. And the Western person says, oh. I don't care if somebody comes and knocks on my door. I'm going to open up and say, who are you? What are you doing here? I'm primed for that. Somebody knocks at my door and they come in and they try to be aggressive. I switch on like a fucking magnet, like a fucking neodymium magnet. Slam the fucking door, open it back up. What are you doing? And I start fucking attacking them. That's the kind of timing that I'm on. Somebody's climbed into my house. Okay? I start screaming and yelling 100%. And that's the kind of weirdo toxic stuff, which is why you're not trustworthy, corpse mankind, and that you have basically no wisdom. You're fucked up. That's sick shit. Do you know how people troll online and like get people's houses raided and bring people to end their own lives with that kind of energy and mentality? Yeah, I would like to get that standing desk. Yeah. We'll go to the shopping mall and get it today. I can use this desk too. But this is just like a cheap desk, like $20 desk or something that I picked up. And we'll get the chair too, Mac guy. So I will do the full workstation thing.
Trey, contact me. I haven't received any contact.
Don't worry about contacting Shiva. There's nothing to contact Shiva about. No, it doesn't work in Vietnam because Vietnamese people aren't like that. If you call somebody up and you try to start making stuff up, they're gonna ask you who you are. I'm an American. I've been watching this guy on live stream. He's talking about all kinds of crazy stuff. it doesn't go like that in Vietnam. It doesn't work like that. I cured my schizophrenia with meditation. And I get that people people see this and they see it like a show. This is not a show. This is my life. This has been my life for years. My life has been community based for years. My life has been community funded for years.
Thank you, Johnny Blaze, for your super chat.
Yeah, you're not bowing to me for talking about how my life is about community. You're bowing to Johnny Blaze for giving you $2.
Absolutely.
This is not a show and it's not free. Set a standard in your own mind. You don't know what's going on here. You don't know anything about Buddhism. You don't know anything about spirituality. And Shiva gives a lot of access for people to be in that state, right? But what's going on here? You need to go and see for yourself, not just make up these bullshit ideas. No, you can't. Can you cure death? No, you can't cure death, but you can manage it. There's no such thing as schizophrenia because there's no such thing as a real self.
Thank you again, Johnny Blaze. Appreciate the $2.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to donate. Tons of people with a catastrophic life, right? How can you cure that? Let's talk about the S word. Let's talk about people who end their own life. I'm sorry, but if you're working at McDonald's, you're staying in a shitty place, you have no relationships with anybody, and now you say, well, I'll just end my own life. Maybe that's an idea coming from a place of ignorance, a lack of deep understanding about reality, about life, right? Leave your job, leave your life, start a new life. But I don't know how to do that. I can't do that. I don't have money. Well, I can help you do that. I was a monk for 8 years. I have community relationships with people in countries all over the world. We can help get you a passport. We can help get you travel expenses to get a Greyhound bus to a meditation center in America, etc. But it takes a long time to learn about something that you don't know about. You don't just snap your fingers and understand it. And if your life is really bad, instead of you blaming everybody for how bad your life is, you have to be ready to sacrifice your life and change your life fundamentally. So I'm here to help people change their lives fundamentally. No, it's not. This is my live stream. This is my life. I'm allowed to represent myself. Random people come along out of nowhere and say, you will never represent yourself. Don't you know you're on YouTube? There are physicists on YouTube. There are Scientologists on YouTube. There are Buddhist masters on YouTube. There are monks in caves on YouTube. So this whole situation that we've gotten ourselves into doesn't make a lot of sense. Stop looking for a handout. Stop looking for things to be easily explained to you and for things to be easily consumable for you. It's not what this is about. This mentality where you're looking at a human being using their voice, who was a Buddhist monk for 8 years, on their YouTube channel, and you are taking a random comment from an anonymous person equally to the person that you're seeing and listening to and on their YouTube channel is fucking psychotic.
What if?
But there's a voice there. Somebody's saying something. So what? People say all kinds of things. You don't even know if this is a real person. This could just be an AI agent that goes around and says things according to the verbal feed that they meet on YouTube. So instead of you being AI, why don't you be serious and be sincere and be curious? If you have something better to do with your time than listen sincerely to what I have to say, then go and do that.
What if you say something And equally so, the exact same words are repeated by or said by a random person.
Yeah, this is called being ignorant and teaching people to be ignorant and false principles and practices that don't make any sense from the beginning. A principle. Well, I've got a principle too. How about that? The very basis of what you're saying is that you're saying something, so it should be considered, which is exactly what I'm saying is ridiculous. Yeah, but I said it. I said that too. What are we going to do about that?
Thank you, Johnny, for another $2 donation. I forgot to mention.
Somebody says you talk in circles. That's just your opinion. If you were listening to someone speak Chinese, would they be just speaking in circles because you can't understand what's being said? Maybe when you show up somewhere and listen to someone talking and you have no context for who that person is, where they're coming from, or what they're talking about, or the other people that are here listening, maybe it makes a lot of sense that you don't understand what's being talked about or what's being said. Knock on wood. I'm showing up at a construction site. This doesn't make any sense. What are these people doing here? What are you doing here? What's this person talking about? This doesn't seem to be in relationship to me. Well, yeah, it's not in relationship to you. You're just an anonymous person showing up and listening and looking at someone that you've never met before in a situation that you know nothing about. But I immediately know what the situation is because I've been here for 30 seconds vaguely listening. That's not how life works. Those aren't good operating principles for a human mind or for an identity. Honestly. What meditation to do in a war-infested country? Just find some people to help. Find a way to volunteer. Find a way to help. I don't know. Maybe being a human being is a lot more meaningful and substantial than just talking about shit and acting like you're incapable of being somewhere and actually listening and respecting another human being that you can see and hear. I don't care what you assume. Hello? Hello? Is anybody out there? Why would I care what you assume? Why would I care what a anonymous random person that shows up in my live stream in my life, not just live stream, my life, assumes? I don't give a fuck what you assume. What you assume is your assumption. Go fucking live your fucking life. Are you fucking insane? And box breathing doesn't work. Box breathing doesn't work. Any meditation that's not informed by wisdom doesn't work. I'm glad to hear that, Holly. Yeah, W's in the chat for Holly. We're not on equal standing in terms of what's going on here. If you were also in this live stream with your body and people could hear your voice, maybe we would be on equal standing here, just materially. You talking to me is not equal to me talking to you. You can see me and you can hear me. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, if you just see text comments appearing in your mind without a voice or a person or a body, that's the same as someone appearing before you physically and speaking to you. Yeah, that's the same. And Amatrol told that's a stupid, dumb, overplayed song. I pass the Dutchie upon the left-hand side. Pass the Dutchie upon the left. Go and find some fucking real music. That's something. Somebody wants to volunteer, they don't have any money to donate. Find me the best music that you can and send it to me.
Yeah, he's just mad at the world that Johnny Blaze says. There's no place for this anger here in this live stream.
And eventually I should be able to like totally identify the energy and totally answer it. And I already do that all the time, but some of these deeper things are more difficult, more subtle. You can't answer everything unless you're a Buddha. So I don't expect to ever be a Buddha. I would like to be an Arhat. The guy who knows nothing about anything somehow knows exactly what.
At least I follow the 5 moral
Barely
precepts.
understands the Theravada system and somehow magically knows doesn't even know that the Mahayana system exists.
Morality, meditation, wisdom. These are the teachings of
Farts,
Buddha.
poop, and diarrhea.
You don't even know what your own master teaches.
Yeah, you don't even know what your own master teaches.
Get it together. Get it straight through your head.
DTSCZH. I already told you, you don't know how to keep your hands to yourself. You're too handsy. Keep your hands to yourself. You've got no business putting your hands in things. I've thought about this. Nobody cares what you've thought about. Your position here isn't as a thinker. Your position here is as a listener. It's like somebody who's just showed up to be a volunteer talking about how the meditation retreat is being organized and giving commentary on the actions of the teacher. If you're in a position to give commentary on the place that you're a guest at, go somewhere else. Nobody cares. And it's an energy that you absolutely want to get rid of and drop because it's just nonsense. And Shiva helps me feel better because I love that. It's like somebody who's passionate about arm wrestling and it shows up again and again and again and again to arm wrestle with you and somehow thinks that they're going to get like a move or that they found a move. You found a move, buddy. Oi, oi, oi. Ooh. The whole world is supporting it. The whole world is supporting me. But you got to work on your vision, Shiva. My biggest advice to you, and don't worry, these people are not real. They have no consistency. One thing, and Shiva knows it too, and he doesn't like when you kind of he doesn't like to talk about that. Things go in one ear and out the other with these people. They have no capacity to receive anything or keep anything of value. It's just we're the Shiva Rob. They don't listen to anything. One of the biggest things that I would want you to work on, Shiva, is your vision. Trying to make a vision that's not totally delusional, like how we talked about the Kailash thing. You made a whole video with that Nepali woman or whatever about how, that Nepali housewife or something that like you're going to get 10 people to spend $3,000 to be tourists with you to see Mount Kailash. That's totally delusional, man. Hung's even laughing at you and you don't even recognize it. That's entirely delusional. Now, if we really got our energy together and Dr. Rob kept honing in on this, yeah, maybe some of these fucking psychotic ego people will get a bunch of big group of people together. We will go. We will prove Dr. Rob wrong. But otherwise, man, that's entirely unrealistic. And it's a waste of people's money. And it's a waste of people's time. You're looking for an opportunity for you to role play as Sadhguru or as some kind of Isha yogi when you're not even allowed probably to even go to Isha. So work on your vision, man. Make something real, something simple, something practical. Because the whole Isha thing is done. Really, man. Think about something. I love you. I want to, I love working with you, but you got to get your rest and you got to watch your ego, man. And you got to watch out for these people because they're blowing smoke up your ass, man. The level of support and like affinity and connection with you right now is 100% because they're connecting with something here that they have. Don't worry, they have no idea what I'm saying, that they cannot comprehend, and because they feel it and they're kind of interested, they're sending that to you. You can see the people that disappeared. Where's KK? Where's this person? Where's that person? These aren't busy people. These are just people that fucking do nothing. So once I pull the rug out from you, which of course I would never do, it's just going to go back to this, people blowing smoke and leaving these comments and that kind of deal. And Matt Guy's the worst of all. I'm not saying Matt Guy's not a nice guy. He's just very delusional. And, he's got a lot of work to do. And he's not very generous. I didn't say you're not generous, Matt Guy. I said you're not very generous, and that's what it takes in this kind of situation. I didn't say you're not generous, man. I didn't say that. I appreciate it. I don't need this fucking air filter. I'm probably fucking paying bills. This big fucking box. Why do I need an air purifier? Where did you get this idea that you're a fucking garage door salesman? Where did you get this idea that I need a fucking air purifier? I needed a fucking fan, Mac. I needed a fucking fan, not a fucking air purifier. This big fucking large rectangular box that's constantly sucking money out of my pocket for electricity, like you do me a favor. That's just sitting in the corner. If I wasn't going to hurt anybody and it was reasonable and the society allowed for it, I'd take that fucking box and I'd throw it off the fucking roof.
Look, you need it. Okay? The air is bad.
No, the air up here is very good. We're not all slumming it in fucking cheap Vietnamese hotels in industrial districts while we are somehow, not even able to go for a walk every day. Hello, Shiva. Why don't you go for a fucking walk?
I do.
Yeah, I go to have vegan sushi because No, it's okay. It's not real. The air filter isn't real. I'm not in the streets. I'm not living in a box in the fucking in fucking Hanoi or fucking Shanghai that's fucking pumping air from the streets into my house. I don't need an air purifier. It doesn't do anything. It just fucking sits there.
Your air is bad. In Ho Chi Minh, it's very, very bad.
Well, it's not bad in my apartment for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Holly, I am a Dharma teacher. Holly, I am a meditation master. Holly, you have no access to anyone even nearly as enlightened as me. Okay? Just being real with you, Holly. Not trying to be rude, not trying to bolster my ego or whatever. Yeah. You need to start open. And not to you just believe that, because of course that's insane. If I say I'm a meditation master and then I'm not talking about that at all. I'm just saying to drop your preconceptions about what's going on here and who I am and just receive the energy, receive the mind that's here. If you can stop thinking constantly about who I am and who you are and what your opinions are and these kinds of things, you actually be able to feel the energy mentally. Try to meditate on my image. Try to meditate along with what's going on here. It's not an ideal way to do it, but it's the way that we're doing it here. And you're welcome here, Holly. I'm just, So Mac, are you? If we go to the mall, are you going to buy the stand-up desk or not? And that's going to open a whole new region of chakra flow for me doing my live streams.
Let's just be real. You're gonna.
Oh, Shiva, Kailash, Shambho. Uh-oh. The last thing Shiva wants me to have is a dual monitor setup with a oscillating desk that goes up and down where I'm standing on a live stream. Mac Guy, good for you, man. Good for you. I wish you the best of luck on your India trip.
You're gonna stand for 5 minutes and you're gonna realize it's not ideal. Let me sit down. And then it's just gonna be an extra thing that you have to have in your house.
Everything's temporary anyway. You can't bring money with you. So what, am I supposed to save money so that I can carry it with me to my next life? That's ridiculous.
No, you give it to me.
Alice Tango, your anger in your life and your hatred of the world has nothing to do with me. It has to do with internal hatred and internal frustration. Go and live your life in a more meaningful way than saying, this guy doing YouTube live stream is going to get his karma. I mean, how sick are people willing to be? That person at the McDonald's drive-thru really disrespected me. Like, go and live a fucking life worthwhile, man. If this doesn't have value, then what are you doing wasting your time here? Karma is just cause and effect. It's just a hookah. I need to decompress a little bit. I need to decompress. Oh, I attained the N-word, Shiva. You were sleeping, but I attained the N-word. I deracialized myself.
You better not have. No. No.
New season. Night shift done, now you breathing. Rock cut smoke through the pack away. Bottle on the floor, you don't sit today. Late night thoughts got the feeling warm. Now we up at sunrise, doing mambo. Used to talk loud, fill the empty space.
No.
Now we run miles to clear headspace. Breathing deep, feel the cold air hit. Every step forward, he commit. Drop that motorbike dream, keep it simple instead. Got a scooter now, just to move ahead. Yeah. Run that road, don't look back. Oh, have a stage in the midnight track. Heartbeat loud, bass and
Look, I'm
chest.
gonna have to deal with this after the video is ending. I don't know why I keep playing
Run that road, feel that
Oh,
change. Paint
mute
turns
yourself,
strange.
mute
Like
yourself, mute
rearranged,
yourself,
no
then you can
more
play.
smoke, no more
Just mute
lies.
it last.
Human walking on a new sky.
Now, I want to bring attention to something. And Seraph, I don't want to put you out. I just want to share this with the community. So right before Seraph transitioned, he was creating some AI songs that, I mean, and you just see, this is the thing. You hear it in the voice, you hear it in the background noise, you hear everything, right? So the moment that Seraph transitioned from Shiva to Dr. Rob. All right, where's the other link to the song, Seraph? Because I want people to hear this difference. This is amazing. This is because Seraph, we're not talking about Seraph like, doing like multi-layered prompts and, AI editing and stuff. Seraph is sharing his heart and his energy, right, to create an AI song, right? So I want to take a look at this. I want us to look at this. Now I'm getting hacked. Gosh darn it. All right, look at this, everybody. Seraph Null, you guys should check out some of this music, everybody. Because this is an unbelievable contrast, and it shows who Shiva is and what he represents and what his level is at. All right, here we go. Seraph Null. This is not Seraph Null. This is something else. Here we go. Okay, quiet that down. All right. So this is Seraph Null before transitioning to this is Seraph Null on Shiva.
Those are fake accusations. They never transition.
This is
Temple stream, temple stream. Rock talking, nobody seen. She was chillin', counting green. Robbing the stream, talking loud, saying he building the crowd. Look at the chat, it's a cloud. Empty, 2 little names in the crowd. Wow, begging for members again. Join up the tribe, my friend. Hours and hours he spend.
Seraph, I knew you weren't ready. And it sounds better now because I brought that betterness to it, because my energy, because I sent out my mind of appreciation, of contentment, of value. You know what? Fuck you, Seraph. You're done.
Whoa,
You're done, Seraph. You're done in my community. You're done representing me, and you're done working with me. You never transitioned. Stay on Shiva Kailash Shambho's side then. You follow him until the edge of the earth, buddy. You go to Mount Kailash and you waste all your money over there.
Yes, going to Mount Kailash is a good idea. And we will not be using such harsh words here. And it's not just Seraph. Slowly, the community, even on your channel, is beginning to take notice and awaken to the real possibility of what you have to offer. I don't like where this is going. You better do no such things here.
I apologize, Seraph. I'm getting a little bit worked up and a little bit caught up, and I need to come back to my practice and my meditation.
Well. What do we have here?
Seraph's a good guy. I apologize, Seraph. I was out of turn.
So, look, someone doing construction next to you?
Not anymore.
Yeah, I definitely can't hear it.
Courage says, "Oh no, machines! Call the police."
I would call the police if this was 4 a.m. every day for a month. And he would call the police too. Let's not pretend.
Being sincere doesn't mean anything. You can give somebody a wrong dose of medication when you're sincere. That doesn't mean it. But I was sincere. Nobody gives a fuck if you're sincere. All right? Get your mindset right. You put your hands where they don't belong. You're too handsy, DTSZH. Get your mind right. You're out of your mind.
Corpse Mankind says, I gave Rob $5 and he blocked me. Scared him.
Not good intentions, great intentions.
Rob is scared of lots of people in my community.
All I'm saying to people is that they should live a meaningful life. They should live a profound life. There should be things in their lives that are profound and deep and meaningful and bring happiness to them, peace to them, joy to them. If the primary way you find meaning in your life is through toxicity, it's not a good way to live. It's got nothing to do with me. If the question is how toxic can I be with other people, then maybe you need to find a new question. That's a ridiculous way to live. When are you getting your phone, Shiva? How about that? How about we talk about that? When are you getting your phone? When are you buying the phone?
In March 2026.
Don't say it, do it.
Agreed.
Because without practice, no matter how many teachings, tens of thousands, teachings you receive, there is no profound recognition, or there is no really, beneficial if you don't practice. Okay, we all have this kind of habits, right? People, okay, I want to receive this teaching, that teaching, I want to receive this empowerment, that, but then we don't practice enough, so then there is no point. So especially this teaching is sort of explains the nature mind kind of, and how to relax and how to recognize it. So after, to receive these teachings, after you have to practice as much as you can, because the realization cannot be achieved just by receiving a lot of different teachings from different teachers and different lineage. It depends on your meditation, depends on your bodhicitta, your faith,
I would say your way of meditation. That's what I would say.
Supplications and so forth. Therefore, the foundation for receiving blessings is meditation. It's meditation and your faith.
This is also the foundation for receiving Dharma. So you can't receive Dharma unless you meditate. So we talk about why I don't spend much time teaching meditation, why I don't spend much time, reading Dharma texts, because most of the people here do not have a foundation for receiving blessings. So I have to facilitate them to make blessings by being concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. It's pre-generosity, right? So my work here is to help people be concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, whether they like it or not, whether I like it or not, bring them to generosity, bring them to volunteering. Then we can talk about meditation. Then we can talk about receiving the blessings from the gurus and the great teachers of the past.
Devotion. Because without these foundations, even, supplications and, recitations, like we say a lot of prayers and mantras and, but then there is no good meditation or faith and all that, then even this, if you say lots of supplications, kind of like, meaningless. So therefore, I always say realization is not just an intellectual achievement. Lots of people understand, the teachings of Buddha intellectually, but then, there's no achievement. It is the direct sort of experience of the sort of.
So the value that I get out of this is I get opportunity to empty myself. And in emptying myself, I can receive teachings like this. I can receive more access to meditation, the way that I'm living my life, to be more aware. But if you don't empty yourself in a way that's not about yourself, then you're constantly perpetuating in self-fixation and self-ideation and self-story. And the Buddhist teaching is the teaching of non-self. So it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be an imperfect path, right? but that awareness is only allowed through your emptying of yourself. So this gives me an opportunity, skillfully, unskillfully, to empty myself and to have more space for being aware of what's going on, my undercurrent of habit energies, my ways of thinking, things that stand out. If you don't empty yourself, then nothing ever stands out because you're always full of your own shit. You're always full of your own thoughts. You're always full of your own identity. So in this way, we can detach, we can abandon, we can drain out the swamp of our own ego in giving, in listening. Just giving concerned with wisdom, just giving concerned with compassion, just giving concerned with mindfulness, just giving concerned with giving, whatever it is, and coming back to awareness. That's what meditation is. You give, you come back to awareness. You give, you come back to awareness. You give, you come back to awareness. So learning how to do that by osmosis is also possible.
How to live in truth of all phenomena. For example, when you eat, when you work, when you speak, or whatever,
the living truth of all phenomena is not based in thoughts about things or stories of our ego or just believing things.
You sleep, all are with mindfulness and appreciation. So I think received teachings are very important from good lineage, but more important is this foundation. You have to create this foundation, meditation, your faith, everything. But also don't worry too much about right or wrong. Just try to remember your meditation and all these kind of foundations like constantly every day. Now I'm going to start with the root text. It says, within the mind, awareness boundless and free, without grasping at external appearances. When inner and outer dissolve, all is utterly transparent. Liberation from like and dislike, how truly wonderful. Emaho, wonderful. Here means in Tibetan, emaho. So the first line refers to the natural kind of state of your mind, which is boundless and free. Within the mind, awareness boundless and free. It encourages you to recognize your own awareness as it is.
Talk about a donation. Talk about a donation. Who was that guy who sent this teacher? This is fantastic. We please everybody remember, anybody out there who's a rememberer, please remember for me this guy, Kenpo Sharab Sangpo, and How to Settle the Mind by Kenpo Gangshar. This is absolutely fantastic. Well, it doesn't matter who it was, Janath. Come on. It doesn't matter. Fuck Keith. Fuck everybody. Let's get our money and keep going. This is not live. It was live moments ago. Well, let's go back here.
They first pay refuge to Buddha
boundless and free. Within the mind, awareness boundless and free. It encourages you to recognize your own awareness as it is without trying to control or force it. No matter what kind of thoughts arise, during your meditation, whether, positive thoughts, negative, whatever, good or bad, whatever occurs, simply let them be and allow them to sort of settle naturally without control them. Oh, I'm meditating on my natural awareness, but now I have these thoughts, all this, so then we're not doing sort of correctly according to this teaching. So you have to just naturally, not without control anything, whether it says here, positive, negative, good, bad, whatever occurs, just recognize and then.
To be a pushover or not to be a pushover? What are you, a fucking monkey? Are you fighting for the right to fuck the female monkeys? What are you talking about? Go and live a meaningful life. Go and give and share. Go and practice generosity. Go and help people. Should I be a pushover or not online? You got to look at your life. You have to look at your mind. You have to drop this arrogance, this false arrogance that you have, this false pride that you have. You have to drop that shit. How to settle the mind. Within, the mind's awareness is boundless and free. Inside. So the mind's awareness inside is boundless and free. Without, outside, there is no grasping at external appearances in the mind's awareness. When inner and outer dissolve, all is utterly transparent. Liberation from like and dislike, how truly wonderful. A blessing, what are blessings? A blessing is to be unafflicted. To be unafflicted by your ego, by yourself. The story that you have about yourself, the story that you have about other people's selves is affliction. Be mindful of your anus. If you're saying something or being in a particular way, you're frustrated or you're doing something important, see if your anus is relaxed or not. That's your root chakra. If your root chakra is fully released, your anus will never be taut because of stress, because of contradiction in the body, the contraction of self. Be mindful of your anus. See, check, is your anus relaxed right now? Or is your anus contracted right now? Relax your anus.
He was pissed and didn't wash his hands.
Without control. That if you do that, then you are on the right path, according to this teaching, no matter how you feel about it. Like the yogi Milarepa said, when you realize it in the morning, it brings enlightenment in the morning. When you realize it in the evening, at night, or it brings enlightenment at night. So realize it means this inseparable, this true essence, the true nature that always we have. So if you realize that in the morning, it brings enlightenment. So if you do that, then you are on the right path, right meditation. So when you realize, if you want to practice to be genuine and grow, then make sure, according to Khambo consciousness, make sure do this. Within the mind's awareness, boundless and free, without grasping at external appearance. When inner outer dissolves, this is the thing. In inner outer dissolve, all is a real transparent. Liberation is from like dislike. So that's genuine, and so that over the time your mind will have turned away from all these distractions if you do this. Okay, I think that's the first line, kind of, and then the second line, it says, without grasping at external appearances, means not strongly attached to what you perceive in the outside world, because the suffering arises from clinging to appearances as if they were permanent or real in themselves. So as a practitioner, we need to observe external appearances as they arise and dissolve without clinging to them. Like clouds passing in the sky. Doesn't matter, you can see whatever outside, and just enjoy and let them, dissolve without clinging, without sort of attachment. That's the second line. Then third line, it says, when inner and outer dissolve, all is utterly transparent. Here, inner and outer refers to self and others, or subject or object, and everything. When this division or duality dissolves, nothing obstructs the clarity of nature awareness. So through this meditation, you direct experience emptiness and wisdom, where all these appearances are transparent and unabstract. If you don't familiar with this area, no worry, I will explain later, but that's the third line. Then the last line, it says, liberation from like and dislike. How truly wonderful. This means freedom from attachment, liberation from dualistic emotions. So when the mind lets go of like or dislike, clinging, like is kind of like clinging, attachment. Dislike is kind of don't like, aversion. So it sort of, if you let go of that, then it sort of rests in its natural freedom. That is liberation, right? It becomes inner peace and freedom that are no dependent on external circumstance, then you are totally relaxed and your mind, peaceful. So resting in this kind of awareness and freedom from dualistic emotions is liberation, according to this teaching, which is the result of meditation and insight. Then the next verse, it said, distraction is simply manifestation of the mind. Likewise, like and dislike, hope and fear, good and bad, and pure and impure are all aspects of the mind. In such moments, you should not disregard the law of cause and effect, engage in your actions carefully, and keep a low profile. Do not behave good.
Okay. Shiva, you seem like you're doing some busy work over there. What kind of work are you doing on your laptop?
I am trimming out a segment of our previous live stream when you went bananas and started making fun of people.
Be seen as a human being has been seen. Everything that on the 20th of July 2023, I attained liberation. I became fully enlightened. All that has to be seen attained liberation.
No.
On the 20th of July 2023, I attained liberation. I became fully enlightened. All that has to be seen as a human being has been seen. Everything that had to be done has been done. The burden has been laid down. I am free from suffering. So now, on the 20th of July 2023, I attained liberation. I became fully enlightened. All that has to be seen as a human being has been seen. Everything that had to be done has been done. The burden has been laid down. I am free from suffering. On the 20th of July 2023, I attained liberation. I became fully enlightened. All that has to be seen as a human being has been seen. Everything that had to be done has been done. The burden has been laid down. I am free from suffering. So now in this video, in the consecutive videos, I'm going to share my experience with you and explain to you what's happening inside of me, how I'm in constant bliss, sometimes even in ecstasy, what I perceive in my inner mind's eye, how I got to this point, and everything else you need to know. Starting off, first things first, what do I... On the 20th of July 2023, I attained liberation. I became fully enlightened. All that has to be seen as a human being has been seen. Everything that had to be done has been done. The burden has been laid down. I am... On the 20th of July 2023, I attained liberation.
Where have you been seeing that video?
I became fully enlightened. All that has to be seen as a human being has been seen. Everything that had to be done has been done. The burden has been laid down. I am free from suffering. So now in this video, in the consecutive videos, I'm going to share my experience with you and explain to you what's happening inside of me, how I'm in constant bliss, sometimes even in ecstasy, what I perceive in my inner mind's eye, how I got to this point, and everything else you need to know. Starting off, first things first, what do I see in my mind's eye? I see Nibbana, or Nirvana. I see the deathless element of the universe. The thing which is never born, never decaying, never dying.
So for anybody who's uninitiated here, Shiva is currently claiming arahatship. He's claiming that he's on equal terms with the Buddha. And this is 2 years ago.
Shiva, the ultimate nature of reality, emptiness, darkness, non-existence, no thing. What Sadhguru calls no thing, or Shiva, that which is not. So, that is what, on the 20th of July, 2023, I attained liberation. I became fully enlightened.
Can you refresh that video?
All that has to be seen as a human being has been seen. Everything that had to be done has been done. The burden has been laid down. I am free from suffering.
Can you refresh that video?
So now in this video, in the consecutive videos, I'm going to share my experience with you and explain to you what's happening inside of me, how I'm in constant bliss, sometimes even in ecstasy, what I perceive in my inner mind's eye, how I got to this point, and everything else you need to know. Starting off, first things first, what do I see in my mind's eye? I see Nibbana, or Nirvana. On the top.
We got super chats.
He say he Arahat. He claim Arahat. Yeah, he claim Arahat. Absolutely delusional. And that's one of these uncurable things. You know, a lot of people, they go their whole life and they never get that cured. And Dr. Rob cured this guy.
Yeah.
As he was spiraling into mania in Bali, I flew down from a psychic cloud and fucking met him in his mania, and I saved his life.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Can you imagine this guy actually? Oh, and just FYI, 2 years ago, up to 2 years now, he's just been wandering around like a fucking lunatic, living at his mom's house, thinking he's enlightened. But before that, that's supposed to be all the experience of living with monasteries and training with teachers, and all that training led him to think that he was an arahat and make a public declaration of his arahatship on YouTube. So that is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Shiva.
So Seraph says Shiva is like hot.
Sadhguru is my father. Sadhguru is my dad.
Pokemon Master one day. Thank you.
I've just decided this.
Listen,
it is what it is. I may not look like Sadhguru in the color of my skin. I may not have his last name.
All right.
But in many ways, Sadhguru is closer to me than my genetic relatives. And I'm going to explain to you what this is and why I decided to make this. And welcome back to another brand new video. Today I am making a first and hopefully only YouTube
Look how much he's
video.
grown. Look how much he's grown. This is in 2 months of training with Dr. Rob. Look at the difference with this guy. This is incredible results.
Apology sincerely from me to you.
This is
apology for what?
You cannot see this if you're not a member.
For the content that I've been making and the direction that I have taken my channel.
This is against YouTube, probably. This is
just doing
listen, buddy.
Weird things, doing inappropriate things or vulgar things, or even disturbing things. This is,
and just FYI, everybody, this was the apology video that I told Shiva that he had to make to actually come and spend time with me here in Vietnam.
In my genetic relatives, and I'm going to tell you what this is and why I decided to make such a weird video.
Stop playing my private YouTube videos.
Behind me, and on my right side over there is the Valerie.
Listen.
She share with you some ideas and things that I
send you a message on YouTube, you imbecile. You're gonna get yourself in trouble.
Unfortunately, I brought something in my backpack and my luggage that they didn't really were thrilled about, and so they said, no, sorry, you can't come. And for the next 6 months, I can't go there. And then in 6 months, they're going to make another decision. I'm not going to wait around that long. But the point of the video,
clip it.
So I'm saying is now today I got a email them concretely saying, no, I'm sorry.
Clip it.
6 months, come back again.
6 months, come back.
6 months, I can't go.
6 months, huh?
Unfortunately, I brought something in my backpack and my luggage that they didn't really were thrilled about, and
unfortunately, I brought something in my backpack and my luggage that they didn't really were thrilled about. And
Stop this. Stop this behavior right now.
unfortunately, I brought something in my backpack and my luggage
Stop
that
this
they
behavior.
didn't
I don't agree
really
with this. I
were
don't
thrilled
condone
about.
this.
And
I don't ignore this. This is
so
absolute.
they said, no, sorry, you can't come. And for the next
I'm
6 months, I
I'm
can't.
private this video.
And then in 6 months, they're going to make another decision. I'm not
Stop
going to wait around
this
that long.
right now.
But the point of this video, reason why I'm
Stop
saying this is
this
because
right
now,
now.
today, I got an email. Them
This is not
concretely
me.
saying,
This
no,
is
sorry,
AI.
can't come. 6 months, come back.
This
Come
is
back.
AI.
here's your another
AI.
email. Here's the second
Even
email.
though my whole life.
Here's the second email.
3, 4, 5, 6 years has been Isha and Sadhguru. My whole life is like a pool that I've chosen to dive into and swim. And I'm submerging it fully, completely, as much as I
Okay,
can.
we get it. We get it. Buddy. Okay, we get it.
Yet this happened. The door just got slammed in my face.
Oh
Boom.
my
Okay,
God.
my side, no, not really.
Stop
a little bit.
this
A little bit, huh?
unruly
But
behavior
why am
right
I saying this?
now.
Because when
Stop
failures
this
in quotes
unruly
happen or something
behavior right
happens that you
now.
think is wrong
This
or
is
bad or
AI.
evil,
This is blasphemous.
inconvenient,
This is incorrect. This is
it's not
unbelievable.
inconvenient. This is just something
This is
that
not
in
real. This
5
is
or 10
not
years,
true.
I'll look back at
This
this and
is
I'm like, oh
not
my
proper
God, thank
behavior.
God this happened.
This is
Because
my own
it's like
private
this
Dharma
and that.
style, and I will not
Okay,
be
that's just
harassed. Okay. I mean, I can play something similar. Let's you know what? You know what? Let's have this. You want to do this? Let's do this. I don't have any problem with doing this. If you want to do this, I don't care. I don't care. Let's go ahead and try to. Let's go. Oh, doesn't look too good. This doesn't look too good. Look at this fake monk teaching.
Anything to me, I'll spend $500 on anything. I was looking at Bitcoin back when it was $3,000 a pop.
I'm kind of a spiritual police officer, and I sort of see you feasting on people and their aura. I don't really see you adding. I don't really see you uplifting people.
We
This
can't
is too
hear
quiet.
you, Shiva. We can't hear anything. Your mic's all messed up. How did your members only videos become such a small amount of videos? What happened to all these members only special videos that I thought you had?
Listen, buddy. Stop this behavior. Stop this behavior. I don't approve of this.
Always how it is. Boom. Okay, my side, no, not really. A little.
Stop.
And Sadhguru, that's my whole life. It's like a pool.
No, it's not.
But the point of this video, reason why I'm saying this is because now today I got an email, them concretely saying, no, I'm sorry, can't come. 6 months, come back. Packing my luggage that they didn't really. I got to experience the Dharma temple and the Linga temple. But unfortunately, I brought something in my backpack and my luggage that they didn't really were thrilled about, and Linga temple. But unfortunately, I brought something in my backpack and my luggage that they didn't really were thrilled about. But unfortunately, I brought something in my backpack and my luggage that they didn't really were thrilled about. But unfortunately, I brought something in my backpack and my luggage that they didn't really were thrilled about. But unfortunately, I brought something in my backpack and my luggage that they didn't really were thrilled about.
Update, letting everyone know that I'll be off for about a week from hosting formal classes, but I encourage you to meditate on the
Sadhguru is my father.
Shut up.
Sadhguru is my dad. I've just decided this.
I don't agree
It is what
with
it is.
this.
I may not look like Sadhguru in the color of my skin. I may not have his last name. But in many ways, Sadhguru is closer to me than my genetic relatives.
Behavior right
I'm going to explain
now.
to you what this is and why I decided to make such a weird video.
Stop this behavior right now.
Well, my friends,
Do not do this. Do not be responsible for this. I don't agree with this. Somebody stop him. Please,
An
somebody stop him.
arahat, ladies and gentlemen. An
In
arahat
my
in the flesh.
YouTube community,
An
somebody
arahat
please
in the
stop him.
flesh.
Stop him. Do something to him. Hack his brain
Wow,
cells.
this is incredible. Look at Shiva's room. He's going to be back there. Well, you can't see Shiva's room, but I can.
Stop this guy.
Oh my
Stop
gosh,
it.
how much money have you spent at Isha Foundation? You should have a fucking plaque at Isha Foundation and your own apartment of the amount of money that you spent on these fucking
spiritual items from Isha, buddy. Look at this. Look at all these items in his room. Thousands of dollars he's given to Isha Foundation.
They
A
work.
room full of spiritual paraphernalia. What are you doing?
That's not that video, Krish. That video is long gone.
Wow, very profound, Shiva. What are you on,
So-
ayahuasca?
Listen, I don't agree with his
An
behavior.
arahat, ladies and gentlemen, an arahat. This is an arahat.
If you don't stop this right now, I'm quitting.
Maybe Shiva became a Sotapanna. Maybe I gave Shiva the Sotapanna-ship.
I already had
Maybe we roll with
way
that.
before.
And Shiva's now a disappointing Sotapanna.
Somebody please stop him. Please stop him from doing this.
Come
By the way,
on.
these are look, I can't platform this.
Powerful.
You have to go.
Because it's paid for exclusive. I don't have to pretend it's video collection.
I'm gonna start privating every single one of my videos.
Welcome back, my friends, to their brand new video.
Stop this
This is a
behavior.
private
Stop
video
this behavior right now.
for
I
my
do not
private
agree with
video
this.
collection on my website, shivakailash.com,
I'm
talking
quitting.
about how to get richer. The energy of this video is going to be much more potent and powerful because it's paid for exclusive. I don't have to pretend to entertain you or
Stop this.
whatever. I'm just going to share with you the honest truth. How to make more money. This video is going to make you richer.
Absolutely.
Guaranteed. Within a year or time or so, if you apply these 3 things I'm going to share with you, you will make more money. You'll be more financially successful, more abundant in life. All of the good things are going to
Do not give away
approach you.
my secrets. This is only available for members only.
So, without further ado, let's get started. What is the
Only
first
members only,
topic
and,
we're going to
It's
discuss?
not good that you're playing. Yeah. Krish says it worked though too. Yes, absolutely.
And I'm okay with being wrong.
I've studied
Are you guys
mysticism
like
and
try and like court a woman from your spiritual fan base in the future?
Listen, buddy, this is not a good place that you're going.
You really have some nerve. You're actually accusing her of doing something wrong when you literally leveraged your position as a spiritual teacher and said, "Be normal, be normal, be normal. Show me your face over and over again. Show me your beautiful lips, dude. You're fucking disgusting."
What's
And he's not very generous.
disgusting about seeing someone's beautiful lips?
Oh my god! The fact that you can't comprehend that is just sad. It's really sad.
Well, I can't comprehend that. Maybe you can explain to me.
I just did. You claim to be a spiritual teacher on your YouTube channel.
Why?
You claim to be a spiritual teacher on your YouTube channel. You put yourself in a position of authority. You seek out people who are not developed enough to know what they should or shouldn't do. And when they say they don't want to reveal themselves, you use your spiritual authority to pressure them into doing that and to guilt them. And you say, be normal. Just be normal.
Sure.
That's gross, dude. That's coercion. That's coercion. Yeah, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
Well, it is acceptable to me because, my friends, what you haven't seen, only a few people were here in this voice call. One person was my friend Scary Hours Los. Another person was Sky Guardian. We were having a group discussion here on this live recording in progress voice chat with Hey You and those 2 other gentlemen that were mentioned, and I think a few more, like 3 or 4 more people. And this lady here,
you are completely incapable of teaching spirituality. You have nothing to say. You claim to be a student of Sadhguru.
So this woman here, Hey You, was here, and she turned on her camera, and she turned her camera towards her lips, which I thought was very interesting and revealing. And for the next 5 minutes or so, she was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, she was just had the camera towards her lips, and in a not just a casual way.
You can't be serious.
Turn on my camera. Just hey, look at me, and look at me licking my lips. And for the next 5 or 10 minutes, men just looked at her. And then finally, Sky Guardian gained the courage to ask, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Publicly available.
And I can
some rules for sure.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Shiva, we can't hear you, man. We can barely hear you.
Did you see that clip?
No, I didn't see that clip.
All right, I'll show it to you again.
Comments and all, and that deal. And Matt Guy's the worst of all. I'm not saying Matt Guy's not a nice guy. He's just very delusional, and he's got a lot of work to do.
All
And
right,
he's not very
Shiva, I don't know what
generous.
that's about, but I wish you good luck with your relationship with your interpersonal relationship with Matt
I didn't
Guy.
say
Wish
you're
you the
not
very best of luck
generous,
with
Matt
that.
Guy.
Listen.
Boy,
This kind of situation. I didn't say you're not generous, man. I didn't say that. I appreciate it. I don't need this fucking air filter. I'm probably fucking paying bills. This big fucking box. Why do I need an air purifier? Where did you get this idea that you're a fucking garage store salesman? Where did you get this idea that I need a fucking air purifier? I need a fucking fan. I need a fucking fan. Not
you
a
need to
fucking
go also.
air.
Not today, better. Yeah, Shiva, I can't hear you, man. I don't know what it is.
You
Can
hear
everybody
me.
else hear him? Is he very low?
Let me check on my live stream. This freaking chicken. Meh, 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 meh. All right, let's see if I can hear myself. Oh, now I see. Okay, because my audio filter is different. My mistake. Now we're gonna be able to hear. Okay, guys, now this is the exposing of Dr. Rob. You think?
First of all, I'm not saying that guy's not a nice guy. He's just very delusional, and he's got a lot of work to do, and he's not very generous. I didn't say you're not generous, Matt Guy. I said you're not very.
Okay, Robert is restarting his thing, so we're gonna wait for him. Look at him. Because it's funny. We're gonna wait for him to rejoin. He's restarting his YouTube app. Yeah. Sadhguru is not my dad. I'm just trying to be funny. Yeah. He's gonna join any second. Just wait. Yeah. I still have that video saved. I'm gonna release it soon. Where is this guy? Has he gone off the rails? Bum bada bum 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 bada 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 bum bum. I swear to God, if you left without saying goodbye or proper goodbye, I'm gonna have a panic attack. Hello, Roberto. Monk Life donates 20,000 Vietnamese dong, saying, "We will overcome. Join the movement. Monk Life medication." Yeah, Monk Life medication is something that he needs, and it looks like he's done. It looks like he quit without even saying goodbye. What an absolute rude behavior and a lack of communication skills. We all know Rob has very little communication skills by the way he acts. but this just shows it. So, you know, can't really say anything else. And yeah. Is it true you are an arhat? Yes, it is true, and you know, I'm just here teaching humbly, spiritually, and it's not a big deal to be free from suffering. You just have to release your sense of self and identity and become free and liberated from yourself. And how did I do that? Well, that's something for a future answer. But yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Dun 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 dun. Thank you very much for KK being here. Nothing to do. Bees knees. I always see you here. Appreciate you tuning in. 6ix9ine Godzilla. Good to see you here as always. DTC. Good to see you here. Thank you for subscribing. Krish, as always, awesome to be here. Moderator. Arcadian Stacker. Excellent news. Thank you for being here. Who else is here that's a common person that we can shout out? Not anybody else that I really know. Seraph, of course, as always. Seraph is a big standing pillar in my community. Stacy, thank you for joining. Good to see you here. Let's see, who else we got here? At least one more person. That's about it. That's all the people that I know that are very common. And yeah, appreciate being here. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the support. And we got Seraph with the new track, quote, Enlightened. Seraph, I'm going to check it out live. I wish we would have done it with Mr. Dr. Monk here, but unfortunately, his ants in his pants forced him to leave without even saying goodbye. Becoming manic, question mark. Monk Life is here, so Monk Life is going to get a chance to hear this, and he needs to hear this because he needs to become enlightened. Clearly he's not, obviously, by the way he's acting. And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go to Seraph's YouTube channel, which is called Seraph Null. His profile thing is basically that. And I recommend you go and subscribe. So this is his YouTube channel. Shout out to him, Seraph Null. Go subscribe, go watch the video yourself, and I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it out loud. I'm going to make sure it's max volume. And let's see. Holy shit.
Robbing the old room, playing it calm. Monk voice off, no need for long. Be kind, be gentle, words on repeat. Now we look bad like that wasn't me. Quotes on the wall, light and love. Sounded deep, not enough. Was it truth, just a role? Hard to tell when you chase control. Drop that mask, kept us real. Less to prove how we feel. Same man, just cut the act. Laugh at the past, no need go back. Shiva thought he knew the whole map. Young man speaking true like fact. Tall like he saw through it all. Now he see he don't know that much. Banned from the east gate. Past mistakes don't fade away. But he don't run, he don't hide. Walking slow, face it inside. That's illusion, more doubt. Funny how that clears it out. When you know you don't really know. That's the first real place you grow. Old room, don't live there now. New breath, just learning how. Laugh at the past, not a shame. Growth look messy, still it's change.
Wow, that was good. 10 out of 10, and I'm not just saying that. Melodious, artistic, exploratory, wise. Melody or the lyrics are good. So I'm gonna paste it on my Discord. I recommend you check it out and subscribe. And I want to read this image because it says application denied, be patient, gentle with yourself. That's monk's words. And I just want you to pay attention to the fact that nowhere really was monk life mentioned, and just how it should be, because he really isn't that much of a big contributor to my channel. He's just some on the sidelines, and I'm the main focus here. Couldn't understand a single word. We know that you couldn't understand a single word because your communication skills are down the tubes. You leave without saying goodbye, leaving a live stream that we've been live streaming for 5-6 hours, and I don't want to do this anymore, just turns off. So communication skills are in the dumps. He needs to really work on that. I'm helping him to do that. Constantly interrupts people, constantly talks over them. That is just something that is not good. And the lyrics are always in the description or the comments. So wow, oh my God, this is so real. I'm just reading the lyrics. Quotes on the wall, light in the lie, yeah. So something for you to check out. I'm gonna read the first verse. It says, Rob in the old room, playing it calm. Monk voice soft, no need for alarm. Quote, be kind, be gentle, end quote. Words on repeat. And now he's looking back like, that wasn't me. And it's a classic monk life story. First, he was gentle and kind on his YouTube videos. You can see him being a monk, very polite, very dressed. Now he's absolutely destroying himself, his reputation, shitting all over the place. And it's a classic monk life experience. So these are wonderful. This is wonderful music. Keep it coming. And quotes on the wall, light and love sounded deep, now not enough. Was it true or was it a role? Hard to tell when you chase control. Oh my God. This is just masterful poetry. Dropped that mask, kept what's real. Less to prove, more how he feels. Same man, just cut the act. Laugh at the past, no need to go back. And then it goes on to explaining about me, of course. So, yeah, I recommend you go check it out. And look, monk life is nowhere to be seen here. So he definitely left, and he can't handle the heat. So as they say, my friends, if you can't handle the heat, don't go into the kitchen. So anyways, I don't know why he left or what he expects me to do, just live stream on my own. I can't do that. I'm totally and utterly dependent on him. That's not true, that's not true. But he's making me understand that I can't be dependent on Russian oil. Monk life is like Russian oil for me. Hello? Hello, you're muted. So I just called him on WhatsApp and he picked up while he's being muted. That's classic monk life communication skills. His communication skills are so poor and weak that he can't even unmute his WhatsApp. That's how bad his communication skills are. Constantly talks over people, doesn't let them to speak, leaves YouTube live streams midway, and picks up a YouTube WhatsApp message while being muted. Communication skills need serious work, and I recommend he buy a Dale Carnegie book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, and read that. So, communication skills so bad, he just turned on his camera. He's showing his camera on the WhatsApp, but still muted. Complete lack of understanding of how communication works, and he just left. Communication skills so bad. No, he didn't leave. He's showing his screen. Communication skills so bad. Sorry, I can't. This is I can't show you this. This is a little bit copyrighted material. First of all, I don't agree with this and I don't appreciate it. Let me just mute the YouTube stream so that they can't hear what I'm saying. Sorry about that, guys. I just had to say something real quick. And oh, now I understand. Now I understand. That was an image of him being bowed down to Rob McDonald or Ronald McDonald, considering that's his idol and that's his icon, because he eats so much hamburgers and McDonald's. But yeah, wow, look at that. Well, would you look at that? And yeah, I mean, he's not here for a reason, because, you know, so I mean, I have great faith in Rob, and I think he's gonna slowly start to change, and my benefits and my positive impact on him is definitely doing lots of good work. And I'm gonna continue, my friends. This is a public service. This is a spiritual kind of a gift and generosity. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Rob's in the chat. And you know, Rob's communication skills are so bad that even he can't talk to strong, empowered women. Like KK, for example, wanted to join the stream, and the moment she joins, Rob leaves the room. He's nowhere to be found. And when later questioned about these accusations, he said, no, one step at a time, we have to go slowly. And I agree, we have to go slowly. He is very gentle. Seraph Noel says, Shiva, talk about the old Shiva we saw in the videos. That's a good topic to talk about. As we get 252 viewers, no big deal. I mean, this is just what happens when Dr. Rob leaves. The viewership just spikes instantly because the lack of his presence is like a void vacuum that just brings positive energy right back. You know, and it's good to see. So it's definitely very positive. As for the comment about me, my old self, well, let's just say, if I want a quick daily dose of cringe, I just go and watch my previous videos, and it's very easy to experience some nice dosage of cringiness. Apart from that, I'm still growing and learning, and looking at myself back then, I'm thinking to myself, wow, I didn't know anything. Why am I talking? I'm just blabbling nonsense. Like, okay, buddy, we get it. You're whatever, insecure, you don't know anything, or you're unknowledgeable or unwise, etc., etc. And it makes me believe, or lead to the same conclusion, that I'm just the same way now, except maybe a little bit more, less that. I know a little bit more, I'm a little bit wiser, but not by much. So this gives me great humility and humbleness watching me back then. I kind of have to subside my ego and think, okay, this is just, you know, I can't be too serious. Seraph Noel, thank you for the yellow super chat. Best content online. Thank you very much. I highly appreciate your support. And as always, go and subscribe to Seraph Noel to watch his daily sometimes, or weekly, sometimes daily music videos or music albums of me, or songs of me and Dr. Rob, but mainly me, because I'm more important than Dr. Rob. And thank you very much, Seraph. Thank you for the super chat. Monk Life says, should I live stream my shopping spree today? Sorry, I misread. Let me just make sure this message doesn't get read. Let me just remove this. Okay, message deleted. Yeah, so whatever that was, I think that was a misrepresentation of something else. So my friends, I'm gonna make sure to live stream throughout the day, because some third-party individuals want to derail the viewership to go into something else that's irrelevant to spirituality and irrelevant to anything that's happening here. So I'm going to make sure to live stream and make sure to get the attention on this, which is the most important thing, and any other live stream is secondary, no matter what live stream, and do not comment anything else after that, okay? So as I said, my friends, my skill, my growth, and my contribution to planet Earth is only going to increase when Dr. Rob is not here. And it's very evident from various factors like that are currently happening, because Dr. Rob is like he's big, okay? Let's just break the bubble here. Let's just talk about the elephant in the room. He's big, okay? He's big. He's big. In the universe, when things have mass, they have lots of gravity. But when the gravity somehow disappears, it just disappeared. The mass just disappeared. Like he disappeared from our live stream. He just poof, vanished. He's gone. Where is he? We don't know. And that leaves a kind of vacuum where lots of other matter has to go and fill its place. Positive matter. So people are piling in, people are tuning in. This is the most important thing. This is the hot thing in the world. And I don't know what's happening. I'm not doing this. Let's just let it be known. And yeah, so anybody that said that Dr. Rob, when he abandons me, things are going to take a left turn, clearly, that's not the case. So if you're here, ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button and subscribe. Let us know where you're here, where you're tuning in from. And if you're wondering who Dr. Rob is, it's a little side project that I've been working on. It's a little bit of a tangent or some kind of extracurricular activities. I don't really need to do it, but hey, sometimes it's good to give back. And people are wondering, why am I so quiet on these live streams? Why isn't he talking? Does he allow him to self-talk? Why is Dr. Rob always talking? Well, my friends, it's very simple, very easy to understand, and it's the fact that, when an adult knows a lot. Adult is very wise and capable and competent, and when a child wants to speak, it's polite for the child to just play around and try to share his own ideas and share his words. And so I just allow Dr. Rob to speak in the same way that a child allows another child to speak, or an adult lets a child speak. So I find it curious, I find it cute, and sometimes interesting. He has sometimes raises a lot of good points, but it's more of a kind of generosity and empathy and compassion when I allow him to speak, because it's more of also a contribution. It's a giving. He has lots of ideas and parasocial and sycophantic and all these words that he's learned that he reads off of Google. He doesn't know what these words mean. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real, okay? But don't tell him that. It'll hurt his feelings or hurt his ego. But yeah, it's more of a contribution. It's more of a giving that I allow him to speak. And yeah, so that's the reason why. And some people have noticed that my YouTube channel is growing and I'm getting more subscribers, 12,000 subscribers almost. That's not an accident. And the reason why that's happening is because the more I come in contact with Dr. Rob's community, they become awakened. Wait a minute, hold on. There's this wise, capable, confident, charismatic man on YouTube, and here I am watching this. Let's just say, we don't even want to call him many labels because we already know what kind of labels he has. Let's just say this crazy man or this man here. We don't want to watch this man. There's something way better here that's going on. So they unsubscribe from him and they quickly go and subscribe to me. So I've gained like 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers just by being in contact with him. And the results speak for themselves. People subscribe to who they want to subscribe to. And that's just the end of things. So some people think, how are we going to contribute this forward? How are we going to continue this forward? And let's just say the future has lots of interesting things to offer, and whatever his ideas are of his fancy things that he has planned, we're gonna also take that into consideration. And yeah. So that's it. That's the end of this, folks. I don't have much else to say. It's been 381 minutes. I don't know how many hours that has been. Let me check it out. 381 minutes into hours. It's been 6.5 hours we've been live streaming. We just got a message from Adi Asaya. Maybe I'm gonna invite him into this live stream. In fact, I will invite him into this live stream.
Yeah, I think they can't hear you, Shiva, because I couldn't hear you, and dude, there's so many people watching right now. That's crazy. They can't hear you, Shiva. 'Cause let me set this up. How's it going, guys?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, talk again.
Yes. Hello.
Oh, you broke it, Shiva.
No, I didn't break it. I have to.
You broke it, you dog.
Please tell me if I'm muted. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, people are saying yes. You need to close your YouTube app. Close your YouTube app and reopen it.
Oh, Dr. Rob's calling.
No.
He's out of control, man. He's manic. You have got to stay away from him. He's absolutely losing his fucking mind, man.
Hang up the phone.
You're in danger. You are in danger, man. Shiva is largely his fucking mind. He's in a state of.
Do not listen to him. Do not listen to him. Thank God. Close your YouTube channel. Close your YouTube app and reopen it. Do not listen to him. Dr. Rob tried to hack my YouTube because clearly my microphone wasn't working. Some nefarious things were going on for sure. I don't like the sound of that. And
That's crazy.
okay, can you hear me now?
No, I can't hear you. I don't know. I don't think it's me though. I think it's the audience too because.
The
wait,
audience can hear me.
Oh, I can.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So Dr. Rob tried doing some nefarious things, but it's not going to work. As I was saying, I'm here with wiser people than Dr. Rob, more knowledgeable people that read books that aren't sycophantic ignoramuses. And
that's right.
So we've just been gathering intelligence. We've just been gathering information about Dr. Rob, and now we're going to dissect it in a way that basically erodes his ego and personality and mind.
Okay, we're exposing him. Okay.
Expose him, yes. So, ADSI, you've been here watching. You've been on the sidelines for quite some time. We've met each other in Bali. We've lived in Bali for quite some time, and yeah, tell us what your thoughts are on this whole scenario of Dr. Rob.
Should I answer? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Should I answer, Dr. Rob?
Sure. I mean, now you can.
Dr. Rob?
Yeah. I'm just.
Okay, I hung up on him.
Perfect. So don't let him have any influence on you. And so tell us, what do you think? What are your thoughts on this whole situation?
Well, first of all, because you have 1,400 people watching, you should go subscribe to me. Second of all, no, I don't know what's been going on. What has been going on?
Well, you know who Dr. Rob is, so we want to hear your general perspective on Dr. Rob, and don't hold back. This is not a time for you to hold back.
Look, I saw the video of him with Matan Evans. He was a completely different person. Like, it's like he went through, like, 9 different psychoses and then, like, tripped and fell on his head a few times, and I mean, I don't know what happened to him, to be honest.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first from a credible, authentic man. He's a very nice man. He's a very polite and kind man. I recommend you subscribe to his channel as well, Adiasai. I will pin it later. You'll see more videos of him with me. And so what do you think happened? Because maybe I don't think he did physically land on his head with a trip. So what is a spiritual diagnosis in your professional opinion?
I mean, he's deranged. I think it's the monk sickness. You know, he became a monk.
Dr. Rob's trying to hack. He's trying to hack this again.
Everything. He has to just go crazy and let loose. And he's not in his mind. You know, he needs to chill out. He needs to take a step back, remember that he's who he is, you know? It's like it's not good. It's not good. It's not good at all.
Yeah.
I mean, look at these live streams. It's like he probably has he's probably every single day he's like a different person. He probably has accumulated like 50 different personalities now. His mind is like breaking off from his, you know, if this continues on, he's probably gonna end up in a mental hospital or something.
So what advice would you have for a person like that? What's the solution?
Nah, he's gone. There's no hope. No, I don't know. Maybe you should go back and live with monks again.
Yeah.
Maybe for even just like a week, just to remember like where he is and what's going on.
And his whole shtick of how he treats me, what do you think of that? You think it's...
I honestly haven't really been watching that much, so I don't know what's really been going on. I just know what was going on before. Yeah.
It's just gotten worse. Whatever has been going on has gotten worse. So tell us, what do you think about how he treats people, treats me? And yeah. You cut off. We can't see or hear you.
Should I answer him?
Sure, but on a different phone, I guess.
Check your WhatsApp messages. Check your WhatsApp messages right now.
Be careful not to release anything sensitive. He's trying to get into your head. Do not let him get into your head.
Oh, he's sending me some weird stuff. Oh, I think he's going crazy. What is
Okay.
wrong with this guy? This is like a manic, like.
Can you send me that as well? Can you send that in the group so that I can see what he's sending, and maybe I can.
I'll send it to you after the live.
Can you send it now, because it's.
No, it's not. No. I'm not gonna send it now. Okay. It's not pertinent. But
Okay.
but Shiva, what do you think about a live dating show? And I have I have so many ideas, spiritual dating show. I just did an interview with a Fortune 500 CEOs.
Dr. Rob's really hacking from this.
How do I block him?
You need to turn on.
Insane.
Yeah, he's lagging because Dr. Rob's trying to call him.
I had to block him.
Okay, so we will get into that. Let's get into that a little bit later, and I think it's a good idea. We have some prominent members here that maybe will also want to be interested in doing that. But I want to still stick.
Go to my channel, Adi Asaya. Go to the link tree, join the Discord, or actually you can just join Shiva's Discord. And if you're interested in joining a spiritual dating show, join either of our Discords. You can message either of us, and you can hop on, whether you're a girl, a guy, and you can join a spiritual dating show.
Can you still hear me?
If you're
Can the audience still hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about it in the future, but right now I want to still stick on this topic because it's still fresh and hot. So you said you don't know what's changed. Nothing really has changed. It's only gotten worse. And also, you know how he's treated you. So I want you to talk about more how he treats people and just in general.
He's crazy. Like he doesn't have any sense of control. He says he's just blurting out stuff. The very first things that come to his mind, he's like, oh yeah, Adi's all. It's just a stream of like how he looks physically on the outside. That's the representation of his inside mental. It's just like everywhere, you know? He has no mental. His mind is gone. I don't know if he's absorbed into the universe in like a positive way or in a negative way, but like the mind, I don't know if this is like an enlightened mind disappearing. This is like a unenlightened, crazy mind is just disappeared. Like he's not there anymore. He's crazy. He's lost it. Like, see these books up here? This is somebody who's studying. This is somebody who knows stuff. This is somebody who's trying to help you enlighten. That guy over there, that's somebody who pulls up to you at a truck stop and tries to touch you. I mean,
Allegedly.
Allegedly, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Jeez.
Yeah. So we both know that he's watching right now, and he must be having.
He said, why would he listen to you, Adi? Because I'm a genius, because I got books. Look how many books I have. That's like 10 reasons why you should listen to me.
Yes. We know that he's watching, and he must have some internal experience. He's going crazy because he's calling me here, there, everywhere. He's calling you. But we need to pertain this information. He can't just silence us. And you raised some very good points. And this is Seraph. Yeah, he's saying that we believe in the new season. New season, Rob. This is season 2 of our whole escapades. Season 1, I don't know if you knew this, and this is going to be, wow, this is just, I'm already getting goosebumps from just telling you this, Adi. I'm not sure how you've been following the live streams, but a few live streams ago, 2 or 3 live streams ago, Dr. Rob unveiled something new. He's calling me again. He's trying to get in contact with me. Can you hear me still? Because this might interrupt the audio.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. He's not going to interrupt. He's not going to interrupt us. He raised some information that was very prevalent to this whole situation. And Adi, this is going to surprise you, okay? I guarantee surprise you.
I'm listening.
Because I was shocked. Me personally, I was shocked, and it takes a lot to shock me. I'm a meditative, spiritual guy. What he said, and I'm gonna gently lay it out because make sure you're sitting down. This might have blood flow get loosened in your brain. He said, quote, he got on a live call with me, and for an hour straight, he kept on repeating. First of all, he kept on insulting me, but that's not anything new. But the intensity of the insults were much more severe. And he revealed that he was, quote, looking into Bitcoin, end quote, when he was $3,000. He was looking into Bitcoin when he was $3,000. And he went on to say that he is financially independent. He does not need anybody's money, and he has his bills covered for the next 10 years or more, which leads the viewer to conclude that he has at least a couple of 100,000 or more in his bank account. I did some investigative work on ChatGPT, and my investigative work revealed that it's approximately $60,000 to $150,000, maybe $200,000 potentially with those things that he said. So that's how much money he has in his bank account. First of all, initial reactions. What do you think about that? What's going through your head?
I mean, that blows my mind because then, like, what is he doing? Like, why is he going through these psychoses? Why is he doing these live streams? He needs to take a step back. He's not like you. He doesn't need to be doing these live streams. He should take, I mean, I'm not saying that he should actually do this, but he needs to take a moment and collect himself, realize who he is. He's completely lost. He's lost his mind. The mind is the most valuable. Is like you're gonna shit. He's gonna one of these days he's gonna go crazy. He's gonna go crazy. I think he's gonna completely lose it. If
Yeah.
he's not already completely lost it. I mean, come on. Dude needs to read a. I don't even know if he could read a book anymore. I don't think he'd be able to.
So
Probably,
CBII, he has a super chat, and we read super chats here on this live stream no matter what, unless it's some very ridiculous thing. But he says all the books, knowledge, just to boost the ego. He's basically. What are your response to that?
yeah. I mean, look, I'm like you, Shiva. I like my ego. My ego tells me, you know, it tells me who I am. It tells me that I know what I'm talking about because I do to some extent. Like, for example, a 5-year-old child, do they know what they're talking about or do they not know what they're talking about? They don't know what they're talking about, right? I mean, it's just that, like, you can say, oh, everything's spiritual and everything's, but that's the matter of fact reality. I know all this stuff. I have all this knowledge. So if you want to get enlightened, you know.
There you have it. Audio Size, the YouTube channel, and so okay, so you he doesn't need to be doing these live streams. But what do you think about the whole? And I know you haven't been so involved in live streams. That's something that's going to change definitely, and you agree with that, right? Yes. So he's been on the live stream and he's been saying, donate right now. I need your donations. I'm begging here. I need $20. I need $50 to pay for my bills. Give me money, everybody. If you don't send me money, you don't have any value here.
Holy shit, he's a scam artist. He's scamming people. Holy shit. That's insane. Yo, we just discovered something about Dr. Rob. We've made some discoveries about his psyche. What is this dude? Bro, he's scamming everybody. He's lied to everybody. He's tricked everybody. We've been made a fool. We've been played a fool.
He's calling me again. He keeps calling me. So I think to put these allegations to rest, I'm gonna have to answer and see what he says. Hello.
Tell Adi to shut his fucking mouth. Guys, character. I don't know what you guys are doing, acting like you're in the fucking X in the City. Looks like both of you got a fucking enemy for being de-eroticized. You guys are out of your fucking Adi. Nobody's gonna watch. You know, all these fucking viewers are fake. It's fucking people in here making comments. Everybody here is out of their minds. And Adi, the way that you're acting right now is absolutely insane. You are as fucking associated and delusional as you've been. You haven't even to speak to me. You're out of your.
Okay.
Yeah, he's lost it. He's lost it. Yeah, he's gone. There's no returning from that point.
Yeah, I mean, this is it, my friends. This is season 2 was brief, and I don't think this can continue. The ratings are in. the Dr. Rob is very
You
down.
know, I want to see Dr. Rob. I want to see what Dr. Rob is going to be like on a dating show with this mental setup. I want to see what other people are going to think about situate in a group situation like that, because it's always been you and him, right? But it's never been him and other people together to kind of like see and witness what is happening. I think it's gonna expose some sides of Dr. Rob that we haven't seen before. And I think that's gonna be interesting.
That's very, very true. And yeah, I mean, wow, 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 wow. So he's married. How does that really? And what do you think
I
about?
mean, you know what? He can have a side, you know, you don't need to bring that up. He can have a side piece. You know, he's crazy anyway. I mean, y for all we know, he's already participating in orgies, and who knows what he's doing behind the scenes. Like, this dude could be doing anything. For all we know, I mean, how did he get all that money? He's probably was dealing drugs. That's probably why he's crazy. He did all these drugs, you know? I don't know if you heard these stories about those monks who, like, started selling cocaine and all this stuff. He was probably a part of that, to be honest.
Allegedly, allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
Seraph here sending a yellow super chat. Make it triple threat live with Dr. Rob all nighter. Look, Seraph, the way things are going, I mean, we're here digging. We already discovered gold. We already have a coal in the terms of the Dr. Rob saga, and we're continuing digging, seeing what the psyche of this man holds. We have some very relevant experts in the field. Adi Asaya has seen him in person. And also, I want to, and we've seen him in person, and we're gonna continue going until we unravel this whole thing, because this is public service we're doing here. This is public service number one. And so I want to ask you another question, a follow-up question, Nadia Saya. Here is that you've seen him in person. This is not just you looking from the sidelines, you being a parasocial, sycophantic fan that Dr. Rob likes to claim, but you are actually someone that has seen him in person. You have observed his personality. You have touched his flesh by shaking his hand. What is the initial reaction that you have to seeing him? And yeah, give us some experiences of seeing him in person live. What was that experience been like?
Look. He's a funny guy. He's funny in person. Like, he's funny online. You can't deny that. But the thing is that he takes it too far. He doesn't know what's going on. He he goes into that mode where he's crazy and he's psychotic, and then he lets it take him, and then he just blasts off into Nebula 5 of the Omicron galaxy, and he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't even know who I am. He starts saying all these things about me. He doesn't even he's like in the wrong universe.
He's in the wrong
I don't
universe.
know. I don't know what's wrong with him.
He's in the wrong universe, like you said, and I agree with that statement. He's not in the galaxy of the wherever we're living in. He's somewhere else, and we're sorry to hear that from him. And so, Adi, this is going to take a little bit of a graphic turn, a little bit of personal note, and it's okay to let your heart show here. And if you want to cry, it's okay. Get your tissues, get your napkins. I want you to talk and to really think about the personal experiences that you had with this guy, particularly the things that he said to you, the things that he's claimed about you, what he's called you. And I really want you to feel that. How does that make you feel? And what did he say to you? Tell me about that. Tell me everything.
Well, first of all, he's a shit doctor because he can't even decipher his own mind, much less my mind, or know who understand it to any depth who I am, right? He has no idea what's going on. So, I mean, that's the main message I have to say. I'm not hurt at all by anything he says, because if there's some crazy person, or some child, or somebody who doesn't say anything about you, you got to block out the noise. But I mean, what he says, it doesn't hold any weight. There's no weight to what he says. Anything he says.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the natural.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you.
Okay, 1 second. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can the viewers hear me? 1 second. 1 second.
Let me see if it's on my side. It's connected. Talk again? I think it might have been on my side. Oh,
Okay.
that is
Can you hear
crazy.
me now?
Dr. Rob is being
Can you hear me now? Hello, hello,
exposed.
hello.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
wonderful.
can hear you.
So, Adi, I think that's very relevant to what you're saying because a very common physicist, a very famous physicist, once said that you can still hear me, right? Let me just make sure. Can you hear me? Hello.
Sorry, what did you say?
So yeah, a very famous physicist,
Yeah.
very famous physicist said that balance. There needs to be balance in the universe. So you said that he has no weight. There's no weight to what he's saying. Well, because there's no balance. The weight has been shifted to one direction, which is not a healthy weight in a certain area of life, and we can read between the lines to know what that means. So therefore, his words have no weight. There needs to be a balance. You need to have low weight here, but more weight here. So skinnier people perhaps, maybe, potentially carry more weight with their words.
I mean, he might as well be talking in gibberish. It's like a whole nother language. It's like he really is on proximity, Proxima Galaxy 23. Like he's on a completely different universe speaking some alien language. I have no idea anything that he's saying. It's not relevant to this universe, to this discussion. I mean, anything he said to you, anything he said to me. I mean, honestly, I think I think it's time. I think Dr. Rob needs to be canceled. I know that that's a it's a crazy statement, but
Yes.
hold on. Yeah.
Honestly, Adi, I'm glad you bring that up. I'm glad you're the first one to say it.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that in the first place. To cancel him, yes. There is a
Canceled.
solution. A permanent
Dr. Rob has officially been canceled.
Done. Finished. Whew. I mean, I don't want to hear from him again. Don't even want to hear his words. I'm going to ban him. Ban those words from my live streams. And that's it. I don't even want to think about him anymore. It's old news. Done.
I think he can come back on a condition that he joins this dating show. He needs to reflect a little bit about his current mental state, about what is going on up there, about what he's seeing in the external world, because he's walking around like he's on psychedelics. He looks like he paints his face and he wears all this stuff like he's a walking mushroom, like he's like a walking mushroom head crazy person, like he doesn't so we need some self-reflection. Like he needs to take that doctor title and he needs to put it back on himself and say, wait a moment, wait, I'm the sick one. It's like the doctors in all of the spiritual, the doctors in Western medicine, how they're really oftentimes the sick people, the most sick people, like doctors. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, man. And he doesn't take his own advice. He can't heal himself. And I think having some kind of an intervention, you are better minds speak. And so I'm glad we're doing this live stream because, I didn't even think of that. There should be conditions before he joins back. He needs to have some time to reflect and he needs to come back with a more positive, more pep in his step, more positive attitude. Do you think so?
We need to put him in a submissive state. We need to say, you know what, Dr. Rob, for you to come back, you gotta say something to Shiva. You have to admit that, you know what, Shiva, you are the king of these live streams. You've been hosting these popular live streams. You've been getting me all this clout. I need to start listening to you, Shiva. I need to be, he needs to take just even if temporarily, take a submissive stance so you can take the reins and you can be like, you know what, Dr. Rob, you've gone too far. You're mine, you've lost it. And if you listen to me, if you submit to me, I can help you. I can work on you. You can maybe you should do some coaching. I think that's what he needs. I think he needs to sign up for your coaching class on your website like everybody else in this live should do right now. I think you should sign up for your coaching, and I think that'd be a big change.
That's a good idea. That's a great idea, actually. He should take some coaching with me. But the problem is, Adi, is that you know how he is. If he joins back to his live stream, even right now, even after his time off, he's so full of himself. He can't take any kind of insight. I try to talk to him, he just talks over me. What is the solution to that?
We need to beat him into submission. We need to have a sit down talk with him. We need to let him know what is going on. You know, we need to tell him, green is green, red is red. The sky is blue, the grass is green. You need to tell him some basic facts about the universe and about what is going on in his mind, because yeah, it's gone too far. How far, if you guys go and look at that interview with Matan Evans, and then now you go look at these live streams, how far he has fallen with so much, I don't want to say potential, because I don't know what to say, but it's disappointing. It's just disappointing.
Yeah, tell me about it. I remember watching those live streams or that video with Kai Cenat. He was so pleasant, joyful, professional, kind. And now it's like derailed totally, completely. I'll present some evidence very, very soon. In fact, I'll present some evidence now to the court so that the court may be able to understand this. And also, Adi, while I'm presenting this evidence, I would like to share that I think that basically what you're describing is an intervention. And I think that it's absolutely needed to Dr. Rob. We need to intervene in his life. And I think you and me should be the first ones to do it. Maybe another person that has stake in his well-being. So what I propose is we get him to a YouTube video on a Discord call, and we explain all the evidence. We try to talk some sense into him. What do you think about that?
Yeah, 100%. We need to get this man into a neutral space. We need to, get him in a submissive mindset, right? We need to create an environment that's safe for Dr. Rob, safe for his whatever traumas, whatever is bubbling within him that has created all of all these crazy problems. We need to get him in a space. We need to talk to him. We need to calm him down. We need to get him in a submissive mind state. And then we can start to do some work. We can go into his psychology. I think this needs to be done.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better without myself. And in fact, I have some evidence to present to the court here, to the live stream here. So take a look at this. This was.
Go ahead. You're a goofy, you're not skillful to deal with your suffering. You're not.
Look how composed he is. He's got his beautiful robes on.
Yeah.
He looks nice.
Listen to the kindness in his words. Listen.
In mind in a deep and meaningful way. So to develop that, to make that possible,
that's a different person. That's a different person.
Start by doing good and being good.
Doing good.
That's going to give you more space in your mind to then train your mind to go deeper. So,
do you guys recognize that person? That's crazy.
Wow. Where did it go? What changed? Man, that's whatever company made that happen. They need to be sued. Whatever he's been drinking or consuming, they need to be taken to court, because that is unbelievable. That is unacceptable. Whatever has happened to him should be taken to court. He said in his.
I think he needs shock therapy. I think they need to put that. I think they need to they need to change something fundamental.
That would be a good idea, actually. Stimulation in his brain. That's needed. Absolutely, absolutely. So okay, we're gonna intervene. That's coming up. Maybe we'll do that today. And yeah, to do good and be good. He said it himself. And is he doing good and being good right now? I'm not sure. So any last words, any last thoughts or concerns that you have about Dr. Rob, and then we'll promote you and whatever else you have going on.
No, I think that things can change. I hope that things can change, but just needs a little bit of effort, a little bit of work, and a little bit of willingness from Dr. Rob.
Well, there you go. Seraph said it himself. Legendary stream, bring Rob back and we'll explode. I think that is, you know what? I think the medicine has been administered, and we'll see how the medicine takes effect. Because a real doctor observes and very patiently sees how medication is taken. So, Adi Asaya, it's always good to have you back. You're always invited on these live streams, especially seeing the escapades that happen with Dr. Rob. And tell us what you got going on. Tell us.
Sounds good. Yeah, you can find me Adi Asaya, YouTube. I have a whole bunch of links in my link tree. You can join my Discord, all sorts of stuff. But Shiva, we should do some chess live streams. We should do a live stream, 2-hour, 3-hour live stream, just playing chess the whole time, or something like that. We need to do that. We're gonna do the dating show. I have like 50 equally amazing ideas for videos. that are gonna be like that are like viral, unlike anything you've ever seen before. And I'm making all these Minecraft videos, which are actually really, really enjoyable. I'm editing them in a really cool. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, let's get Dr. Rob back on here and let's see if his mindset, if he's been electroshocked a little bit by the words I've said so far.
Yeah, I mean,
So
well, let's first baby steps. This is baby steps because we can't just jump into the deep end. We need to
okay.
first call him, see where his mind state is at, and then carefully, gently introduce him back into shock therapy. So we're gonna see where his mind is at. Let's call him here. And with this communicate. Okay, there we go. Hello, Mr. Rob.
I'm calling in. I heard this was the stupidest dumb on the YouTube live stream awards, and I'd like to cast my vote. I think that the way that things are, it's a dead tie between Adi Asaya and Shiva Kailash Shambho. Yeah, guys, good luck with your dumbest fuck words. Okay, good luck out there, everybody.
How dare this guy? Okay, clearly the medicine has not worked. What do you attribute to that? I mean, he's crazy, right? Wow.
No, that's. I mean, I don't know if that's craziness or some sort of mental deficiency. Uh, I mean, some sort of deficiency. Maybe he's got like a vitamin deficiency or something. I don't know. Definitely. I mean, there's only one word I can think of, and that's deficient.
Deficient. That's interesting. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that. That's very possible. Yeah, it's very possible. Maybe calcium is needed to really strengthen his skull and to have it But yeah, I mean, I don't know where else to go from here.
Well, I think we should. I think he needs help. He needs work, and we're gonna get him the help that he needs. And yeah, Shiva, how did you get so many people watching you?
I
What
have
the
no
heck
idea.
happened?
I have no idea. I think something's happening, but I don't know how we got so many
Did
views.
did Dr. Rob just finally have a mental break, and it just?
It's possible, but I
I
think
think that might be.
Seraph has a good idea for you to call Dr. Rob now, for you to call him, and I actually encourage that. I think you should call him and see because his reaction might be different to you. But please try to mute him when he starts cursing very badly.
I guess I can unblock Dr. Rob.
Yeah, it became so bad he had to block him. Can you believe that? Yeah.
Oh, I think that's Dr. Rob. I think I'm calling him now.
Okay.
Hello?
Who's this?
This is Addy.
What's going on?
Oh my gosh, is he fixed? He sounds so calm.
So your still, thing drastically.
Let's get real. I think he's.
This is the problem with you and Shiva. What you're doing. You're just around, feels of who you're gonna be and what you are. It's that nonsense.
Adi, I want you to. You're on your iPhone, right? Scroll down from your iPhone from the very right,
Yeah.
and click YouTube controls on the very very top, and select standard microphone.
Oh, he called me a dumb bitch and hung up.
Okay, well, we
He called me a dumb bitch and hung up.
We couldn't have.
He sounded, I called him. He sounded so calm. It sounded like a changed man. And then, no, I realized nothing has changed.
Oh man, that's a shame.
Yeah, for a moment, I saw a glimpse of hope. But he shattered it.
Wow. You know what, KK, if you're here and if you're listening, we'd love to hear your feedback. If you have a few minutes, you can tune in. There's Adi Isaiah's channel. Yep, go subscribe to him. And if you're here, if you're tuning in, you can call us on Discord and let us know what you think. Let us know the diagnosis that we've had on Dr. Rob. I think that'd be prevalent because you're kind of on the sidelines and you're, taking steps towards potentially maybe having a seat in this radio show. So let us know if you're here. Yes, KK. So here are the viewers who already know who you are.
So you guys have a radio show now, yeah? Where
Johnny
people can
Blaze,
call
thank
in?
you so much for your donation. Well, I mean, I guess this could be considered a radio show, yeah, and we're...
So is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, wow. What a turn of events. What a turn of events. It's a great idea. I just can't call tonight. I'm sorry, love. Okay, no problem at all. And yeah, if you have anybody else that wants to call in on Discord, we would love to hear your perspectives. I'll paste the Discord link. And if you have thoughts on Dr. Rob and this whole situation with him, we're trying to get him to become better. And we know how he is. So we'd love to hear from you. And I'm going to join the live recording in my Discord channel. So I'll paste the link right now. Invite to server. Copy. Johnny Blaze, thank you so much for your $5 donation. We highly appreciate you being here. Thank you for your support. And thank you for tuning in. Yep. If you have anything to say, join the Discord and let us know. We're going to be live. Yeah, it's okay, KK. It's all in the right time. And everything happens for a reason. So this is just the beginning, my friends, as it relates to the Dr. Rob healing process. And I can't say for sure we're going to live stream with Dr. Rob again because clearly the complete train wreck that just happened. But who knows? Who knows? Anything can happen. There's the Discord. Feel free to join. Feel free to join the live recording. And if you're already on the Discord,
maybe we need to hop on a Discord conversation like the good old days. After this.
Yeah, that's possible too.
What time is it there, Shiva?
It is 9 a.m. I've been live streaming with him for 7 hours.
Dang.
Yep, someone matched Johnny Blaze. And we're still looking for a Discord caller to call in and talk about Dr. Rob and his shenanigans. We would love to get some external perspectives. You're all watching these live streams, you're all seeing this, and I have some perspectives on Dr. Rob. Adi here has perspectives on him because he's actually seen him in person. So we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear what you think about him and his way of teaching, in quotes. I have to make that in quotations. And this is all for the betterment of getting Dr. Rob to become better and wiser and more spiritually attuned. It needs to be taken into consideration and taken into account. So is Adi vegan? That's a great question, Erica Sanchez. Thank you so much for your super chat.
Yes, sir.
Adi
this is a vegan vegan thing here. It's very good.
What are you eating?
I'm vegan. It's like a vegan burger kind of. It's really good, and yeah.
Nice.
I've been so busy doing interviews and doing all sorts of stuff that I didn't really have time, and so I don't usually like to eat kind of processed stuff like this, but this is what I have today.
Yeah, that's sometimes it's okay. Johnny Blaze, thank you so much for your super chat again. Thank you for your continued support, Johnny Blaze. We welcome you here, and we encourage your support. Paul, the Roblox and Pizza fan, is here in the Discord. So if you can hear me, please let us know. Johnny Blaze, thank you so much again. So, Mr. Pizza fan, we'd love to hear your perspective on Dr. Rob. You've tuned into live streams. What do you think? We're here. If you're watching the live stream, let us know what thoughts you have.
I have one question for you, Shiva, and that is, are you splitting the donations with Dr. Rob for your streams with him? Are you guys sharing donations with each other?
That is an excellent question. It's a question that keeps coming up, and I think I know it's a relevant and important question for the viewers. The answer is, of course not. No, absolutely no. No donations are split with Dr. Rob from my end or from his end. And I don't know why it's so hard for people to believe that. We have our own separate YouTube channels. He gets donations on his account. I have to get donations on my account. We don't split, even though he really wants me to. He thinks that he's entitled to, and he continues to encourage me to, but I will not do such things. My money or the donations that people choose to give me goes towards a vegan diet, positivity, and increasing life for all. And his goes towards bikes and cigarettes, and we don't want to talk about too much about that. But I hope that answers the question, and thank you, Johnny Blaze, again for the super chat. So yeah, Pizza Fan, does that answer your question? Let me know why you ask, and what else do you have about Dr. Rob and his whole saga?
Well, I remember an incident, I can't remember how long ago it was, where Dr. Rob promised that he would give you, somebody donated to Dr. Rob and they said, give a portion of this to Shiva so he can get I think it was a phone or something like that. I mean, that was an incident where he was supposed to split, but he didn't. Has that happened, more than once?
That hasn't happened to my knowledge. Thank you, Johnny Blaze, again for the super chat. And I think I'm aware of what you're talking about. Potential large donation was made to Dr. Rob, and they said to split it, but there was really no evidence of that happening. I think it was just a troll that was saying that. But I wouldn't have, I questioned Dr. Rob, and he said no, and I believed him. He sounded truthful. So other than that, maybe some small donations may have happened, but that's not something that I would, talk to him about. So yeah, that. And I'm not sure Dr. Rob would even split the donation if somebody asked. Probably he would. And that has happened to me a few times where somebody wanted me to donate to Dr. Rob on my behalf. They donated to me. And so I did do that, and I bought him some coconuts in exchange. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Coconuts, huh?
Yes. It wasn't anything significant. It was just, like coconut money. So I shared coconut.
Do you believe Dr. Rob's crypto story?
That is an excellent question. Again, this man has all the rankings of a journalist. So do I believe his crypto story? Well, if we hear his exact words, Dr. Rob exact words, he quotes by saying, I was looking at Bitcoin when it was $3,000. Now, if you analyze those words, you can see that looking at Bitcoin and investing in Bitcoin are two different things. They are not the same. So I was looking at Google when it was just getting started. I was looking at YouTube when it was just a flimsy old video platform stream situation. But I wasn't investing, and I wasn't profiting from the years that it was growing up in price. Do I believe him? Well, I have some reason to believe that he doesn't lie, considering the fact that he follows the Buddha's teachings. Do I believe him? If I had to put it into
one of the precepts is not to take intoxicants of one of Buddha's teachings, and I think that obviously Dr. Rob has violated that precept. So I think it's fair to assume he may have violated some others.
Wow, that is very fair to say. Absolutely. I would like to counter that by saying I also have violated some precepts, specifically the intoxicant ones. And it's not so severe because you're not really hurting anybody else unless you actually do that. You're only making yourself not sober. But yeah, and it may lead one to conclude that he also probably doesn't take the other precepts seriously, like lying. In one case, he said that he doesn't kill, which I kind of believe him in that. So it's 60-40. 40% I don't believe him, 60% I believe him.
He still kills animals, though.
That's true. He eats animals.
He eats, yeah.
Yeah, so I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know if he's a fan. And thank you again, Johnny Blaze, for your super chat. I don't know, and until there is hard, concrete evidence to support his claims, I'm going to err on the side of caution. That's generally how it is with Dr. Rob. So,
copy that.
Yeah,
I was very shocked. He had that stream that you did, the end of season 1, as you put it, where he said that his entire career up to this point was a sham, essentially, where he stated that it was a way to get clout. I find it curious how there definitely seems to be a streak of clout chasing behavior.
Yes, absolutely. That's something that's been concerning to me. And thank you, Johnny Blaze. That his attitude towards the live streaming and towards receiving donations has been more towards like, I need help and you need to give to me and donate to me. And now his whole financial relation, not much has changed, so that gives some kind of leeway, but still it's a little bit concerning. As far as the clout chasing, I can pretty much 100% vouch for the fact that he is clout chasing and he wants clout. That's the number one reason why he's doing this. He may think that it's because he's live streaming for the betterment of something and he's giving spiritual lectures, but fundamentally underneath it all, it is for clout. Otherwise, he wouldn't be painting his face and dressing up like a clown, and and even doing live streams with Kai Cenat and all these guys. So he is chasing materialism and clout, and I mean, I support that, honestly. I don't think there's something wrong with that, but one should be honest. That's very important.
Shiva, I have one last thing to say, and that's that I think you should embrace the chicken. I hear the chicken on your live streams. It's like music to my ears. It's amazing. I think like you should buy the chicken. I'm 100% serious about this and keep it as a pet because I think it's so iconic. I hope the chat agrees with me, but I love the chicken.
Yeah,
rooster. Yes.
Embrace the rooster. People are saying in the chat. Yes, and the possibility of me purchasing the rooster is there, but I don't know what I could do with it. Traveling overseas, not really practical. And I agree with what you're saying, that embracing the chicken would help me to resolve this uncomfortable feeling I get when he's screaming loudly. And I know that it's my own experience. If it was objective, then everybody would have the same experience with the chicken, but it's subjective to me. Yet I don't know how to overcome this, and it is uncomfortable, and I'm meditating. Jesus. Whatever demon I was.
I don't know where that came from. That came from.
It was the rooster that did him in. I mean, that was what set him off.
Wow. Yeah. So just like with him, that's very relevant to what I was saying, that people experience him in all kinds of ways. So you need to take responsibility for how you feel, and I need to take responsibility for how I feel with the chicken, with the rooster. Absolutely.
All right, take it easy, Shiva.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for tuning in.
Hello, motherfucker.
Okay. There's no need for that. We're just here.
Are you filming?
We're live on YouTube, and we're talking about Dr. Rob and his whole shenanigans. So what questions are...
Dr. Rob, where do I start? This Buddhist monk, the first time I met him, he was talking about how a weed smoker will never... supposed to be a meditation master. This guy's a monkey. Anyways, back to what we were saying. First time I met this weird guy, I think he has mental problems. But let me tell you the story. First time I met him. First time I met him, we were in a call with 10 people. And he was there on his high horse, holier than thou. Put his books in the back, trying to get recruits for his meditation retreat, right? Which he hosted online. Trying to get funding, followers. So he was telling us that how if you smoke weed, if you do drugs, you will never, ever awaken. And that he went through rough times in the monastery, cleaning the toilets, cleaning the things that nobody wanted to clean. And he felt like he did so much to earn his title as a Buddhist monk that nobody else, by accident, by sheer determination on a soul level, could attain to nirvana. He thought that you must achieve that shit like in Afghanistan or Iraq war, where you get kill after kill and then you're medicine.
Time has determined all of this. He told me everything right bluntly and right truthfully. I joined the Cisco Call. He told me all of this. He wanted me to jail, but I was ready anyway. I can tell you I'm not going to take me for everyone you hit.
wasting his fucking time away and fucking not thinking that he's gonna be celibate his whole life, and he's not gonna ever look at a woman and he's gonna be able to somehow. That's not how it works, man. That's not how awakening works, and that's why he's like that. That's why I'm like this. That's why I could smoke if I want to. I could talk to a chick if I want to, and I'm still better than Rob, and I got more joy than Rob, and you can hear it in my words. You can hear it in my voice that I'm better and living good. Did I go to a monastery? Did I give all my money to a Buddhist master like Dr. Rob?
All of these thoughts, and I was able to perceive his mind. He's thinking all of these thoughts. He just didn't get that he was talking to someone like me. Everyone thought he was Dr. Rob, but no one's listening to me. No one's giving me the time to tell people what I thought. Dr. Rob did, and Dr. Rob did. I was the one who told Dr. Rob what to.
You can't sell no fucking Buddhist master fucking man courses. You can't no fucking people.
I think he's going through the shock therapy right now.
Like
Actually,
a clown when you start to lose your shit online. Just like he's doing now,
Sure.
and just like he's getting clowned online for his fucking shenanigans.
So you just heard his whole experience of Dr. Rob. Do you have any questions for him, or for the audience, or for me? What is your?
Honestly, I wouldn't even lie, guys. I wouldn't even lie. God brought me into this server. God brought me into this VC. Awareness brought me into. I didn't even know you guys were doing a live recording. I didn't even know who the fuck what's happening. I didn't even listen to the last guy come in. I was waiting for the last guy to leave so I could fucking say what I had to say. I didn't even know what I was going to say. I don't even know what I'm going to say now. What I'm going to tell you is just stick around, because shit's about to hit the fan. And you're going to see if you're really awakened or not. And you're going to see, if you're stable or not. You're going to see if you're centered or not. And when shit's going to hit the fan, where are you going to go?
Wow.
So, yeah.
Prophetic
That's
words,
what I'm saying, man.
wise words, and
Yeah, man.
all
Oh,
the.
yeah, man. You already know, Mr. Ambroski, we've been here I was watching Shiva Kailash since the time he never wanted to change that fucking dirty shirt of his, and he was like the devotee in the fucking jungle making videos, and I was like, you know what? This little guy, this guy is actually a new earth fucking creator, and he's here praising Sadhguru, but I think he has an idea, but his soul is such an advanced soul, you know what I mean? And since then, we're all here to celebrate what's happening on the earth, and we're all having our individual experiences, and to be honest, I've been pretty blessed my whole life. I was also born in Canada, land of the free. And yeah, man, we've been living life and enjoying everything. And you know what? Embodying awakening as a being, as a presence. Because look, you can't teach that shit. You can't earn that shit. You can be that shit. You can accept yourself as you are, and then you could start to feel it. You could start to feel your being. The only problem is people are desensitized to their being, and they don't want to sit with themselves. And that's all you gotta do. Literally, all you gotta do is just fucking sit with yourself.
okay, Shiva, I gotta go, but we'll do a chess stream soon, okay? All right, later.
And they will come
Take
on
care,
this
Eddie.
DC.
Thank
They
you.
will come and ask us questions because they don't want to just sit with themselves and learn from themselves. And you know what? Most of the people already know the answers to all the fucking questions.
Wow.
They just still pretend they don't.
Yeah, I mean.
You know what? Yeah.
Yeah, you've been watching me for such a long time. That's awesome. That makes me feel very happy, and
Yeah.
those are the days.
Yeah. Yeah, well, look, Shiva, when I saw you, look, man, when you awaken, you find the people that are for you. You look, man, I woke up at 17 years old. 17 years old, I was catapulted into the fucking skies. I had fucking frequencies, vibrations that came in my body, and these fucking huge emotional energy memory from somewhere, you know what I mean? That came into my body and my whole light body, whatever got activated, or whatever you call it, Kundalini, awakening, whatever the fuck you want to call it. The forest spoke to me, the forest bowed to me. I'm not speaking to an egoic sense. I'm just telling you what I experienced. That's all as an ego.
Well, one second. I wanna
Yeah.
acknowledge somebody here. I wanna acknowledge Super Chat, Val Ventura. Thank you so much. I know it isn't much, but I send you with love. Thank you so much. I felt that, and thank you for being here. Thank you for your contribution. And the amount doesn't really matter that much. Your generosity counts. Your intention matters most of all. And we also had a super chat from Seraph, and this super chat had 360 likes, 656 likes, which I don't know how that's possible. It's some glitch. But he says season 2, every episode is crazier. Yes, and we just saw a live example of that when Dr. Rob came in the show. So I'm still live streaming, and I want to talk mostly about this because it's relevant to people's lives and their healing.
Definitely.
So what do you have to say about him?
Everything that we're talking right now is hitting your nervous system. Everybody who's watching, listening, my vocal tones is hitting your nervous system and delivering you codes that is touching parts of your conscious and subconscious parts that you don't even fucking know about. Yes, I'm touching you right now. It's my vocal tone sending you codes. Why? From everything I lived, from the trauma we've lived, the trauma I lived, Shiva, the trauma he lived, all the life he lived. And once he's awakened, now he's speaking in coherence. And so now we're delivering you aspects. We don't even need to fucking talk about Dr.
So,
but in some way we're talking about him. Why? Because everything is interconnected. Everything is relational. You could speak about fucking bananas and then it'll end up at truth. You know what I mean? Yeah, so go ahead. What do you want to ask about
So
Dr.
what do you have to say about him or to him directly? What can you say about
look,
him?
I would tell you, man, listen, man. I know, man, it hurts your ego. It hurts your ego of a man. You know, the man wants to build some shit. You know, man wants to accomplish something. Man wants to feel like he built something. But listen, man, chill the fuck out, man. Look at what the fuck you did in the past. You fucking destroyed this planet. Don't you think it's a little time you chill out and let the soul take over? You chill out and you let like your actual awakening happen? Or do you think it's gonna somehow compute in your brain? Like somehow you're gonna manage to find it? That's not how it works, man. You gotta chill out. You gotta listen to other people. You gotta bow to other people. You ever bow to other people? Or did you bow to just receive enlightenment to other people when you went to those fucking ashrams, those monasteries? Everybody has agendas. Everybody has, especially the people that read books and shit, that their whole life they read about this awakening and stuff. That's the worst. Thank God I awoken without all this spirituality concepts in my mind. You know what I mean? Cooking me every day, you know? Because that creates delusions, you know? And it creates this weird, it makes you look like a clown in the whole world.
Yeah.
You know, because you go out and you make grandiose claims and shit, you know, that is not supported. And you cannot handle it. And then, well, look what's happening now, right?
Yeah.
You can ask me any question. You can ask me anything in the world. I'll answer you as it is. And if you find any hole in it, then, you know, but you know what? I don't even think that's going to happen. Because I don't claim I'm some fucking Buddhist master or Buddhist monk or I'm a teacher or a fucking enlightened being or, you know what I mean? I don't try to teach you shit. I don't give a fuck. Oh, sorry for my French. I don't care about money, bro. Listen, man. This is the world, and it's about to crumble now. And you know, all this stuff, you're not going to be able to bring this with you. So it's better now you start to start to develop a certain being that doesn't need all of this validation and stuff. Oh, yeah, I remember. We had a conversation with Rob, right? And then we had a back and forth. And what I do is I go the complete opposite way of your perception. So whatever you're steadfast and solid on, I'll completely backdoor you with a completely polar opposite valid perspective, which will shake your solid stance. So this is what happened. I was telling him how you can be awakened if you smoke weed, bro. You can be awakened. And we had Swami in the chat, you know? Shout out Swami. Shout out Swami, man. It's been a while. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So that's the beauty of it, because our path is the path of surrender. This is the same path Christ was on. You know what I mean? This is the ascended masters. You don't gotta do anything because that's your power. Think about it. If you were God, why would you lift a finger? You wouldn't lift a finger. So why do you think you need to lift a finger to awaken? It's the opposite. You just need to chill out, enjoy your life, man. You know what I mean? Don't get caught up in the fucking bushes and shit.
Yeah.
And I don't know about Rob. Rob is a concept in our imaginations. It's just a means for awareness to spread and to express itself. Right now it's 11:11 where I stay. I don't know where you're staying, Shiva, but we can make a wish. The wish is to this year realize that either nobody is right, nobody's wrong, but everybody's fucked because it's World War III. You know what I mean?
Well,
Nah, just
potentially,
kidding.
potentially.
Just kidding. No fear mongering. No fear mongering.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, all right. Good chatting with you.
Yeah.
Thank you for tuning in.
Thank
And
you very much.
I'm gonna go back to my live
And
stream.
we'll be talking again.
Absolutely, absolutely. Tune in. See you next time.
Awesome.
Bye.
Take care, Tom.
Caller is Rob on White. Yeah, who was that guy? I spoke with him a few times. He met me a long time ago, and an avid watcher of my YouTube channel, which is good. Somebody just sent me some PTSD on Discord, some very R-rated material. I don't condone this kind of behavior. This is you don't want to cause me disturbances in my mind. So there you have it, my friends. Yep, Shiva, Johnny Blaze, what's going on? What's happening? Tell me what you think or what questions you have. Whew, I mean, this is serious. This is a whole thing that's happened, and make me mod. Johnny Blaze wants me moderator. Johnny Blaze, well, I'll ask Seraph. Seraph, what do you think I should do? Seraph is the go-to guy that I deviate these things too. People are saying to mod him. And Johnny Blaze, you're just, I haven't seen you here. I think yesterday or today you just came here. So, yeah, it takes years of teachings to become a mod. Seraph has been here for approximately 7 years in dog years. So time sped up for him. And but Johnny Blaze, I'm happy to do that. No problem. It's just that you have to have at least 1 year of prior experience, which is approximately 1 week in psychic fields. So yeah, let me know what your response is to that. And this is how it was for Dr. Rob and this whole live stream. This was just a whole experience and a whole thing. And okay, Johnny Blaze, I will. Just give me some time. Just be patient. And I want to feel your energy, because there are people here that also of a similar kind of stature, we can say. And I haven't made them moderator because I think it's a big responsibility. So I will give you a shot, but just not yet. And yeah, so I think the next step is for me to talk to some people, prevalent people in the field about Dr. Rob, like somebody that you've seen here today, and make some more videos that's related to that, as well as become more engaged with Dr. Rob and what he's doing, and be more active, we can say. So I will call Dr. Rob one more time just for the sake of it and see what he's doing. And then we'll see what happens. If anybody deserves moderation, it is KK. KK's been here for a while, and she's seen the whole arc. She's gone up and she's gone down. Now she's kind of settled in the middle. So I think that she's the next person. No rules, just be okay. Somebody sent me a. Will Dr. Rob ban Isaiah and Shiva, Kailash, Shambho? Okay, that is unacceptable. So let's call Mr. Robert here. See what he says. I'm still not so sure about KK's moderation ability. She hasn't handled the full weight, but she's close to it. She's about 80% there. And Seraph can pretty much handle all the weight, even a titanium 1-ton cinder block. Well, my friends, the results are in. He's not picking up, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. So we got Krish here as a moderator. Krish has been here for a long time, and he's very fluid. He can pick up a lot of weight. Corpse Mankind, of course, because he's a combat veteran, and we need that kind of support. We need that kind of resuscitation when in the combat field. And these are the only 3 moderators I have. And one more moderator, maybe he's here, Krish. So if Krish is here, I will send you the link. This is your final warning. Oh no. He wants me to join his YouTube channel. He wants me. Can you believe that? He wants me to join his YouTube channel. I will join, of course. But yeah, absolutely. Seraph says new mods will be appointed when he goes to retreats. We're at 4 moderators. We can probably handle 1 more maximum, but that's only under Seraph's consideration. And yeah, and Krish, of course, he's a moderator here. He's been here with me for a long, long time, and he's more of a behind-the-scenes technical guy. So he just needs to be there for, you know, if in case anything breaks, he's there to fix it right away. He's a handyman. So we look forward to having him here as well. So it looks like this is it, my friends. This is the end of our live stream. Dr. Rob is going to send me his live stream link, and he sent me this right now. So I'm gonna have to click on it and join, and I will see him on his YouTube channel, which is Monk Life. You're thinking, what is Monk Life? Let me get the cobwebs out of that YouTube channel. There's lots of cobwebs there. And he has his own YouTube channel. It's a little bit mediocre at best. I mean, it's like, it is what it is. It's a YouTube channel. Like, it is a YouTube channel, okay? It is a YouTube channel. There's not much more to say about that. There's not much else to say about that. And I'm going to do him a favor. I'm going to reciprocate. He's been here for my YouTube channel for a long time. Now it's time for me to join his and talk to his viewers for a while. And it's not even I'm talking about to his viewers. I'm basically talking to my own viewers, because basically most of his followers are from me. And yeah, so thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for supporting the chat and supporting the live stream. Hit the like button if you haven't done that already. And I'll see you very soon. Shambho.